Okay, now let's start with first chapter, that is nature of contract. So this is from Indian Contract Act. So our first topic is about how to create a contract. So how to create a contract? To create a contract, there must be at least two parties. So at least two parties are required to create a contract. And among those two parties, one party need to make offer. And for that offer, other party need to give acceptance. So there must be at least two parties and one need to make offer, another need to give acceptance. So what happens when offer of one party is accepted by other party? Then automatically promises will be created in between both the parties. So there will be a promise from first party to second party, that is promise number 1, and there will be another promise from second party to the first party, that is promise number 2. So two promises will get created when offer of one party is accepted by the another party. Okay, if parties are getting consideration, so what is meant by consideration? So what we are getting in return? So by entering into this contract, what these people are getting in return, that will become consideration. So now parties are getting consideration. First party is getting consideration, that is consideration number 1, and second party is also getting consideration, that is consideration number 2. Consideration number 2. Then the entire arrangement will be called as agreement. The entire arrangement will be called as agreement. So in order to call entire arrangement as agreement, so there must be promises in between parties. There must be consideration for the parties. So two promises, two considerations, because there are two parties. What happens if there are three parties? Three promises, three considerations. What happens if there are 10 parties? 10 promises, 10 consideration. That means every party need to make promise to other party. And every party need to get something in return, nothing but called as consideration. Then only that arrangement will be called as agreement. Next one. Then our topic is how to create a contract. But here we created agreement only. Now what is the next step to create the contract? If this agreement is enforceable in the court. What is meant by enforceability? Say for example, if first party fails to perform the contract, then second party can go to the court. So he can ask for damages. So that kind of help that is being provided by the court is known as enforceability. Okay, if that agreement is enforceable in the court, that means if parties are able to get the help of the court, then the entire arrangement will become contract. If the agreement will become enforceable, then it will become contract. So this is how we need to create the contract. So once again, I am repeating. How many parties must be there? Minimum 2. That means 2, 3, 4, 5. Any number is allowed except 1, because minimum 2. Next one. And one party need to make offer. Another party need to give acceptance. Okay, what happens when offer of one party is accepted by the other party? Then automatically promises will be created in between the parties. So a first promise from first party to second party, second promise from second party to first party. And if these promises are supported by consideration for either party, that is both parties, then it will become agreement. If that agreement is enforceable in court, then it will become contract. So for this purpose, we can draw a chart here. So what is the definition of contract? It includes two things: agreement plus enforceability. Agreement plus enforceability. And what about agreement? Promises. promises, not single promise, two promises will be there, promises plus considerations, not consideration, considerations, considerations, because both need to get consideration here. And what about promise? Offer plus acceptance, offer plus acceptance. So with the help of this chart, we can easily remember all the definitions here. So first one, what is meant by contract? An agreement which is enforceable by law. An agreement which is enforceable by law is known as contract. So that is the definition of contract. That means if agreement is enforceable, it will become contract. If agreement is not enforceable, that is not a contract, simple. Only enforceable agreements will become contracts. Unenforceable agreement, they are not contracts. They are just agreements, that's it. Next one. What is the definition of agreement? Promises or set of promises. Promises or set of promises. Promises means single set of promise. Set of promises means multiple sets of promises. So promises or set of promises forming consideration for either party, that is both party, then it is known as agreement. So promises or set of promises forming consideration for either party, that is both party, it is known as agreement. Say for example, there are two parties, A and B. Now A agreed to sell his car to B and B agreed to pay rupees 5 lakhs to A. So this is single set of promise. Next, A agrees to sell a car to B and A agrees to sell a bike to B. And B agrees to pay 5 lakhs for car and B agrees to pay 1 lakh for bike. Now say how many sets of promises are there? Two sets of promises are there. So that's why promises, that is single set or set of promises, that is multiple sets forming consideration for both the parties is known as agreement. So what are the consideration for A here? 5 lakhs plus 1 lakhs, total 6 lakhs. And what about the consideration of B here? Bike plus car. Next one. Then what about the definition of promise? Promise means an offer which is accepted by other party. So when an offer is accepted by other party, it will become a promise. So this is the definition of promise. So once again, I am repeating. Definition of contract: agreement plus enforceability. That means an agreement which is enforceable by law. Agreement, promise or set of promise, that is single set of promise or multiple set of promise forming consideration for either party, that is both party, then it will become agreement. Then what about promise? When an offer is accepted by other party, it will become promise. Next one. Now we need to focus on when an agreement is enforceable and when it is not. So how to decide whether our agreement is enforceable or not? So we need to decide that. So we are the parties to the agreement. So before making agreement, we need to decide whether to enforce our agreement or not. If we decided to enforce our agreement is enforceable. If we decided not to enforce our agreement in the court, then our agreement will become unenforceable. So enforceability purely depends upon intention of parties. What happens when intention is not there? That means parties are silent about enforceability, because in many cases parties will make contract but they will not discuss about any legal consequences. They will not discuss whether to take the help of the court or not. In such situations, how to decide the enforceability of the agreement? So for that purpose, we need to classify the agreement into two categories. So agreements can be classified into two categories here. First category, domestic or social agreements. Domestic or social agreements. Second category, business or commercial agreements. Business or commercial agreements. So first one, domestic or social. Second one, business or commercial. What is meant by domestic agreement? Agreement in between family members is known as domestic agreement. And what about social agreement? Nothing but social invitations, like inviting others for birthday functions, marriage functions, so like that. So they will come under social agreements. So business related agreements, commercial agreements. So the transaction which involves commerciality will be called as commercial agreements. Say for example, I made an agreement with my sister. So what kind of agreement? Generally it is domestic agreement because family members are involved here. But I made agreement with my sister in order to sell my property, that too for market value. Then this is commercial in nature. So this kind of transaction can be entered with any person also, not only with family member. You can make this kind of transaction with outsider also. The same kind of transaction is entered with your family member. Now it is not domestic agreement. Now it will become commercial agreement. So whenever there is commerciality, you need to classify under second category only. When there is no commerciality, then you can go either for domestic or social, depending upon the situation. So if other party is a family member, domestic. If the purpose is to invite the other person to attend any function, then it is social agreement. That's it. Okay. Now what to do? If parties want to enforce this agreement, this agreement is enforceable. If parties want to enforce this agreement is enforceable. If parties don't want to enforce this agreement, then this is unenforceable. So this is unenforceable. Unenforceable. Okay, then what about business or commercial agreement? If parties want to enforce this agreement, enforceable. If parties don't want to enforce this agreement, unenforceable. So whatever the situation it may be, it all depends upon intention of parties only. If parties intend to enforce it, it is enforceable. If parties want to take the help of the court, it is enforceable. But if parties don't want to take the help of the court, then it is unenforceable. Okay, whether it is domestic agreement or social agreement or business agreement or commercial agreement. Then why to make this kind of classification? Because if parties are silent about the intention to go to the court, then what to do? So here we need to take an assumption that majority parties will not go to the court. That's why these agreements will become unenforceable if parties are silent at the time of making of agreement. And what about business or commercial agreement? These are enforceable. So these are enforceable. That means if intention is there, you can enforce domestic agreement also. If intention is silent, that means parties never discussed about applicability of enforceability, then in case of domestic or social agreement, take an assumption that is the agreements are unenforceable. In case of business or commercial agreement, take an assumption that is the agreements are enforceable. Okay, then how to remember these points? Very simple. So here also there is a chart. So enforceability of agreement. Enforceability of agreement. So first we need to check intention of parties. We need to check intention of parties, whether they want to go to the court or not. So if intention is available, if intention of parties is not available, then what to do? If intention of parties is available, then go as per intention. Go as per intention. If they want to enforce, enforceable. If they don't want to enforce, unenforceable. Irrespective of type of agreement, whether it is business agreement or commercial agreement or social agreement, domestic agreement, whatever it may be. So irrespective of type of agreement. So these agreements are enforceable if parties want to enforce it. These agreements are unenforceable if parties don't want to enforce it. What happens? That kind of intention is not there. That means parties never discuss about enforceability. Then if it is business or commercial agreements, then take an assumption they are enforceable. Next one. What happens if they are domestic or social agreement? Then take an assumption that is they are unenforceable. unenforceable. This is regarding enforceability. So by this we completed how to create the contract. Now let's go to another topic, that is how to create a valid contract. So our next topic is about creation of valid contract. So before going into this topic, I would like to explain few words. So they are nothing but valid, void, invalid, and finally voidable. So what is meant by valid? Valid means enforceable. It is enforceable in the court. Then what about void? Unenforceable in the court. So if it is enforceable, valid. If it is unenforceable, then it is void. Then what about invalid? Invalid is a synonym for the void. That means void and invalid both are having same meaning. That is unenforceable. And what about voidable? It may be enforceable, may not be enforceable. So it may be enforceable, may not be enforceable. So that kind of situation will be called as voidable. So once again I am repeating, valid means enforceable. Void or invalid means unenforceable, that is not enforceable. Voidable means it may be enforceable, may not be unenforceable. Now the topic is about how to create a valid contract, or what are the essentials for valid contract. So to create a valid contract, there must be at least two parties. So minimum two parties are required, two persons are required. Okay, here who is person? Person means he may be a natural person like human beings. He may be a natural person like human beings, or artificial person. Artificial person, nothing but person who was created by law. Say for example, company. So company is a business entity created by Companies Act. LLP is a business entity created by LLP Act. So if you want to create a company, it is possible only because of registration under company law. If you want to create LLP, it is possible only by registration under LLP law. So company and LLP are getting created by law. That's why they are called as artificial persons. Then what about sole trading concern? So sole trading concern is not created by law. That's why it is not artificial person. What about partnership form? Partnership form is created by agreement, not because of law. So there is a concept called as registration in partnership forms also, but their partnership form registration is not mandatory. That means if you want to create partnership form, you can create even without having registration. So that's why it is also not an artificial person. So sole trading concern, not an artificial person. Partnership form, not an artificial person. Company, it is an artificial person. LLP, it is an artificial person. Now, who can be the parties to the contract? Natural persons or artificial person? So one natural person want to make a contract with another natural person. Is it valid? Yes. One company want to make a contract with another company. Is it valid? Yes. Now one natural person want to make a contract with company. Is it valid? Yes. So there must be at least two parties, and those parties can be either natural person or artificial person. Natural person means human beings. Artificial person means person created by law. Examples, company and LLP. Next one. Now, among those two parties, one need to make an offer and other party need to give acceptance. So offer and acceptance are also required. Next, third one. Both parties must have lawful consideration. Say for example, if contract is having two parties, then both the parties must have consideration, and that consideration must be a lawful consideration. So lawful consideration must be there for both parties. Sir, what happens if any one of the parties is not having consideration? Remember a rule, any agreement without consideration is void. That means that agreement is void, it is not valid. So what happens when both are having consideration, but that consideration is unlawful? Then also the agreement is void. So to make a valid contract, both must have consideration and both the considerations must be lawful. Next one. Point number 4. Competence to enter into contract. Competence to enter into contract. Who are competent to enter into contract? Any person can make contract subject to 3 conditions. What are those 3 conditions? That person must be a major. That person must be a sound mind person. And that person must not be disqualified by law. If these 3 conditions are satisfied, then that person is competent to enter into the contract. That means who are incompetent to enter into the contract minus incompetent, unsound mind persons incompetent, disqualified by law from entering into the contract. So those people are also incompetent. Only the persons with these 3 abilities can become a contracting party. Next one. Then who is major, sir? So who attained age of majority is called as major. Generally, age of majority will be for 18 years. So that's why, so any person who attains age of majority, that is generally 18 years, that person will become major. Next, who is sound mind person? So who is having ability to read the agreement, ability to understand the agreement, ability to make the best judgment, that person will be called as sound mind. Sir, what happens if that person is not able to read the agreement? Unsound mind person. If that person is not able to understand the agreement, unsound mind person. If that person is not capable of making a best judgment, unsound mind person. So to call that person a sound mind person, he must have 3 abilities. One is to read the agreement, second one to understand the agreement, third one to make best judgment. Next, so in order to avoid certain negative consequences, law disqualified certain persons from entering into the contract. So those persons are disqualified by law from entering into the contract. So if you are that kind of person, then you are not competent to enter into the contract. So there are some examples for this thing, that is insolvents, insolvent persons. Next one, alien enemies, convicts, etc. So let's discuss about each and every point in capacity to contract chapter. So this is 4th essential to create a valid contract. So you should be major, you should be sound mind, and you should not be disqualified by law. Sir, what happens when both parties are majors, both parties are sound mind, both parties are not disqualified by law? Then the contract is a valid contract. What happens if one of the parties is minor? Void. If one of the parties is unsound? Void. If one of the parties is disqualified by law from entering into the contract? Void. Next one. Point number 5. Free consent. Free consent. So what is meant by consent? Agreeing the same thing in the same sense is known as consent. Okay, let's take an example. There are 2 parties, A and B. A is having 2 cars. So one is red color car, second one is white color car. Now he made an offer to B to sell his car without disclosing the color of the car. So actually he want to sell red color car, but he failed to disclose about the color of the car to B. So B accept the offer made by A by thinking that car as white color car. Now what happens here? So A made an offer to sell the car and B gave acceptance also. So here there is an agreement between A and B. But the problem here is A want to sell red color car and B want to buy white color car. That means parties are not agreeing the same thing in the same sense. So when parties are not agreeing the same thing in the same sense, then there is no consent between them. When there is no consent, it is a void agreement. So it is a void agreement. So what happens when both thinks the car as red color car? Then there is consent. It may become a valid contract. What happens if both think the color of the car is white? Then also it is a valid agreement because both are thinking in the same sense. But when both are thinking in different sense, when both are having different opinions, then there is no consent. When there is no consent, there is no contract. So it is void. And there is one more point. Having consent is not sufficient. That consent must be free consent also. Sir, what is meant by free consent? Consent which is not caused either by coercion or undue influence or fraud or misrepresentation is called as free consent. That means if you got the consent of other party by applying coercion, not a free consent. If you got the consent of other party by applying undue influence, not a free consent. If you got the consent of other party by applying fraud, not a free consent. If you got the consent of other party by applying misrepresentation, not a free consent. So if any one of these element is present, then the consent is not a free consent. Sir, what is meant by coercion? So coercion means applying physical force. Now I want to make a contract with a party, and so while negotiating with that party, he is not agreeing with me. He don't want to make a contract with me. So I applied physical pressure on that person. Now that person made the contract because of that physical pressure. So this kind of pressure is known as coercion. So if I made other party to enter into the contract by applying some mental pressure, nothing but by influencing, then it will be called as undue influence. Next one, if I made other party to enter into the contract by making some intentional false statements, then it is fraud. If I made other party to enter into the contract by making some unintentional false statement, then it is called as misrepresentation. That means coercion, physical pressure, undue influence, mental pressure, fraud, intentional false statements, misrepresentation, unintentional false statement. So if you made the other party to enter into the contract by applying any of these elements, then the consent is not a free consent. Sir, what happens when there is no coercion, no undue influence, no fraud, no misrepresentation? Then other party gave consent freely. That means now there is free consent. So if there is free consent, the contract is a valid contract. If there is no free consent, the contract will become voidable contract. Now that contract is called as voidable contract. Sir, voidable contract means it may be enforceable or it may not be enforceable. How to decide whether it is enforceable or not enforceable? So in all these situations, say for example, A applied coercion on B, or A applied undue influence on B, A made fraud on B, A made misrepresentation on B, then A will be called as defaulting party, B will be called as aggrieved party, that is innocent party. Now the contract is voidable at the option of aggrieved party. Now aggrieved party need to decide whether to continue with this contract or to cancel it. If you decide to continue with this contract, then voidable contract will become valid. If he decides to cancel this contract, then voidable contract will become void. That's it. Next one. Point number 6. Point number 6. Agreement must not be declared as void by law. Agreement must not be declared as void by law. So law declared certain agreements as void. Then if you made such agreement, then that agreement is valid even though there are two parties, even though there are offer and acceptance, even though there is lawful consideration for both parties, even though parties want to go to the court. So whatever the situation it may be, those agreements are void because already law declared those agreements as void. Then what are the examples for those agreements? Agreements in restraint of marriage. Nothing but you made agreement and you are restricting other party from having marriage. Next one, agreement in restraint of trade. Nothing but you made an agreement with a party and you are putting restrictions regarding business. And agreement in restraint of legal proceedings. Nothing but right to file the case. So in that right you are putting some restrictions not to go to the court like that. So if you made any agreement and if you keep any restrictions on marriage, trade, legal proceedings, then that agreement is expressly declared as void by law. So even though parties are competent, even though free consent is there, even though lawful consideration is there, still those agreements are void. Next, seventh point, intention to enforce the agreement. Yes, we already discussed about this point. So whether an agreement is enforceable in the court or not, how to decide? It all depends upon the intention of parties. If parties want to go to the court, then the agreement is enforceable. If parties don't want to go to the court, then the agreement is unenforceable. So enforceability of agreement depends upon intention of parties to enforce it. So if they want to enforce, it will become valid. If they don't want to enforce, it will become void. That's why this point is also considered as one of the key points. Next, point 8. Terms of agreement. Terms of agreement. So how the terms should be? First one, the term should be clear, and the terms should be possible to perform. The terms should be possible to perform. Then only the contract will become a valid contract. So what is meant by clear terms? So whatever you decide, there must be clarity in it. If there is clarity in the terms and conditions made by you, then the contract is valid. If the terms made by you is unclear, that is vague, then your agreement is void. Let's take an example now. There are two parties, A and B. A made an offer to B to sell 100 liters of oil. 100 liters of oil. Now B gave acceptance to A and he agreed to pay rupees 100 per liter. So the total amount will be 10,000 around. Okay, in this case, I want to know about the validity of this agreement. Is this agreement valid or void? Is this agreement valid or void? You may think this agreement is valid, but actually this agreement is void. And the reason is lack of clarity. Reason is lack of clear terms. That is lack of clarity. So where clarity is missing here? So what about quantity? It is clear only. What about price? It is clear only. But what about the type of oil? It was not clear. So what type of oil is A going to sell to B? It is not so clear. So when terms are not clear, the agreement is void. When terms are clear, agreement is valid. So for example, in this case, A made an offer to sell 100 liters of coconut oil. He made an offer to sell 100 liters of coconut oil. Okay. And for that oil, B want to pay 100 rupees per liter. Now say, what is the validity of this agreement? This agreement is valid because everything is clear now. Quantity is clear as well as price is clear and type of oil is also clear. So if terms are uncertain or unclear or vague, the agreement is void. If terms are certain, that is clear, then the contract is valid. Next one, point number 9. One more point is there, possible to perform. Say for example, I made an agreement and I made a promise to do some act which is impossible to perform. Then that agreement is void because law will recognize only possible agreements. It will not recognize impossible agreements. Say for example, I made a promise to give life to your deceased grandfather. That means he is already expired. But now I made a promise to give life to him. Is it really possible? No, it is not possible. It is impossible. So when you made any agreement where the terms are impossible to perform, that agreement is void. If the terms are possible to perform, then the agreement is valid. Next one. Legal formalities. Legal formalities. First of all, what is meant by legal formality? So, legal formalities are nothing but writing, stamp paper, signatures of parties as well as witness, and registration. So all these things are called as legal formalities. Okay. Now, are these legal formalities mandatory for every contract? No, they are not mandatory. They are completely optional. They are completely optional. But in few cases, following legal formalities are mandatory. What are those cases? Say for example, any agreement involving immovable property like land or building. So any agreement involving immovable property. In such agreement, you need to follow all these legal formalities. Nothing but it should be in writing. That too on stamp paper. That too party signature is required, including witness signature, and registration is also required. So only in few cases it is mandatory, like immovable property related contracts, but in remaining cases it is optional. It is up to the parties whether to follow these legal formalities or not. Next, 10th point, lawful object. So what is meant by object? Object means purpose. Purpose for which you are going to enter the contract. So the purpose of the contract may be anything. It may be for the purpose of sale of goods, for the purpose of providing services, or for any other purpose. But what should be a common point? You can make any contract for any purpose, but that purpose should be lawful. So that is the point we need to keep in mind. That's it. So all these points are called as essentials of valid contract. If all these points are present, then the contract is called as valid contract. The contract is called as valid contract. So what happens if any one of the essential is missing? That means the agreement is satisfying all the conditions except one or two. Then it will be called as void agreement. If all are satisfied, then it is valid contract. If any one point is missing, then it is void agreement. It is void agreement. Void agreement. So what happens when free consent is not there? When free consent is not there, then it is called as voidable contract. If there is no free consent, then it is called as voidable contract. Next one. Sir, what happens when legal formalities are not followed? So in case of optional points, then even though you are not following legal formalities, it doesn't matter. Your contract is valid. But in case of mandatory points, like cases where immovable property was involved, so what happens if you fail to follow legal formalities? Then those contracts are called as unenforceable contracts. Those contracts are called as unenforceable contracts. Sir, will those contracts becomes enforceable? Yes. When you followed all legal formalities, then unenforceable contracts will become valid contracts. Next one. And what about illegal agreements or contracts? Illegal agreements or contracts. So illegal agreements are those agreements where the object is illegal. When the object of the agreement is illegal, then that agreement will be called as illegal agreement only. Next one. And there is one more point, that is void contract. What is void contract? So this is very important point. What is void contract? So in case of void agreement, the agreement is void from the beginning. That's why it is called as void ab initio. Void ab initio. So void ab initio means void from the beginning. Yes, void agreements are void from the beginning. But in case of void contract, initially they are valid. But subsequently they are void. Sir, why initially they are valid but subsequently they become void? Say for example, I made a contract to sell my car to you. Okay. At the time of contract, the car is available. Okay. That means it is possible to perform. So that's why the contract is valid. But after contract is created, before car is delivered, now the car was completely damaged in an accident. Now it is impossible to perform the contract because the car is already damaged. If I want to give another car, then definitely I need to make another contract. What about this contract? You can't continue with this contract because the car which you want to deliver to other party is completely damaged now. Now it is impossible to perform this contract. So whenever impossibility happens, the valid contract will become void contract. So initially it is valid only because initially it is possible to perform. but subsequently it becomes impossible to perform. That's why it becomes void. So that kind of contracts are called as void contracts. Okay, so this is nothing but, this classification is nothing but types of contracts on the basis of enforceability. Next one. Next classification, types of contracts on the basis of creation. So how the contract is created? So based on that point, contracts are classified as express contracts, implied contracts, or tacit contracts. Next one, electronic contracts or e-contracts. Last one, quasi contracts. So first three contracts are created by parties. Last contract is created by law. Okay, how parties will create contract? If parties created the contract by using oral words or written words. If parties created a contract by using oral words or written words, then it is known as express contract. Then it is known as express contract. Next one. What happens if parties created the contract by using their actions, that is conduct? If any contract is created because of action, then that contract will be called as implied or tacit contract. So you can have number of examples for express contracts, because oral contracts, written contracts, all will come under express only. But what about implied contract, that is tacit contract? So how to create a contract through actions? Very simple. Now I am an auctioneer in auction sale. So one of the party made highest bid for my product. Now I want to give acceptance. So how I will give acceptance to the highest bid made by the bidder? I will knock the hammer for 3 times. So highest amount, I will say the highest amount first time, highest amount second time, highest amount third time. That means I will convey my acceptance by using hammer. So through my action, I am conveying my acceptance to the other party. So here the contract is being created because of action. That's why this kind of contract is called as implied or tacit contract. So if I created contract through my oral words, express, through my written words, express, through my actions like fall off hammer in case of auction sale, then it is implied or tacit contract. Next one. What about electronic contract? So the orders you placed in Flipkart, Amazon, Zomato, Swiggy, all this will come under electronic contracts, nothing but e-contracts. So all these contracts will be created by parties only. But there is one more contract, that is quasi contract, which is created by law. So why law will create quasi contract? What is the necessity of law to create the quasi contract? Because law is following a principle that no person can enjoy benefit out of the cost of other party. Say for example, there are two parties, party A and party B. Now party A spent certain amount, nothing but he made expense. Now out of that expense, definitely a benefit will arise. Then who need to take that benefit? Only this person who made the expense. That means the person who incurred the cost need to enjoy the benefit. That is the rule here. What happens if one person made expense but other person enjoying benefit without any authority from the first party? If first party gave the benefit to the second party, then it's okay, then it is fine. But one party is incurring cost and other party is enjoying the benefit out of that cost without permission of the first party who incurred the cost. Now what law will do? Law will create a quasi contract in between those two parties, and law will instruct B to return the benefit to the A. And law will provide a right to A, so he can file a case against B if that benefit is not restored back. Okay, now let's take an example. So A want to send 1000 rupees to B. So he want to send 1000 rupees to B. So he used the phone pay. So he entered B's number, mobile number, in order to send 1000 rupees. But one of the digit is wrong here. So what happens when you made any mistake regarding mobile number? Then this amount will get transferred to some other party who is having that mobile number. Say for example, B's mobile number is 91234 5. So this is the mobile number of B. But A entered 91234 6. Now this number belongs to C. Now this 1000 went to C's account. Okay. Now whose cost it was? A's cost. But who is enjoying benefit? C. Is it allowed by A? No. So without any authorization, C is enjoying the benefit out of the cost of A. Now law will create a quasi contract in between A and C. So as per that quasi contract, C need to return the 1000 rupees to A. If he fails to return 1000 rupees to A, what A can do? A can file a case against C in order to recover the 1000 rupees. So this kind of contract is known as quasi contract. Here parties, so they didn't create any contract here. Then who created the contract? Law created the contract. So these are the types of contracts on the basis of how they are created. So till now we completed two categories of contracts. First category of contract based on enforceability. Second category of contracts based on how they are created. And third categories of contracts based on whether they are performed or not. Say for example, A and B made a contract with each other. According to this contract, A need to pay 5 lakhs to B. B need to give his car to A. Okay, in this case, A paid 5 lakhs, B delivered car. So both parties performed their respective obligations. Now this is called as executed contract. So executed contract means completed contract. So performance of the parties is completed. That's why it is called as executed contract. Sir, what happens if A's performance is pending or B's performance is pending or both parties performance is pending? Then it is called as executory contract. If parties performance is still pending, it is called as executory contract. If all parties performance is completed, then it is called as executed contract. Next one. Now executory contract is further classified into two categories: unilateral contracts, bilateral contracts. So which contracts are called as unilateral and which contracts are called as bilateral? If only one party's performance is pending, that means other party performance is completed. One party performance is pending, then it is called as unilateral. If both parties performance is pending, then it is called as bilateral. That means if both are performed the contract, then executed contract. Next one, if anyone's performance is pending, executory contract. If only one party's performance is pending, unilateral. If both parties performance is pending, bilateral. Okay, now let's see the fast track which is available for this chapter. First one, definition. So what is the equation for contract? Agreement plus enforceability. Definition of contract: an agreement enforceable by law is known as contract. Next one, what is the equation for agreement? Promise plus consideration for both the parties. So the definition is promise and every set of promise forming consideration for each other, that is both parties. And what is meant by promise? When a person made offer to other party and other party gave acceptance, then after acceptance the offer will become promise. So that is the point given here. Next one, how to know whether an agreement is enforceable or not? It depends upon intention of parties. If parties want to enforce the agreement, enforceable. If parties don't want to enforce the agreement, unenforceable. Simple. Sir, what happens if parties' intention is not known? Then follow assumptions. But remember a point, these assumptions are not final. You can challenge these assumptions. So what are those assumptions? In case of domestic or social agreement, they are not enforceable. In case of business or commercial agreement, they are enforceable. But these are not final. You can prove those assumptions as wrong by providing sufficient evidence. Next one, all agreements are not contracts, but all contracts are agreements. Is it correct? Yes, because agreements will have both enforceable agreements and unenforceable agreement. Only enforceable agreement will become contracts. Unenforceable agreement, they can't become contract. That means all agreements are not contracts. This is correct. But all contracts are agreement. Is it correct? Yes. To become a contract, there must be agreement plus enforceability. So without agreement, there is no chance to create a contract. That means every contract should be a agreement. So all agreements may not become contract, but all contracts must be agreement. Next one. What are the essentials of valid contract? First one, there must be at least two parties, either natural persons or artificial person. There must be offer and acceptance. There must be offer and acceptance. And there must be free consent. Parties must be competent to enter into the contract. There must be lawful consideration for both parties. The purpose of the contract must be lawful. The agreement must not be declared as void, like restraint of marriage, restraint of trade, restraint of legal proceedings. Next one. Parties must have to create legal relationship. Nothing but parties must have an intention to go to the court. And in case of in few cases, not all cases, in few cases, you need to follow all legal formalities. So like in case of contracts involving immovable property, following all legal formalities like writing, stamp papers, witness signature, party signature and registration, all these things are mandatory. And the terms must be clear. And the terms must be possible to perform. So if you satisfied all these points, then it will become valid contract. So if you satisfy all the elements, then it will become valid contract. What happens if any one of the point is missing? Then it is known as void agreement. Next one. What happens if the contract is possible to perform at the time of making it, but it becomes impossible to perform subsequently? Then it is called as void contract. What happens when there is no free consent? Voidable contract. What happens if the purpose of the agreement is illegal? Illegal contract. And what about unenforceable contract? So here, following legal formalities are mandatory in your case, but you are not following those legal formalities. Nothing but you made an agreement to sell your immovable property without following the legal formalities. Then it will be called as unenforceable contract. But this contract can be enforced if you followed all legal formalities. And one more important point in case of illegal agreements. So generally, A took a loan from bank. So bank gave a loan to A. A gave that loan to B, who is a major. How many contracts are there here? Two contracts. One is in between bank and A, another one is in between A and B. Next one. Bank gave a loan to A. Bank gave a loan to A. A gave that loan to B, who is a minor. Here also two agreements are there, in between bank and A and in between A and B. So bank gave a loan to A. A gave that money to B in order to murder a person. So he is murderer. So there are three situations. Okay, let's see one by one. So what is the validity of these agreements? What is the validity of these agreements? So the agreement between bank and A is valid. In all cases, the agreement between bank and A is valid. But what about the agreement between A and B? So here A gave loan to major, so it is no problem, it is valid. It is also valid. But in second situation, A gave loan to minor, it is void. It is void. But in third case, A gave loan to B for murder purpose. So it is not only void, it is illegal also. It is illegal also. Okay, now my question is, because of validity of second agreement, so what about the validity of first agreement? Is it going to be affected? Answer is no. So the validity of each agreement is independent. That means the validity of agreement between bank and A is not dependent upon the validity of agreement between A and B. That means if this agreement is valid, if this agreement is void, if this agreement is illegal, there is no impact on other agreements. These other agreements are called as collateral agreements, nothing but connected agreements, nothing but related agreements. So if this agreement is valid, okay, it will not affect the validity of second agreement. If this agreement is void, it will not affect the validity of second agreement. If this agreement is illegal, it will not affect the validity of second agreement. Okay, this is general rule, but there is an exception. What is that exception? So here, if one agreement is illegal, automatically all other agreements will also become illegal. So this agreement will also become illegal. So this is exception. Now what is the overall provision? If main agreement is valid, second agreement may be valid, may be void. Its validity is not dependent upon the first agreement. Next, if main agreement is void, what about second agreement? It may be valid, may be void. Its validity, it does not depend upon the validity of first agreement. But if main agreement is illegal, then all its connected agreements will also become illegal. This is just like a virus. So it will not only affect the main agreement, it will affect all other agreements also, all connected agreements also. So all connected agreements will become illegal. Sir, what happens if bank does not know about the purpose of A? So without knowing about the purpose of A, bank gave the loan to A. Now what will happen? So now bank need to prove this in the court. If bank prove this in the court, then this contract will become valid. Otherwise, it will remain as illegal only. So this is the final conclusion. Next one. Based on formation. So express contract, implied or tacit contract, quasi contract, e-commerce contract. Express contract by words spoken or written. Implied or tacit both are having same meaning, that is other than word, nothing but actions, conduct. Quasi contract created by law in certain situations. E-commerce contracts made through electronic means. Based on performance. If both parties performed the contract, executed. If any parties or both parties performance is pending, executory. If only one party's performance is pending, unilateral. If both parties performance is pending, bilateral. So by this we completed the first chapter, that is nature of contract. Okay, now let's go to another chapter, that is offer and acceptance. So here first we are going to focus on definition of offer. So what is meant by offer? Okay, I will explain this definition with the help of an example. So for example, there are two parties. So one is Ram and another one is Ravi. So in this case, Ram made a communication with Ravi. So to sell his car for rupees 5 lakhs. Now my question is, can I call this communication as offer or not? Okay, so for this purpose, we need to apply the definition of offer. So what is the definition of offer? When one person, that is Ram, signifies, that is communicates. When one person signifies another, that is Ravi in the given case. When one person signifies another, so what to signify? To do or not to do something. So in this case, to sell his car for 5 lakhs. So with what intention he is communicating this information to Ravi? To get acceptance of Ravi. To get acceptance of Ravi. Then in this case, we can call this communication as offer. So once again, I am repeating. So what is the definition of offer? When one person, that is Ram, signifies, that is communicates, with another, that is Ravi, to do or not to do something, that is to sell his car for 5 lakhs, with an intention to get assent of the other party, that is acceptance of the other party, then this person is said to have making proposal. So offer is otherwise known as proposal. So other name for offer is proposal. Okay, now one more important point. The person making offer is known as offeror, or you may call him as proposer also. Offeror or proposer. The person to whom the offer is made, that person is called as offeree, or you can call him as proposee. Now say who is offerer? The person making offer. Who is offeree? The person to whom offer is made. What is offer? When one person signifies another person his willingness to do or not to do something with an intention to get assent of the other party, then he is said to make proposal. So what is the other name for offer? Proposal. What is the other name for offer or proposer? And what about offeree? Proposee. Next one. Now, to create a valid contract, mere offer is not sufficient. To create a valid contract, the offer must be a valid offer. That means if offer is valid, valid contract will get created. If offer is invalid, that means there is no valid contract. So to create a valid contract, offer must be a valid offer. Then when an offer will be called as valid offer, if it satisfies all these essentials, then offer will be called as valid offer. What happens if any one of these essentials, so it is not satisfied, then offer is invalid offer and there will be no valid contract. Okay, now let's discuss about each and every essential. First one, offer must be capable of creating legal relation. So what is the meaning of this sentence? Now I made an offer and through that offer there is a chance to create a valid contract. Now this offer is a valid offer. Now I made an offer, but through this offer there is no scope of creating valid contract. Then this is invalid offer. So how to remember this point? Very simple. Say for example, I made an offer to minor and I made an offer to major. So first one, what about the offer made to minor? Is it valid or invalid? Invalid. Why it is invalid? Because when I made offer to minor and if minor agrees for it, then an agreement will get created, but that agreement will not become a valid contract because other party is incompetent. The minor is incompetent to enter into the contract. Okay, what happens if I made offer to major? Then other party is a competent party. Therefore, there is no issue at all. So through my offer, a valid contract may get created. That means my offer is a valid offer. So if offer is capable of creating a legal contract, that is a valid contract, then that offer is valid offer. If offer is not capable of creating a valid contract, then that offer is invalid offer. So if you made offer to minor, it will not create a contract. That's why it is invalid offer. If you made an offer to major, it will create a contract. That's why this offer is a valid offer. Next one. Offer must be certain, definite, and not vague. So in simple words, the terms of offer must be clear. What happens if the terms of offer is not clear? Then that offer is invalid. Say for example, I made an offer to sell 100 tons of oil without disclosing the type of oil. Now what is the validity of this offer? Invalid, as there is no clarity. What happens if I made this offer clearly? That means if I made this offer by saying about quantity, price as well as type of oil also. Now what is the validity of this offer? Now this offer is valid. So if the terms of offer is not clear, offer is invalid. If terms of offer is clear, then offer is valid. Next one. Offer must be communicated to offeree. This is very important. So in order to create a contract, there must be offer and that offer must be accepted. Okay. When offeree need to give acceptance? When he knows about offer. What happens if he does not know about offer but still he gave acceptance? It is not a valid acceptance and no contract will get created. That means he must know about offer before giving acceptance. So in order to get knowledge, offeror need to communicate about offer to offeree. So communication is mandatory. Okay, let's take an example here. So there is a party named as A and he is having a son small a, and A is having a servant, yes. So A is master, S is servant, and small a is nothing but son of capital A. Okay, in this case, small a was missing from several days. So now capital A is searching for him, and servant is also searching for him. Now capital A made a public offer. He made a public offer. So what is that public offer? Those whoever traces the missing person, that person is entitled to get rupees 1 lakh as a reward. Okay, next one. Now, servant traced this boy. Servant traced this boy without knowing about this offer. So now, later, he want to sue Mr. A to get rupees 1 lakh as compensation. That is reward amount. Is it allowed? Can he get that 1 lakh rupees now based on this contract? No. Why? What is the reason? Because in this case, there is offer. In this case, there is offer. And servant gave acceptance by tracing the missing person. But the problem here is he does not know about the offer. So at the time of tracing the person, he does not know about the offer. That means he gave acceptance in ignorance of offer. When any person gave acceptance in ignorance of offer, that acceptance is not a valid acceptance. That means there will be no valid contract. Okay, then what is required here? Knowledge of offer is required here. So how to get knowledge of offer? So it must be communicated to offeree. Then only he will get knowledge of offer. Without communication, it is not possible to get the knowledge. Next. Next one. Offer must be made with a view to obtain the assent of other party. Yes. Now I just communicated my personal problems with my friend. Will it become offer? No, it is not an offer. It is not an offer. Say for example, I want to start a business. The same is communicated to my friend. I'm just sharing the things with my friend. Will it become offer? No. Because I'm not expecting any acceptance from my friend. So what happens when I ask like him, like this? So I want to do business. So will you join with me? Like this I asked. Now what will happen? Now it will become offer. And what is the reason behind that? The reason is here now I am expecting acceptance from the other party. So when I communicate any information to the other party without expecting any acceptance from that other party, then it is not a valid offer. If I made any communication with party by expecting some acceptance, then it will become a valid offer. Next one. Offer may be conditional. So if you want to make an offer, you can make that offer along with conditions or without conditions. So if you made offer conditionally, then it is called as conditional offer. If you made offer without any conditions, then it is absolute offer. And what is the validity of these offers? Both are valid. Conditional offer is valid. Absolute offer is also valid. Both are valid. Next one. It should not contain a term that non-compliance of which would amount to acceptance. Okay, let's take an example here. A made an offer to B. A made an offer to B and gave him a time period of 10 days to give acceptance. And now A want to put a condition. Is it allowed? Is it allowed to put a condition in offer? Yes, because conditional offer is also a valid offer. So now his condition is like this. So if B fails to give his reply within 10 days, then A will assume that B has accepted this offer. So like this he put a condition. So now say, what is the validity of this offer? Is it valid or invalid? Invalid. Sir, you already said conditional offer is valid. Yes, conditional offer is valid, but you can't put such type of conditions which will put burden of acceptance on offeree. So here your condition is putting burden of acceptance on B. Now he must give his reply within 10 days. Otherwise what will happen? His silence or his failure will be treated as acceptance, which is nothing but a burden to him. So that's why this offer is invalid. So offer with conditions is valid, but offer with some conditions which will create burden of acceptance on offeree. So they are not valid. Next one. Offer may be either specific or general. So what is meant by specific offer? Offer to particular person or offer to particular group of persons. Then it is called a specific offer. If offer is made to entire public, then it will be called as general offer. So in case of specific offer, offer will be made to some specific persons, particular persons. In case of general offer, offer will be made to any person, that is entire public. So who will be offering in case of specific offer? That other particular person. Who will be offering in case of general offer? Entire public will be called as offeree. Next one. Offer may be express or implied. So how to communicate offer? You can communicate offer either in express form or in implied form. So express form means either in written form or in oral form. Impliedly means so through actions. So you can communicate your offer either through express words or through implied actions. Next one. Offer is different from invitation to offer. So actually in invitation to offer also there is a word called as offer, but actually it is not an offer. So offer must be different from invitation to offer. Both are not same. Next one. Then what is invitation to offer? Let's take an example here. There is a soap company. So that soap company made an advertisement in TV regarding their soaps. Okay. Now I saw the advertisement and I was very much attracted towards that soap and I want to buy that soap. So I went to a store in order to buy the soap. And the store person sold that soap to me. Now in this entire case, is there any contract? Yes, there is contract. Then what about offer and what about acceptance? So who made offer and who made acceptance? So here I made offer to buy the soap with store person. So I made an offer to store person to buy the soap and the store person gave me acceptance by giving that soap. Okay, here there is offer and acceptance. That means I made a contract with store person. But remember a point. So why I went to that store and asked for that soap? Because I was attracted. So who attracted me? Company attracted me. How company is attracting public? Through advertisement. Now this advertisement will be called as invitation to offer. This is called as invitation to offer. And the reason is, so anything made to attract offers is called as invitation to offer. Now this advertisement is made to attract offers from the public. That's why this advertisement will be called as invitation to offer. Now I attracted and I made an offer with the store person and he gave acceptance, and by this a contract will get created. Next one. Then what is the difference between offer and invitation to offer? Invitation to offer and offer. What is the difference between invitation to offer and offer? So first of all, what is the flow of transactions? First, invitation to offer. Because of invitation to offer, I will make offer, and because of offer, other party will give acceptance. Here also, first invitation to offer, thereafter offer, and finally acceptance. That means when invitation to offer will come? Before offer. When offer will come? After invitation to offer. So that is the difference we need to write. Next one. What happens when anyone responds to invitation to offer? If anyone responds to invitation to offer, then offer will get created, not contract. What happens when anyone responds to offer? When anyone responds to offer, then it is nothing but acceptance. Now a contract will get created. So if any person responds to invitation to offer, an offer will get created. If any person responds to offer, a contract will get created. Next. Now let's see some more examples with respect to invitation to offer. First one, prospectus. Now there is a company. So it is having fund requirement. Now it want to raise funds by issuing shares to public. That means this company went to initial public offering, IPO. Okay, before going into IPO, this company need to attract public. Then how company will attract public? By issuing a document called as prospectus. So it will issue a document called as prospectus. So in this prospectus, each and every particular about the company will be there. Now any person who want to buy the shares of this company can read that prospectus and he can make decision. Okay. In this case, some people decided to buy the shares of this company. Now what they will do? They will make an application to the company. They will make an application to the company to get shares, and now company will make allotment. So company will make allotment. So in this entire situation, there is a contract between company and these persons. Now in this contract, where is offer? The application made by the persons in order to buy the shares is nothing but called as offer. And what about acceptance? The company allotted shares to these people. So that's why that allotment will be called as acceptance. So what made these persons to make offer to the company? Prospectus. So prospectus attracted these people to make an offer to the company. That means this prospectus will now be called as invitation to offer. So here invitation to offer is nothing but prospectus. Now after reading prospectus, these people are very much interested in investing in the company. That's why they made an application for shares, and finally company allotted shares to them. So invitation to offer, offer acceptance. Next one, display of goods in shop windows. So this is a shop and these are shop windows and certain goods are displayed here. So what is the purpose of displaying these goods here? To attract public to make an offer to buy these articles. Okay, now what public will do? So they will approach a storekeeper and they will ask for, could you pack these goods? And definitely they will say, yes, sure ma'am. So here, is there any contract? Yes, there is contract between customer and this storekeeper. And what about offer? What is offer? So customer approached counter and she asked, could you pack these goods? This is nothing but offer. And what about acceptance? Yes, sure ma'am, this is nothing but acceptance. Now, there is a contract between these two persons. But what made this customer to make this offer? So, display of goods in shop window. That's why display of goods in shop window will amount to invitation to offer. Next one, auction sale. Now, this person is having certain goods and those goods are unique in nature. That means there is huge demand in the public. Now, he want to sell that goods in auction sale. Now, what he will do? So, first he will make an advertisement regarding auction sale, about the particulars of auction. So, where it will be conducted, when it will be conducted, by what time it will be conducted, and what goods are going to be sold in this auction sale, and what rules we need to follow. All these things will be advertised by this person, and this is nothing but advertisement for auction sale. Okay, later, based on this advertisement, some people will get attracted. Now they want to participate in the bidding. Now they are bidding. Okay, now what this auctioneer will do? The person who is conducting auction sale will be called as auctioneer, and the person making bids are called as bidders. So these people are called as bidders, and this person is called as auctioneer. Okay, now auctioneer will take highest bid. So those who make highest bid, so auctioneer will accept that bid and he will sell the goods to that person. Okay. In this entire scenario, is there any contract between auctioneer and bidder, highest bidder? Yes. Then what about offers? Bid made by each bidder is an offer. So this is an offer, this is an offer, this is an offer, and this is an offer, this is an offer. So each and every bid will be called as an offer. Now this offer is made to auctioneer. Now auctioneer need to select one offer from all these offers. So which offer he will select? So which offer is providing higher amount? So that offer will be accepted by the auctioneer. So in this case, the bid made by the highest bidder will be accepted by auctioneer. Okay, how he will convey his acceptance? through fall of hammer. First time, second time, third time, like that, through fall of hammer, he will communicate acceptance. Okay, in this entire situation, is there any contract? Yes, there is contract between auctioneer and highest bidder. And who made offer? All bidders made offer, but only highest bidder offer is accepted. Remaining bidders offers are rejected. Okay, how auctioneer communicated his acceptance here? Impliedly, that is by fall of hammer. Okay, what made these bidders to bid in the auction sale? This advertisement. That's why this advertisement will be called as invitation to offer. So the advertisement will be called as invitation to offer. Next one, quotation of price. So for example, this person want to buy a car. Now he is making an inquiry with this girl. So I want to purchase a car. What is the price of your car? And she said 30 lakhs. She said 30 lakhs. That means they are not making any offer here. They are not making any acceptance here. They are just negotiating with each other regarding price. So this is not an offer. Then what is it? It is invitation to offer. So because of these negotiations, this person may get interested in buying the product for 30 lakhs. So he will make an offer to buy the car for 30 lakhs and this person will give acceptance. Now who made this person to make an offer? This girl, by negotiating with this person. Nothing but the discussions which are going on in between this person and second person are nothing but called as invitation to offers. So they are not offers, they are called as invitation to offers. So based on this invitation to offer, this person will finally make an offer and this person will give acceptance. Next one. What is the difference between offer and invitation to offer? So meaning. So what is the meaning of offer? So when one party signifies another party about his willingness to do or not to do something with an intention to get assent of other party, then that party is said to have make proposal. Okay, this is the definition of offer. Then what about invitation to offer? It is nothing but expressing certain terms to negotiate. They are not final terms. They are under negotiations. All negotiations will be called as invitation to offer. Then what is the intention of parties here? So the intention of offeror is to become bound by it as soon as it is accepted. Then what about invitation to offer? The intention of person who is making invitation to offer is to bound by it after doing some other activities. So some other activities means, say for example, A is making offer to B. Now what is the intention of B? A want to bound to the agreement after B's acceptance. That's it. A invites B to make an offer. Now B made an offer. Now what is the intention of the person who makes invitation to offer? His intention is to do some other act before becoming bound to the agreement. So what to do here? So here, after making invitation to offer, this person will make an offer. So by offer, A is not bound to the contract. Now A need to do something. What is that something? A need to give acceptance. A need to give acceptance. When A give acceptance, then he will become bound to the contract. So in case of offeror, that is the person making offer, he will become bound to it as soon as other party accepts it. But in case of invitation to offer, he will bound by it, but only after doing some activities called as giving acceptance. Next, sequence. Invitation to offer will come first and offer will follows invitation to offer. Nature. It is definite. It is clear. It is about circulation, nothing but negotiation. The terms are not yet clear. Willingness. Here it is final willingness, but here it is in still negotiation stage. Result of acceptance. If you accepted offer, a contract will get created. But if you accepted invitation to offer, a contract will not get created, but an offer will be created. Next one. Types of offers. General or public offer, specific or special offer, counter offer, cross offers, standing or open or continuing offer. So what is the meaning of general or public offer? Offer which is made to entire public is known as general or public offer. So then who can give acceptance? Anyone can give acceptance. Anyone can give acceptance and they can make a contract. Then what about specific or special offer? Offer which is made to a particular person or particular group of persons is known as specific or special offer. Then who can give acceptance? Only that particular person or persons. That person need to give acceptance, not anybody else. Counter offer. What is meant by counter offer? Say for example, A made an offer to sell his car at the rate of 5 lakhs to B. Now B gave a reply like this. Okay, I will buy your car. I will buy your car, but not for 5 lakhs, only for 4 lakhs. So in this case, A made offer and B made counter offer. So A made offer and B made counter offer. When B made counter offer, then automatically A's offer will get rejected. Now who is offerer? B is offerer, not A. Now B is offerer. And who is offeree? A is offeree. So when I made any offer and other party in counter makes another offer, then my offer will get terminated and his offer will become a counter offer. Next one, cross offers. So what do you mean by cross offers? So for example, A and B. So they made offers with each other and the two similar offers. Say for example, A is having a bike. Now he want to sell that bike at the rate of 1 lakh to B. And B want to buy the bike of A at the rate of 1 lakh. That means both are similar offers. When both parties are exchanging similar offers without knowing to each other, that means A does not know that B is making an offer. B does not know that A is making an offer. So without knowing about each other offer, both parties exchanged two similar offers. Then those similar offers are called as cross offers. Now, will there be any contract because of similar offers? No. Because to create contract, offer is not sufficient. In addition to offer, there must be acceptance also. Then only it will become contract. So just because of similar offers, it will not become a contract. Now either B or A need to give his acceptance. Then only that cross offer will result into a contract. And finally, standing or open or continuing offer. So what is the meaning of this point? Now A made an offer to B. A made an offer to B and he opened this offer for 1 year. That means now in this 1 year time, B can give acceptance at any time and at n number of times, at any time and for n number of times. So that means during this 1 year, he can give acceptance after 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, after 10 months, after 11 months. So he can give acceptance at any time during 1 year. At the same time, he can give multiple acceptance. Say for example, after first month he gave acceptance, first contract. After second month he made another acceptance, second contract. So like this, he can create n number of contracts by giving n number of acceptance during this 1 year tenure. So any offer which is made like this is called as standing offer or open offer or continuing offer. That means it will remain open for a period of time, certain period of time. It may be for 1 year or 2 year or 3 year or 3 months, 6 months, like that. So next one, definition of acceptance. So what is the definition of acceptance? Say for example, Ram made an offer to Ravi. So what is that offer? He made an offer to sell his car. To sell his car at the rate of 5 lakhs. So in this case, Ravi said okay. Now my question is, will this amount to acceptance of proposal? So in order to know about it, we need to check the definition of acceptance. So what is the definition of acceptance here? The person to whom the offer is communicated. The person to whom the offer is communicated, that is Ravi. Signifies, that means communicates. His assent thereto, nothing but agreedness. Then the offer is said to be accepted. That means by applying this definition, we can know that this offer is accepted. So once again, I am repeating the definition. The person to whom the offer is made, that is Ravi. signifies, that is communicates, his assent thereto, that is agreedness, then the proposal is said to be accepted. So this is the definition of acceptance. Next one. Essentials of valid acceptance. So in order to make acceptance as valid acceptance, all these conditions need to be satisfied. All these conditions need to be satisfied. Even one condition is failed, then the acceptance is not a valid acceptance. It will become invalid acceptance. Okay, now let's check each and every condition. First one, who can give acceptance? So who can give acceptance? So Ram made an offer to entire public, nothing but general offer. Ram made offer to Ravi, nothing but specific offer. If offer is made to entire public, it is called as general offer. If offer is made to a particular person, then it is called as particular offer, nothing but specific offer. Then who can give acceptance in general offer? Anyone can give acceptance. Anyone can give acceptance. And what about specific offer? Only the particular person to whom the offer is made. That is, in this case, Ravi. Only Ravi can give acceptance. So, in case of general offer, any person can give acceptance. In case of specific offer, only that particular person can give acceptance. So, that is the meaning of first point. Next one. Acceptance must be communicated. Yes, it is very much essential, because if Ram want to make an offer to Ravi, he need to communicate that offer to Ravi. If Ravi want to give acceptance to Ram, then he need to communicate that acceptance to Ram. So communication is mandatory. Without communication, there is no offer, no acceptance. Next one. What is the time limit for communicating acceptance? That means within what time offeree need to communicate his acceptance. Say for example, Ram made an offer to Ravi to sell his car at the rate of 5 lakhs, and while making that offer, he made a condition also. Is it allowed to put conditions in offer? Yes, allowed, because offer may be absolute or conditional. Absolute offer means offer without conditions. Next, conditional offer means offer with conditions. And what is the validity of offer? So whether it is absolute offer or conditional offer, it is valid only. So that means offeror can put conditions while making an offer. So what are the condition he made? Means Ravi need to communicate his acceptance within 10 days. Otherwise, so he will not take the acceptance and no contract will get created. So like this, he put a condition. Sir, conditional offer is allowed, but he is putting burden of acceptance on offeree. No, this is not burden of acceptance. So putting time limit and asking other party to give reply within that time limit is not a burden of acceptance. But if you put time limit and if you compel other party to give reply within that time limit, and you made one more condition that if other party fails to give reply within the time limit, you will assume that failure as acceptance. So if you put a condition like that, then it will become burden of acceptance on offeree. So here there is no such condition. Here there is only time limit. So this is not burden of acceptance. This is allowed. Okay. Now what is the time limit available to Ravi to give acceptance? 10 days. What happens if Ravi communicates his acceptance before 10 days? Then it is valid acceptance. What happens if Ravi communicates his acceptance after 10 days? Then it is invalid acceptance. So if he communicates within time limit, then it is valid. If he communicates after time limit, then it is void, invalid. Next one. What happens if Ravi has not prescribed any time limit here? Sorry, Ram has not prescribed any time limit here. Then Ravi need to give acceptance within reasonable time. So he need to give acceptance within reasonable time. So what is reasonable time? It depends upon situation to situation. It will change from situation to situation. Okay, now what is the final conclusion? If Ram fixes time limit, then within fixed time limit, Ravi need to give acceptance. If Ram has not fixed time limit, then within reasonable time limit, Ravi need to give acceptance. If Ravi gave acceptance within time limit, then it is valid. If Ravi gave acceptance after time limit, then it is invalid. Similarly, we can discuss about one more point here. So Ram made an offer to Ravi. Ram made an offer to Ravi to sell his car for 5 lakhs, and he put a condition like this. So he put a mode of communication condition. If Ravi want to give acceptance, so he need to give through telephone like this. He made a condition. So Ram made a condition on Ravi to communicate his acceptance through telephone. Okay, now in which mode Ravi need to communicate his acceptance? Telephone only. He can't use any other mode to communicate the acceptance. What happens if Ram insists Ravi to communicate through email? Then Ravi need to communicate through email. What happens when Ram put a condition on Ravi to communicate directly? Then Ravi need to communicate directly. So whatever the mode prescribed by the offeror, offeree need to follow the same. Offeree has to give acceptance in the mode which is prescribed by the offeror. Okay, what happens if Ram has not fixed any mode of communication of acceptance? Then Ravi can communicate in any reasonable mode. He can communicate through any reasonable mode. It may be telephone, email, or direct communication, or through post. He can use any reasonable mode. Okay, now the question is, what happens if Ravi follows the fixed mode or reasonable mode? Then the acceptance is valid acceptance. What happens if Ravi fails to follow the mode which was fixed or reasonable mode? Then that acceptance is deviated acceptance. It is not invalid acceptance, it is deviated acceptance. So if Ravi follows the prescribed mode or reasonable mode, valid acceptance. If Ravi has not followed the prescribed mode or reasonable mode, then it will be called as deviated acceptance. Okay. Now what is the validity of deviated acceptance? If deviated acceptance is rejected by the Ram, then the deviated acceptance will become invalid. If Ram agrees this deviated acceptance, that means even though Ravi is communicating through some other mode, Ram has no objection in it. Ram said okay, no problem. Then what will happen? Then deviated acceptance will become valid acceptance. It will become valid acceptance. Okay, once again I'm concluding here. So when offeror fixes mode of communication, then offeree must follow that mode only. If offeror has not fixed mode of communication, then offeree can follow any reasonable mode. Okay. If offeree follows fixed mode or reasonable mode, as the case may be, then it is valid acceptance. If offeree does not follow fixed or reasonable mode, then it will be called as deviated acceptance, and its validity is dependent upon Ram's acceptance. If Ram has no objection in it, then it will become valid acceptance even though it is deviated. If Ram has objection in it, then it will become invalid acceptance. Next one. Acceptance must be absolute and unqualified. So what is meant by absolute acceptance? Absolute acceptance means without any conditions. Unqualified acceptance without any modification. That means A made an offer to B. A made an offer to B along with some terms. Now B need to give the acceptance for the entire terms. He can't modify it. He can't add extra conditions in it. What happens if he modifies it? Then acceptance is not a valid acceptance. What happens if he puts extra conditions? Then acceptance is not a valid acceptance. Then it will become a counter offer. When offeree, that is B in the given example, made any modification in the terms or he put any extra condition, then such modification or such condition will make that acceptance as invalid acceptance, and that invalid acceptance will be treated as counter offer. Now this will become a counter offer from B. Next one. What about silence? So just keeping silent is not a valid mode of communication of acceptance. So you need to communicate either expressly or impliedly. Communication is mandatory. So without communicating any information to the offerer, just keeping silent, it does not amount to acceptance. Next one. Implied acceptance. I said you can communicate either expressly or impliedly. So expressly means communication through words, either written or spoken. Impliedly means communication through actions. The acceptance can be either express or implied. Next concept, communication of offer and acceptance through post. So first of all, there are two parties. There are two parties and both are at same place. Both are at same place. Now this party made an offer and this party gave an acceptance. Now my question is, when communication of offer will get completed? Answer is immediately. When communication of acceptance will get completed? Answer is immediately. And the reason is both are at same place. So both parties are at same place. That's why communication of offer and communication of acceptance will get complete instantly. Next one. Now parties are at two different places. Now they want to communicate offer and acceptance. So they used instant communication channels like mobile, email, fax, like that. Now when communication of offer will get complete? Immediately. When communication of acceptance will get complete? Immediately. That means when parties are at same place or when parties are at two different places and using instant communication channels, the result will be same. So communication of offer will get complete immediately and communication of acceptance will get complete immediately. Now the point here is the two parties are at two different places and first person is communicating his offer through post, nothing but offer letter, and second party is communicating his acceptance through post, nothing but acceptance letter. Now the question is, when communication of offer will get complete and when communication of acceptance will get complete. So this is very important. Let's take an example. First party, second party. So first party sent offer letter to second party and the date of sending offer letter is 1st March and second party received the offer letter on 5th March. 5th March. Now the question is, when communication of offer will get complete? So communication of offer will get complete by 5th March. In first case, the communication of offer will get complete by 5th March. That is as and when he receives offer letter. Okay. Now one more point. So first party sent offer letter on 1st March and it was received by second party on 5th March. Now second party opened that letter on 7th March. Actually, he received the letter on 5th March itself. But what he did, he opened the letter on 7th March. Now, when communication of offer will get complete, is it 5th March or 7th March? The answer is 7th March. The answer is 7th March. So, here, getting knowledge about offer is very important. If second party got the knowledge of offer, then the communication of offer is said to be complete. Okay, when he will get knowledge, when he opened the letter, then only he will get the knowledge. So in these two dates, when he got the knowledge of offer on 7th March, that's why we need to take 7th March. Sir, in first condition, you said it is 5th March. Yes, because so nothing is given about date of opening the letter. We need to take an assumption that the letter was opened as and when it was received. That means here the date of opening letter is not mentioned in the first case. Only 5th March is given there. Now what assumption we need to take? We need to take an assumption that this person opened the letter on the date as and when it was received. That is 5th March. That's why we had taken 5th March as date of communication. So finally, what is the answer for this question? When communication of offer will get complete? When it comes to the knowledge of offeree. when it comes to the knowledge of offeree. If in the question only 5th March is given, then you can assume he opened the letter on 5th March itself. So answer is 5th March. If in the question 5th March as well as 7th March is given, nothing but on 5th March he received the letter, on 7th March he opened the letter, then you need to take 7th March. Okay. Next one. First party, second party. So first party made an offer letter to second party and second party received that offer letter. Now, in reply to this offer letter, second party sent acceptance letter. So he sent the acceptance letter on 8th March. He sent the acceptance letter on 8th March, and which reaches first party by 12th March. 12th March. Now the question is, when communication of acceptance will get complete. So here communication of acceptance will get complete for offeror at 8th March. For offeree at 12th March. That is, for offeror, the answer is 8th March. 8th March. For offeree, the answer is 12th March. In previous case, for both parties, communication of offer will get complete at same point of time. That's why we had not discussed about offeror point of view, offeree point of view. But in this case, in this example, so in case of acceptance, so it will get completed for offeror at one point of time, for offeree at another point of time. Then what is that point of time for offeror? 8th March, the date at which acceptance letter is posted. What about offeree? 12th March, the date at which acceptance letter is received. Okay. Now the point is, in this case, actually this person prepared acceptance letter on 8th March. Now he handed over that acceptance letter on 8th March to his agent, but agent actually posted that letter on 9th March. So actually offer gave a letter, that is acceptance letter, to his agent on 8th March itself to post it to offeror, but agent sent the letter on 9th March. Now which date we need to take here for communication of acceptance for offeror point of view? Is it 8th March or 9th March? We need to take 9th March here. So 9th March. That means if you posted directly on 8th March, the answer is 8th March. If you gave that letter to servant or agent on one date and he posted that letter on another date, we need to take that another date when the letter was actually posted. So here the letter was actually posted on 9th March. That's why we need to take 9th March here. So when communication of acceptance will get complete for offeror? When letter of acceptance is put in course of transmission. When letter of acceptance is put in course of transmission and this person, that is offeree, has no control over it to withdraw. But in this case, on 8th March, he gave that letter to his agent to post it to the offerer. But actually, he posted the letter on 9th March. That means till 9th March, offeree has having authority over agent. So he can at any time withdraw the letter. That's why it cannot be considered as communication of acceptance. So on 9th March, so agent is sending the letter actually. So that's why on 9th March, it is out of the control of offeree to withdraw the letter. That's why we need to take 9th March as date of communication. Okay, now say when communication of acceptance will get complete for offeror. For offeror, when letter of acceptance is put in course of transmission, so as to be the power of out of the power of offeree to withdraw the same. Next one. What about communication of acceptance for offeree? When it comes to the knowledge of offeror. Now, let's make a conclusion here. First, communication of offer. Next, communication of acceptance. First one, offeror view. Second one, offeree's view. Offeree's view. Okay. So when communication of offer will get complete, it is same for both offerer and offeree. When offeree got knowledge. When offeree got knowledge, communication of offer will get complete for both offeror as well as offeree. But in case of communication of acceptance, it will be different. It will be different. So in case of communication of acceptance, when communication of acceptance will get complete as per offerer? When offeree puts letter of acceptance in transmission. When offeree puts letter of acceptance in transmission, and it should be out of his control to withdraw it. It should be out of his control to withdraw it. Next, what about offeree? So for offeree, when communication of acceptance will get complete? For offeree, communication of acceptance will get complete when offerer got knowledge. When offerer got knowledge, then communication of acceptance will get complete as per offeree. Okay, let's make final example. A made an offer to B through letter. This letter was sent on 1st March and this letter was received by B on 3rd March. Next, B sent acceptance letter to A. This letter was sent on 5th March and this letter was received by A on 7th March. Now, when communication of offer will get complete? So, communication of offer will get complete for both parties on 3rd March. That's it. When communication of acceptance will get complete? Communication of acceptance will get complete for A on 5th March, for B on 7th March. So, that is the final conclusion. Next one. Next one, revocation of offer and revocation of acceptance. What is meant by revocation of offer and revocation of acceptance? Nothing but taking back. Say for example, A made an offer to B. A made an offer to B and now he want to take the offer back. This is called as revocation of offer. This is called as revocation of offer. Next one, B made an acceptance to A. B made an acceptance to A. Now he want to take back his acceptance. This is nothing but called as revocation of acceptance. Revocation of acceptance. Okay. Now, while communicating through post, what is the time limit for making revocation of offer and what is the time limit for making revocation of acceptance? Because in order to revoke either offer or acceptance, it is only possible before contract. Because once contract is created, no one is allowed to make a backstep. If contract is created, offeror cannot revoke his offer. If contract is created, offeree cannot revoke his acceptance. So, if they want to revoke offer or acceptance, it must be done before creation of contract. Then when contract will get created? So, when acceptance is given, contract will get automatically created. So, if A made an offer to B and B communicated his acceptance through letter, and B sent this letter on 3rd of the month and A received this letter on 5th of the month. Okay. Now in this case, when communication of acceptance will get complete for A on 3rd March, that means for A, the contract will get created on 3rd March. And what about B? So for B, the communication of acceptance will get complete by 5th. That means for him, the contract will get created by 5th of the month. Now the point is, now A want to revoke the offer which is made to B. So what is the time limit? He need to revoke the offer before 3rd March. Before 3rd March. Because for him the contract is getting created on 3rd March. That's why if he want to revoke the offer, he need to revoke the offer before 3rd March. That is before acceptance letter is posted by the offeree. Next one. What happens if B wants to revoke the acceptance? If B want to revoke the acceptance, then he must revoke the acceptance before 5th of the March. Because for B, the contract is getting created on 5th of the March. That's why if he want to revoke the acceptance, he need to revoke within 5th March. Now the point is, acceptance letter is posted on 3rd of the month and it reaches A by 5th. Now he sent revocation of acceptance letter. On 4th of the month, which reaches 6th of the month. Now say, which one reached first here? Acceptance letter. That's why acceptance is valid. What happens if he sent revocation on 4th and that letter reaches A on 4th itself? Then revocation is valid. That means contract is not created because he revoked the acceptance before 5th only. So that is on 4th. That's why revocation is valid. No contract will get created. Now the point is, what happens if both letters reach together? Now which one is valid? Is it acceptance or revocation? So in this case, we need to check which letter was opened first. The letter which was opened first is valid. That means if A opens acceptance letter first, then acceptance is valid. If A opens revocation of acceptance letter first, then revocation is valid. So which letter is opened first, that letter will become valid. But in exams, you will be provided like this. Acceptance is communicated through normal post. Revocation of acceptance is communicated through telegram. And both post and telegram reaches at same point of time, same time. Now which one is valid? Generally, as a human being, so everyone will try to open telegram first. It is a human tendency because post is a normal thing. Telegram is some extraordinary thing. So any person want to open telegram first. That's why if telegram contains revocation, then revocation is valid. If telegram contains acceptance is valid because telegram will be opened first. So whatever the content in telegram, that content is valid. If acceptance is there in telegram is valid. If revocation is there in telegram, then revocation is valid. Now what is the final conclusion? So what is the time limit? For revocation of offer before acceptance letter is posted? What is the time limit for revocation of acceptance? Before acceptance letter is received. What happens when both letters reach together? Then the content which was there in telegram is valid. Last concept of this chapter, that is modes of revocation of offer. In simple words, you can call it as modes of termination of offer. So offer can be terminated in various modes. So some of those modes are provided here. The first one, notice of revocation. That means A made an offer to B. Now before contract is created, A revokes his offer by giving a notice to B. Now what will happen to offer? The offer will get terminated. Next one, lapse of time. A made an offer to B and he said to give acceptance within 10 days. But B gave acceptance after 10 days. That means this time period is expired now. When the time period is expired, offer will get terminated. Next one, non-fulfillment of conditions precedent to acceptance. That means A made an offer to B and before giving acceptance, B need to do some activities. Before giving acceptance. Now B fails to do such activities. Now he can't give acceptance. And what will happen to the offer which is already made to him? That offer will get terminated. The first one, offer is made by offerer and before contract is created, he revoked the offer. So he made the offer, he revoked the offer through notice of revocation. That's why this offer is terminated. Next, offerer made offer and he put some time limit. Now the time limit is expired but no reply was given here. So that's why the offer will get terminated. Now offerer made offer and he put some conditions on offeree to fulfill them before he gave acceptance. Now offeree fails to fulfill those conditions. Now he can't give acceptance. Now what will happen to offer which is already made? it will get terminated. Next one, death or insanity. Insanity means unsoundness. So death or insanity of proposer. Say for example, A made an offer to B. A made an offer to B. After making that offer, A was expired or A become unsound mind person. Now what will happen to this offer? If this fact about his expiry or unsoundness is known to B before giving acceptance, then offer will get terminated. What happens if B knows about this fact after he gave acceptance? Then the contract is valid, and instead of A, A's legal heads need to perform the contract. So when offer will get terminated? So offer will get terminated when B knows about the fact before giving acceptance. That means he must know about the death of offerer, or he must know about the unsoundness of offerer, that too before he gave acceptance. Then only offer will get terminated. If he knows about the fact after giving acceptance, then acceptance will not be terminated, contract will get created and it will be performed by legal heads of A instead of A. Next one, counter offer. So offeror made offer to offeree with some terms. Now offeree modified such terms, or offeree put some extra terms. Now this is not valid acceptance. This will become counter offer. When offeree made counter offer, what will happen to original offer? It will get terminated. The original offer will get terminated. Next one, non-acceptance of offer according to prescribed or usual mode. So that means offeror made an offer to offeree and he said offeree to communicate his acceptance through telephone only, but he communicated his acceptance through post. Now this is called deviated acceptance, and offeror objected. That means he rejected this deviated acceptance. Now acceptance will become invalid, and what will happen to this offer? The offer will get terminated because of this reason. Next one, subsequent illegality. So what is meant by subsequent illegality? Say for example, A made an offer to supply certain alcohol products to B. At the time of making of that offer, there is no ban on such alcohol products. But before offer is accepted, now government bans the sale of such alcohol products. Now this offer becomes illegal to perform. That's why now this offer is terminated. So at the time of making of offer, it is legal only. But before acceptance, it become illegal. Now what will happen to offer? Offer will get terminated because of subsequent illegality. Next one, subsequent destruction of subject matter. Say for example, A made an offer to B to sell his car, and before acceptance, the car was destroyed. Now the subject matter of this agreement is car. Now this car was destroyed. At the time of making of offer, it is okay, it is in fine condition. But after making offer, before giving acceptance, the car was destroyed. Nothing but subsequent destruction of subject matter. Now what will happen to the offer made by the offeror? It will get terminated. And so death or insanity of offeree. So if offeree expires or if offeree becomes unsound, then what will happen to offer? Say for example, A made an offer to B. After offer is made, before acceptance, B was expired, or B becomes unsound person before acceptance. Now what will happen to offer? Offer will get terminated. Offer will be terminated. What happens if he becomes unsound, or what happens if he is expired after giving acceptance? If anything is happened to B after giving acceptance, then offer will not get terminated. A valid contract will get created, and instead of B, B's legal heirs will perform the contract. But if the same is happened before B's acceptance, then offer will get terminated. Next one, rejection of offer. So A made an offer to B and B rejected it. That's it. Offer will get terminated. So these are all the cases where offer will get terminated. So by this we completed this chapter. So I will make just a quick revision. First one. So what is the definition of offer? Definition of offer: when one person, that is offeror, signifies, that is communicates, another, that is offeree. So offeror need to communicate with offeree. What he need to communicate? His willingness to do or not to do something. So what should be the intention? With a view to obtaining the assent of that other, that is acceptance of that other. Then he is said to make a proposal. Next one, essentials. So if offer is capable of creating a legal contract, then it is valid. If offer is not capable of creating a legal contract, it is invalid. Next one, if terms of offer are clear, valid. If terms of offer are not clear, invalid. If offer is communicated to offeree, valid. If offer is not communicated to offeree, invalid. If offer is made with an intention to get acceptance of the other party, valid. If there is no such intention, invalid. If offer is made with conditions, valid. Without conditions, valid only. If offer creates burden of acceptance on offeree, invalid. If there is no such burden of acceptance, valid. If offer is specific, valid. If offer is general, valid. Specific offer means offer made to particular person. General offer means offer made to entire public. If offer is express, valid. If offer is implied, valid. Express offer means offer made through words either written or spoken. Implied offer means offer made through actions. Both are valid. And offer and invitation to offer, both must be different. Next, what is the difference between invitation to offer and offer? So offer is made to get acceptance, whereas invitation to offer is made to get offers. If you respond to offer, a contract will get created. If you respond to invitation to offer, an offer will get created but not contract. Then what are the examples for it? So for the purpose of raising money, a company went for public issue of shares. So for this purpose, they initially issued prospectus. Based on this prospectus, some interested persons made application to the company and company made allotment of shares. So in this case, issuing prospectus is invitation to offer, making application is offer, and getting allotment is nothing but acceptance. Next one, display of goods in shop window. So displaying goods in shop window is invitation to offer, and asking shopkeeper to pack the goods is nothing but offer, and giving the goods by shopkeeper will be called as acceptance. What about auction sale? Advertising for auction sale is invitation to offer, and making bids in auction sale is multiple offers, and giving acceptance by fall of hammer to highest bidder is acceptance. And what about queries regarding price? If you made any query, it is nothing but a part of negotiation, so it is invitation to offer. After negotiations, you will make final offer and other party will give final acceptance. Next one, types of offer. General or public offer, made to public. Specific offer or special offer, made to particular person. Counter offer, I made offer to another person, but another person made some modifications. Counter offer, I made offer to another person, but another person put some extra conditions. It is also counter offer. It is not valid acceptance. It will become counter offer. Then what about cross offers? When two parties exchanges identical offers without knowing about each other's offer, then it is known as cross offer. Next, standing or open or continuing offer. Offer which is open for certain period is known as standing or open or continuing offer. Now, offeree can give acceptance at any time during that period and at any number of times. So whenever he gave acceptance within the time limit, then a separate contract will get created. If he gave acceptance for n number of times, then n number of contracts will get created. Next one, what is meant by acceptance? So the person to whom the offer is made, that is offeree, signifies, that is communicates his assent thereto, that is agreedness, then the proposal is said to be accepted. And what are the legal rules regarding valid acceptance? Who can give acceptance? In case of general offer, anyone. In case of specific offer, particular person. And what about communication? Yes, communication is mandatory. If it is communicated, then it is valid, otherwise invalid. That means silence does not amount to acceptance because you need to communicate the acceptance. Next, what about time limit? If offeror fixes time limit, fix a time. If offeror has not fixed time limit, reasonable time. And what about mode of communication? If offeror fixes the mode, fixed mode. If offeror has not fixed the mode, reasonable mode. And how to give acceptance? Without conditions, without modifications. Next one, how to give acceptance, how to communicate acceptance expressly or impliedly. Next one, when communication of offer will get complete. When communication of offer will get complete? When it comes to the knowledge of offeree. That means when he receives the letter, then communication of as offer will get complete. What happens when date of receiving letter is given and date of opening letter is given? Then we need to take date of opening the letter. Next one. When communication of acceptance will get complete? So for offeror, when letter of acceptance is put in course of transmission. For offeree, when letter of acceptance is received by the offeror. Next one. What is the time limit for revocation? So for revocation of offer, what is the time limit? He must revoke the offer before letter of acceptance is posted. What about revocation of acceptance? So he must revoke the acceptance before letter of acceptance reaches offeror. Okay, what happens if letter of acceptance, and letter of revocation both reaches together at same time? Then the letter which was opened first will be valid. But in exams, so he will provide telegram of revocation. So acceptance will be communicated through normal letter and revocation will be communicated through telegram, and now both reaches at same point of time. Now which one is valid? Generally human being will open telegram first, that's why revocation is valid. Next one. And what are the different modes of termination of offer? One is revocation, second one is expiry of time limit, third one is non-fulfillment of conditions by offeree, fourth one is death of proposer or unsoundness of proposer, and the same is known to offeree before he is making acceptance, and counter offer by offeree, and not accepting the offer in prescribed mode, and subsequent illegality, subsequent destruction of subject matter, and death or unsoundness of offeree before giving acceptance, and finally rejection of offer. In all these cases, offer will get terminated. So by this we completed offer and acceptance chapter. Okay. Now let's go to another chapter, that is capacity to contract. So first of all, what is meant by capacity to contract? So it is nothing but competence of the parties. It is nothing but competence of parties. For what? For entering into the contract. So capacity to contract means it is the capability of the parties to enter into the contract. Then when a person is capable to enter into the contract. So a person is capable to enter into the contract when he is of sound mind, when he attains age of majority, and when he is not disqualified by law. So then who are competent to enter into the contract? Sound mind plus major plus not disqualified by law. Then who are incompetent to enter into the contract? Minor, unsound mind person, and disqualified person. So all these three people will be incompetent to enter into the contract. So there are two parties, A and B, both made an agreement with each other. Okay, if both A and B are majors and both are sound minds and both are not disqualified by law, then the agreement which was made in between A and B will become a valid contract. What happens if any one of the party, that is either A or B, is a minor? This is void agreement. What happens if any one of the parties unsound mind? Void agreement. What happens if one of the parties is disqualified by law from entering into the contract? Void agreement. That means to make a valid contract, both the parties must be capable to enter into the contract. If any party is not capable, then the entire agreement will be treated as void agreement. Now, who are incompetent to enter into the contract? So minor, unsound mind person, and disqualified person. Now let's discuss about each and every person in detail. First one, minor. So who is minor? The person who has not attained age of majority. The person who has not attained age of majority will be called as minor. Then what will be the age of majority? So generally the age of majority is 18 years. But it may vary from situation to situation, country to country. But generally, the age of majority is 18 years. Okay, what happens when any person made an agreement with minor? That agreement is void ab initio. That agreement is void ab initio. Okay, what happens if that agreement is in favor of minor? Then minor can enforce that agreement even though it is void ab initio. Okay, let's take an example now. So minor, so he made an agreement with a competent person. Competent person means major, sound mind, and not disqualified by law. Okay, now minor made an agreement with competent person and he took a loan of rupees 1 lakh and he made a promise to repay the loan along with interest. So this is the agreement which was made in between minor and that competent person. Now what is the validity of this agreement? So in this case, both are not competent person. Only one party is competent and other party is not competent. He is incompetent because he was a minor. So what is the validity of this agreement? This agreement is void ab initio. That means void agreement. Void from the beginning. Okay. Is it possible for that competent person to recover the loan amount from minor? No, it is not possible. It is not possible because the agreement is void agreement. Next one. What happens if in this case the loan was given by minor to the competent person? So minor gave a loan of rupees 1 lakh to competent person and competent person made a promise to repay the loan along with interest. Now what is the validity of this agreement? This agreement is also void agreement. But here minor can recover that money from competent person even though that agreement is void agreement. That means if minor is in beneficiary position, he can enforce that agreement even though it is void ab initio. So once again I'm repeating. So if you made any agreement with minor, then that agreement is void. But if in that agreement, if minor is in beneficiary position, then he can file a case against you. But if you are in beneficiary position, you can't file a case against minor. So that is the rule here. So 2 points got over, point A and point C. Next one. Sir, is it possible for the minor to continue the agreement after attaining majority? No. The agreement which was made during minority is absolutely void. So it is void not only during his minority. So even if he become major and he want to continue the old agreement which was made during minority, so then also that agreement is void. So he need to make a fresh agreement to make it as a valid contract. Say for example, in the given case only, previously minor took 1 lakh rupees from a competent person. Okay. Now minor become major and he made a promise to repay this 1 lakh amount. Now say, will it become a valid contract? No. He is continuing the old agreement. He is not making any new contract. So that's why this is not a valid contract. So ratification, that is approval, giving approval to the minor agreement after attaining majority is not possible. So ratification is not possible. Next one. Now, minor made an agreement with competent party. So minor made an agreement with competent party. Okay. And he discloses that he was a minor. So he discloses that he was a minor. So what is the validity of this agreement? Next one. Minor made a contract with competent party and he discloses that he was a major. That means he made a false statement about his age. Next, third one. Now minor made a contract with competent person and he kept silent on his age. Now what is the validity of agreement? So three situations. In these three situations, I require validity of the agreement. So first, minor made agreement with competent person by disclosing himself as minor. What is the validity now? Now the validity is void. Void. Minor made agreement with competent person by disclosing himself as a major. Nothing but false representation as a major. Then also the agreement is void. So minor is silent about his age at the time of making of agreement. Then also it is void agreement. That means minor can always plead his minority. So in order to escape from the contractual obligations, he can plead his minority at any situation. So any situation means he made contract by disclosing himself as a minor. Yes, he can plead minority. He discloses himself as a major. That means it is nothing but a false representation. Even then also he can plead minority. And he is silent about age. Then also he can plead his minority. So minor can always plead his minority, even though he made some false representations like this. The point completed. Next one, supply of necessaries to minor. So this is very important point. So who need to supply necessaries? Competent person need to supply necessaries. And these necessaries can be supplied either to minor or his dependent family members like father, mother, sister, brother. So who are dependent on him. So when any competent person supplies any necessaries either to minor or to his dependent family members, then what will happen? Then he can recover reasonable amount, not agreed amount. He can recover only reasonable amount. From where? From the property of minor. From the property of minor. From the property of minor. So, if competent person supplies necessaries either to minor or to his dependent family members, then he can recover how much amount? Reasonable amount. From where? From the property of minor. Sir, what happens if minor property is 1 lakh and the reasonable amount is 2 lakhs? Then he can recover only up to 1 lakh. What happens if minus property is 1 lakh and the reasonable amount is 50,000? Then he can recover 50,000 only. So he can recover reasonable amount from property of minor, but if minor property is very less, then he will receive less reasonable amount according to the minus property value. Next one, and remember a point. So necessaries will change from person to person based on his social status, based on his availability. Say for example, giving a car will become luxury for some people, but it will become necessary for some rich people. So person to person, necessaries will get changed based on their social status. Next one, if you want to supply clothes to somebody else, yes, it will become a necessary if he is having inadequate clothes. But what happens if he is already having sufficient clothes and you made a promise to give another cloth? Then it is not a necessary. It is in excess of requirement. So anything in excess of requirement will become luxury. It is not necessary. So necessaries will change from person to person based on his social status and based on his requirements. Next one, contract by guardian. Say for example, there was a minor. For this minor, parents are there. Now parents can make a contract on behalf of minor and those contracts are valid. Parents are not there. Now guardian is looking at minor. Now guardian can make a contract on behalf of minor and that contract is a valid contract. Next one. Now guardian is also not there. That's why court appointed a guardian for the minor. So any guardian appointed by court will be called a certified guardian. Certified guardian. Now there is certified guardian for the minor. Now any contract made by the certified guardian on behalf of minor is valid. That means parents, if parents are not available, parents, if parents are not available, guardian, if guardian is not available, certified guardian. So these people can make contract, but not on their personal name. They can make a contract on the name of this minor. Then what is the validity of those contracts? Those contracts are valid only. But there is an exception here. So parent can make any contract, certified guardian can make any contract, but a normal guardian can make those contracts which do not involve immovable property. So except for the transaction of immovable property, he can make any contract. So for parent, no restriction. For certified guardian, no restriction. For normal guardian, he can make any contract except those contracts which are related to immovable property. Next one. Now there are two parties who made a contract with each other. Okay, first party made a promise to deliver car and second party made a promise to pay rupees 5 lakhs for the car. Okay, now first party fails to deliver the car. That means there is breach of contract on behalf of first party. Okay, now what second party can do? Now he has two options. First one, to ask for specific performance. He can ask for specific performance or he can ask for damages. He can ask for damages. So what is meant by specific performance and what is meant by damages? Say for example, in this case, now seller fails to deliver the car to buyer. Now what buyer can do? Buyer can insist seller to deliver that car. So insisting other party to perform what he has agreed is nothing but called as specific performance. Then what about damages? If he don't want to buy that car, then he can buy the car at somewhere else. If he paid any amount which is more than the agreed amount, that is more than 5 lakhs, then that extra amount is lost to this person and this loss was caused to this person because of this person. That's why now he can recover that loss from the person who made breach of contract. So how he will recover the loss? He will recover the loss in the form of damages. Okay, now the point is, what happens if the contract was broken by a minor? Now he is not a competent person, he is a minor. So minor commits breach of contract. Now what about other party? Can he go for specific performance against minor? No. So against minor, specific performance is not allowed. Can he go against minor for damages? No, not allowed. That means if this person, the person who commits breach of contract, if this person is competent person, then other person can go either for specific performance or for damages. But if this person is not competent person, if this person is minor, then what other party can do? He can't do anything. He can't go either for specific performance, he can't go for damages also. Nothing is possible here. So no specific performance if the party who commits breach of contract is a minor. Now next question is, can a minor be declared as insolvent? No, because for minor there will be no liability at all. As there is no liability, he cannot be declared as insolvent. Next one, can a minor become partner? Can a minor become agent? Can a minor become shareholder? Okay, now let's check all those points. So now minor want to become a partner. Is it possible or not? So first of all, there are three partners A, B, C. Okay, now they want to admit a minor as a partner in their firm. So after admitting minor, now the partners will be A, B, C and minor. Okay, now the firm got profit. So firm got profit. Who will share this profit? So A will take the share of profit, B will take the share of profit, C will take the share of profit and minor will take the share of profit. Now the firm incurred loss. Who will take share of loss? A will take share of loss, B will take share of loss and C will take share of loss and minor, he will also take share of loss. but not unlimitedly, but only limitedly. But in case of ABC, they will take unlimited loss. And if there is any asset, so who will take the asset? A will take the asset, B will take the asset, C will take the asset, minor will take the asset. If there is any liability, who will take the share of liability? A, B, C will take the share of liability. And what about minor? He will also take the share of liability, but limited only. That is to limited extent. That means minor will take losses, minor will take liabilities, but not unlimitedly. He will take limitedly. To what extent it was limited? To the extent of capital contributed by him. So for example, if minor brought 1 lakh rupees as capital, then his losses or liabilities are limited up to 1 lakh only. Any extra loss, extra liability does not make the minor liable. Then who need to take that extra loss or liability? A, B, C, other partners need to take extra loss or liability. That means a minor can become a partner. A minor can become a partner, but his liability is not unlimited. His liability is limited up to agreed capital contribution. So in this case, the minor will be called as partner with benefits. So he will be called as partner with benefits. So, is it possible for a minor to become a normal partner? No, he can't become a normal partner. Is it possible for the minor to become a partner with benefits? Yes, he can become partner with benefits. Then what is the difference between normal partner and partner with benefits? In case of normal partner, they will take profits, assets, losses, liabilities unlimitedly. But in case of partner with benefits, he will take profits and assets unlimitedly, but losses and liabilities only to the limited extent. And what is the limit? The limit will be agreed capital contribution. Next one. Now, minor want to become a shareholder. Is it possible or not? So first of all, here we need to know about shareholder as well as member. So what is the difference between shareholder of company and member of company? So when I bought the shares of the company, I will become shareholder. So when I bought the shares, I will become shareholder. After 2 days, now company will enter my name in register of members. So whenever company entered my name in register of members, then I will become member. Till then, I am just a shareholder. But when my name was entered in register of members, then I will become shareholder come member. Okay, then what is the advantage of becoming member? You will get dividend, you will get bonus shares, you will get right shares. So all benefits and voting power also. So a member is entitled to get all the benefits with respect to his shares. So what happens when I'm just a shareholder? That means I'm holding shares, but my name is not entered in register of members. Then you can't receive any dividend, you can't take any bonus issue, rights issue, or you can't exercise your voting power also. But after buying shares, and the two, after entering your name in register of members, you are entitled to all these benefits. So that is the difference between shareholder and member. Now, what is the status of minor here? So minor can become shareholder, minor cannot become member. So minor can become shareholder, but his name cannot be entered in register of members. That means he cannot become member. How minor will become shareholder? By transfer or transmission. By transfer or transmission. Transfer means buying of shares. Transmission means transfer of shares under inheritance. Say for example, minor parent is having shares of a company. Now minor parent got expired. Now the shares which are on the name of minor parent will get transferred to minor under inheritance. So this kind of process, transfer process, is called as transmission. So minor can become shareholder through transmission, or he can become shareholder through transfer, that is direct purchase of shares. But minor can't buy shares directly. Then who need to buy the share? either parent or guardian or certified guardian. So parent or guardian or certified guardian, they need to buy the shares on behalf of minor. Next one, what kind of shares? Fully paid shares only allowed, partly paid shares not allowed. Because in case of fully paid shares, there is no liability on the shareholder. But in case of partly paid shares, there is a liability on the shareholder. So what they need to do? They need to contribute remaining part of the amount. So parent or guardian or certified guardian, they need to buy fully paid shares on behalf of minor. Okay, now minor will become shareholder like this. But while entering the name of the minor in register of members, company, instead of entering the name of minor, they will enter the name of parent or guardian or certified guardian in register of members. That means shareholder is minor and member will be who buy the shares on behalf of minor. It may be parent or guardian or certified guardian. Next one. Is it possible to have minor as an agent? So first of all, in case of contract of agency, there will be two parties. So principal and agent. Principal and agent. So principal will give instructions and agent will follow instructions. Okay. Now, what happens if agent made any transaction? If agent made any transaction, for the transaction, principal is liable. But later, so whatever the loss he suffered, for that loss, he can recover damages from the agent. So what is the procedure here? So for any transaction made by the principal, for any transaction made by the agent, principal is liable. And later, if principal suffers with loss, he will ask for damages. Okay, now the point is, what happens if this person is minor? What happens if agent is minor? If agent is minor, then the transactions committed by minor are valid only. And principal is responsible for those transactions, just like normal case. But principal cannot take any damages from the agent who is a minor. So taking damages from competent person is allowed. Taking damages from minor is not allowed. That means minor can become an agent. Minor can become an agent. And for the acts of minor, principal is responsible. But principal can't take any damage amount from minor. That means minor can become agent without any personal liability. So this point got over. This is over. And this is also over. Next one. Liability of minor. Is minor liable for the offenses committed by him? Let's have a look at it. So for example, if minor committed any offense, whether he liable or not, it all depends upon type of the offense. If the offense is a criminal offense, what will happen? If the offense is a civil offense, which is nothing but called as tort, then what will happen? So in case of civil offenses, that is torts, they are classified into two categories. One is related to contract, other one is not related to contract, nothing but others. Okay, now what is the liability of minor for the offenses committed by him? So if it is criminal offense, minor is liable. Even though he is minor, he is liable. If it is civil offense and not related to contract, minor is liable. Then why, when minor is not liable? The minor is not liable for the civil offenses which are related to contract. That means breach of contract. So in case of breach of contract by minor, minor is not liable. That means minor is liable for the offenses committed by him. But if they are related to contract, then he is not liable. Now next question. For the offenses committed by minor, can we make parent or guardian as liable? No. So for the offenses committed by minor, parent or guardian are not responsible. So for the offenses committed by minor, minor alone is responsible, but not parent or guardian. And in which cases minor alone is responsible? In criminal cases, in tort cases which are not related to contract. But in tort cases which are related to contract, minor is not liable. So this point is over. So this point is over and this point is also over. Next one. So what happens if minor, a competent person, both together made a contract with another competent person? This contract is absolutely valid. But if anything happens, then these people can sue this contracting party, and this contracting party can sue only this contracting party but not minor. That means joint contract with minor. This is nothing but called as joint contract along with minor. It is valid only, but if anything happens, then no one can file a case against minor. That is the point we need to remember. So joint contract by minor and adult. And finally surety. Now, so there is a competent person and there is a minor and there is another competent person. Now minor took a loan from competent person and the loan amount is 1 lakh and he made a promise to repay the loan. So what is the validity of this transaction? This is void. But for this agreement, another contracting party gave surety. Now what will happen? This agreement is valid. This agreement is valid, and if anything happens, then the issue will be in between this contracting party and this contracting party, and no one is eligible to file a case against minor. So this is all about the provisions relating to minor's agreement. Okay, now let's discuss about sound mind person. So who are competent to enter into the contract? Minor, not competent. Unsound mind person, not competent. Disqualified person, not competent. Then who are competent? Major is competent. Sound mind is competent. So a person who was not disqualified by law is competent. So just now we finished a topic about minor. Now it is about sound mind person, unsound mind person. So when a person will be called as sound mind, when a person will be called as unsound mind. So when a person is having two capabilities, then that person will be called as sound mind. When any person is not having any of these capabilities, then he will be called as unsound mind person. Then what are those capabilities? First one. So he must be capable of understanding the agreement. That means he must be capable of reading the agreement and understanding the agreement. Then what about the second capability? So the second capability is about forming a rational judgment. That is making a best judgment which is suitable to him. So if a person is capable of these two things, then that person will be called a sound mind person. So what are those two things? One is to read and understand the agreement. Second one is to make a better judgment for himself. Next one, when to check soundness of a person. So for example, so this is at the time of entering into the agreement. So this is at the time of entering into the agreement. This is at the time of performance. At the time of performance. So at the time of entering into agreement, the person is sound mind. During performance also, the person is sound mind. So what is the validity of that contract? At the time of entering into the agreement, the person is unsound mind. So during performance also, he is unsound mind. Now what is the validity of this agreement? And third situation, at the time of making agreement, he is sound mind, but subsequently he becomes unsound mind at the time of performance. Last situation, at the time of entering into agreement, he is unsound mind, but at the time of performance, he becomes sound mind. Now what will be the validity? So four different situations. Now we need to decide what is the validity of contract in each of the following cases. First one. So in this case, the contract is valid. In this case, the contract is void. In this case, the contract is valid. In this case, the contract is void. So how to know whether an agreement is valid or void in the given situation? So for this purpose, we need to check the soundness of the person at the time of entering into the agreement, but not at the time of performance. So at the time of entering into agreement, he is sound mind, that's why valid. Here also he is sound mind, that's why valid. But in these two cases, he is unsound mind. That's why in these two cases, the agreement is void. Now the point is, so at the time of performance also, if he is sound mind, then it is okay. It is valid only. But here, at the time of performance, he become unsound mind person. Now what to do here? You are saying it is a valid contract. But after contract is made, that is during the performance, he become unsound mind person. Now, how he will perform the contract here? So now, instead of him, his legal heads will perform the contract. That's it. So this contract is valid only. This is valid only. But instead of that person, so some other one will go and perform the contract. Next one. So what is important here? Soundness is important at the time of entering into the agreement, but not afterwards. Next one. Disqualified persons. So law disqualified certain persons from entering into the contract. In order to avoid some negative consequences, law previously disqualified certain persons from entering into the contract. If those persons made any contract, then it is void. Then who are such persons? So, foreign sovereigns and ambassadors, alien enemies. Next one, corporations, companies. Next one, convicts, insolvents. So first of all, who is foreign sovereign and ambassador? Nothing but foreign representative. So for example, now on behalf of USA. So on behalf of USA, a person came to India now in order to represent USA in India. Nothing but he is a representative. So he is the representative to the other country. So he is like a guest. So that's why whenever you made a contract with those guests, the contract is void. That means you can't file a case against those people. So those people are disqualified by law from entering into the contract. But still they can make contract, but those contracts are not valid. So no one can file a case against them in India. If they want to file, they can go to the respective government court. So there they can file the case. But in India, it is not allowed. Next one, alien enemy. Who is alien enemy? So for example, there are two nations, India and China. Now a war was declared in between India and China. Now all Chinese people will be called as alien enemies. What happens if there is no war? Then all Chinese people will be called as alien friends. So whether all those people become friend or alien, it all depends upon the relation between the countries. So if there is any war, then all the people will be called as alien enemies. If there is no war, then all the people in that country will be called as alien friend. So alien means foreigner. So when foreigner will become friend? When there is no war. When foreigner will become enemy? When there is a war. So when there is a war, no one can make contract with those people. Those people are disqualified from entering into the contract. Next one, corporations. So what to do, what not to do in case of corporations will be decided by the act which is creating that corporation. Say for example, RTC Act. So RTC Act created APSRTC, TSRTC, KSRTC. So similar institutions. Now what these RTCs need to do here? So what to do, what not to do? Who will decide the act which create those corporations? So it will decide what to do and what not to do. Now APSRTC, what to do, what not to do? Who will decide? RTC Act. Next, KSRTC, who will decide? RTC Act. That means the corporation was created by an act. Now who will decide what to do, what not to do for this corporation? This act will decide. Now if corporation want to make any contract in accordance with the act, then it is valid. If corporation want to make any contract against to act, then the contract is void. Now corporation is disqualified person from entering into the contract. Next one. Similarly, in case of company, who will decide what to do and what not to do for companies? MOA and AOA will decide. MOA and AOA will decide. Mainly MOA will decide. Okay, now company made any contract in accordance with MOA, then it is a valid contract. Company is not disqualified person. But if company made any contract by violating memorandum of association, then company is disqualified by law from entering into the contract, and that contract is void. Next one, convicts, nothing but prisoners. So prisoners during their imprisonment can't make any contract. They are disqualified by law. Insolvent. So who is insolvent? A person who is not capable of clearing his dues. That person will be called as insolvent. So he will file an application with court, that is insolvency petition IP. Now court will declare that person as insolvent person. So once he was declared as insolvent person, he can't make any contract. So all these people are disqualified by law from entering into the contract. That's why any contract made by these people or made with these people will be void. So one is foreign representative, second one is alien enemy, corporations, companies, convicts, insolvents. Okay, now let's start with another chapter, that is legal object and consideration. So the first topic is about definition of consideration. So what is meant by consideration? In simple words, what we are getting in return is called as consideration. But as per Indian Contract Act, it is not consideration. So some other conditions are required to call it as a consideration. Then what is the definition of consideration as per Indian Contract Act? Let's see the definition now. Say for example, there are two parties, A and B. A made a promise to B to supply certain goods. Now B made a promise to pay price. So in this case, I want to know about the consideration of A here. So in order to know the consideration of A, so first we need to identify who is promiser and who is promising. The person who is making promise is called as promiser. So here A is making promise, so A is called as promiser. And B is receiving promise, that's why B is called as promisee. So who is promiser? A, who made promise to supply the goods. Who is promisee? B. So B is promisee. Okay. Now the definition of consideration is at the desire of promiser. That means at the request of promiser. Promisee or any other person. Promisee or any other person has done or abstained from doing, does or abstains from doing, promise to do or abstain from doing, nothing but in this case, at the request of promiser, promisee agreed to pay money, that is price. Then such act or abstinence or promise is known as consideration for the promiser. Now this price will become the consideration of A. So that is the definition. Now we need to decode this definition. So what are the points that are included here? First one, at the request of promiser. At the request of promiser. Next one, promisee or any other person. Promisee or any other person. Promisee or any other person. And what is the third one? Done or abstain from doing. Done or abstain from doing. Next one, does or abstains from doing. Does or abstains from doing. Next one, promise to do or abstain from doing. Promise to do or abstain from doing. Then such an act or abstinence or promise is known as consideration. So this is the very lengthiest definition, but okay, you can easily remember it. First one, first element, second element, third element. Okay, first one, at the request of promiser. So this is mandatory. So to call it as my consideration, my request is mandatory. To call it as your consideration, your request is mandatory. So say for example, if at my request you give money to me, it will become my consideration. So without any request from me, you give money to me, it is not my consideration. So in both cases, I'm taking something, that is money. In first case, I am receiving some money. In second case also, I am receiving some money. But in first case, I made the request. That's why you giving money to me. In second case, without my request, you voluntarily paying some money to me. But which one will become my consideration? According to general sense, both are considerations only, because in both cases I am getting benefit. But actually, according to Indian Contract Act definition, so only in first case it will become my consideration. In second case, it is not my consideration, and the reason is my request. So my request is mandatory. So promises request is mandatory. So if anything done by other party, or if any abstinence made, that is not to do. If any abstinence made by other party at the request of me, then it will become my consideration. It will become my consideration. So if anything is done by other party voluntarily, then it is not my consideration. What happens if that person did something at the request of some other party? Then it will become consideration for that some other party, but not for me. So to become my consideration, my request is mandatory. Others' request is not mandatory. It is not required. Others' request, anything done at the request of other party is not my consideration. Anything given by you voluntarily is not also my consideration. So what is my consideration? Anything done by you according to my request is my consideration. So having my request is mandatory here in order to call it as my consideration. So here we are calling it as promises consideration. So in the above example, we want to determine the promises consideration, that is A's consideration. That's why whose request is mandatory? A's request is mandatory, that is promises request is mandatory. What happens if B did anything voluntarily? It is not A's consideration. Even though A is getting a benefit, it is not A's consideration. What happens if B did anything at the request of some other party? Even though A is getting some benefit, it is not called as A's consideration. So to call it as A's consideration, that benefit must be received at the request of A only, neither voluntarily nor at the request of third party. Next one, who need to provide that benefit? Either promisee or any other person. So here, who need to pay the price? The price can be paid either by promisee or any other person on behalf of promisee. So here outsider is also allowed to provide consideration. Next one. And what are the difference between these three sentences? First one, this is past tense, present tense, future tense. Nothing but consideration may be past or present or future. So consideration may be either past or present or future. So past consideration means consideration which is already given before agreement. Present consideration means consideration which is to be given at the time of agreement. Future consideration means consideration which will be given after agreement. So this is before agreement, this is after agreement, this is at the time of agreement. Then it will be called as past consideration, present consideration, future consideration. And all this consideration contains two things: done or abstain, nothing but act or abstinence. So consideration may be an act and consideration may be an abstinence. So what is meant by act? If other party did anything for me, it is act. If other party omits anything to do, then it is abstinence. So if he did anything, act. If he omitted anything, nothing but that omission is called as abstinence. So if anything done by him at my request, it will become my consideration if it is act or if it is abstinence. That means consideration may be an act, consideration may be an abstinence. Say for example, I gave 10 crores to another party to sell his property. Now he sold the property to me. So selling property to me is my consideration. Next one, I gave 1 crore rupees as advance to other party for not to sell that property to anybody else for a period of 30 days. Now he didn't sell that property to anybody else for 30 days. So this is my consideration. So both act as well as abstinence will become my consideration, provided it must be done at my request only. It can be done either by promisee or any other person on behalf of promisee. Similarly, you can ascertain consideration for B also. How to determine? Now you need to take B as promiser. So for the promise, for making payment of price, B is promiser, A is promisee. Now how to decide the consideration of promiser? So at the request of B, if A or any other person provided goods to B, then that goods will become consideration of B. So like that, the same rule will be applicable in case of B also. So likewise, you need to take the consideration for both the parties. So now what is the definition of consideration? So in order to call it as my consideration, my request is mandatory. Anything done voluntarily is not my consideration. Anything done at the request of some other party, it is not my consideration. For my consideration, my request is mandatory. I am the promisor here, so promisor request is mandatory. And what about providing consideration? Who need to provide the consideration? Consideration can be provided by promisee, that is other party, or any other person on behalf of promisee. And in which form consideration may exist? Act or abstinence. And when to provide consideration? So before agreement, at the time of agreement, after agreement, that is past, present, future. So nothing but all these points are essentials of definition of consideration. Next one, legal rules regarding consideration. So first one, we already know about it. Consideration must move at the desire of promisor only. Anything done voluntarily is invalid consideration. Anything done at the request of third party is also invalid consideration. Anything done at the request of promisor is valid consideration. Next one, who can provide consideration? So consideration may move from promisee or any other person. So anyone can give consideration, there is no problem. Even other party can give or stranger can also give. And consideration may be executed and executory. If consideration is given, executed. It is not yet given, executory. Next one, consideration may be past, present, future. So this is about timing. So when consideration is provided here, if it is provided before agreement, past consideration. At the time of agreement, present consideration. After agreement, future consideration. Next one, it must not be illusory. It must be real. That means the consideration must have some monetary value. So anything which does not have any monetary value cannot be called as a consideration. So anything which does not have monetary value cannot be called as a consideration. So to call it as a consideration, what is required? Having monetary value is required, and it should be possible to give. Consideration should be possible to give. Then only it will be called as valid consideration. What happens if the consideration is impossible to give? Then it is illusory. What happens if consideration does not have any monetary value? Then it is not real. If it is illusory or if it is not real, then the consideration is invalid. If it is real, that is it have some monetary value, and it is not illusory, that means it is possible to give, then the consideration is a valid consideration. And consideration must not be unlawful, immoral, opposite to public policy. If it is unlawful, it is invalid. Immoral, that is against to moral values, then also it is invalid. Opposite to public policy, that is against to the public interest, then also it is invalid. So if it is unlawful or immoral or opposite to public policy, the consideration will become invalid. Next one, and for which we need to offer the consideration. So this is very important point. So consideration must be offered to performance of new duties, not for the performance of existing duties. So if you offer consideration for the performance of existing duties, then it is a gift. So in case of gift, consideration will be there only for one party. That's why it is void. If you offer consideration for performing some extra activities from new activities, then it will become a valid consideration. So for example, so there is a watchman and he is already having a duty to watch the house. Now you agreed to pay 10,000 rupees to watchman if he watches your house for 2 days continuously. That too during normal hours only. That means during night hours only. So if he watched your house, you said you will pay 10,000 rupees. So that means you are offering 10,000 rupees. That is consideration for what? For his existing duty. So anything offered for existing duty is not a valid consideration. It is just a gift. So gift transactions are not valid. They are void because only one party is getting consideration there. But you said like this, you need to work for 48 hours continuously without any sleep. Then only I will pay you 10,000 rupees. Like that you made offer. Now for 48 hours working, he is not having any existing obligation. It is extra obligation. So when you offered consideration for any extra obligation, then it is valid. Then it is valid. And one more thing. And there is a witness. So every witness will have a legal duty to attend the court. Now you made a promise to witness to pay certain money in order to attend the court. That means you are offering consideration for what? Existing duty. That's why that agreement is not valid. It is void. the consideration is invalid. Next one, you appointed an advocate for certain consideration. Okay, later he demanded extra consideration for winning the suit and you agreed for it. Now this extra consideration is not a valid consideration because already advocate is having existing obligation to win your case. So if you offer consideration for existing performance, then it is not a valid consideration. If you offer consideration for extra performance, that is new performance, then it will become a valid consideration. Then what about the adequacy of consideration? So what you are giving and what you are getting need not be equal with each other. So for example, you can sell your car which is having a worth of 1 crore rupees to 1 lakh also, or for 100 crores also. So consideration need not be adequate. So consideration will be decided by parties. So having consideration is mandatory. Having consideration is mandatory. Both parties need to have consideration. Then only the agreement will become valid. If any party is not getting any consideration, that agreement is not a valid agreement. It will become void. But how much amount they need to pay, it is up to them. They can decide whatever amount they can. So for 1 lakh worth goods, they can pay even 1 rupee also. So having consideration is mandatory, but having adequate consideration is not mandatory according to law. That means even inadequate consideration is also a valid consideration. But here there may be a problem. What is that problem? If other party agreed for inadequate consideration, that means he agreed against to his willingness. That too because of force applied by you, like coercion, undue influence. So if he proves like that, like you applied coercion, that's why I agreed for lower consideration. Like that, if he proves in the court, then due to lack of free consent, now the contract will become voidable at the option of aggrieved party. So if there is no problem like that, that means if the consent is free, parties are free to fix their consideration. It may be adequate or it may be inadequate, or it may be excess consideration also. They can agree anything if consent is free. If consent is not free, then definitely not on the ground of inadequate consideration. It is not based on inadequate consideration. It is based on free consent. Lack of free consent, they can avoid the contract. That means just inadequate consideration does not make any contract void. It will create some kind of doubt whether the party's consent is free or not. If it is free, no problem at all. If it is not free, then on the ground of lack of free consent, the contract will become voidable. Next one, doctrine of consideration and its exceptions. So what is the rule of doctrine of consideration? Any agreement without consideration is void. In simple words, if there are two parties and two parties are getting consideration, it is valid. There are two parties, only one party is getting consideration, then it is void. So if there are two parties need to get consideration. If there are three parties need to get consideration. So for every party there must be consideration. If any party is there without having any consideration, the entire contract is void. Next one. But there are certain exceptions. In those exceptions, even though there is no consideration for one party, the contract is still valid. Okay, what are those cases? Okay, let's discuss one by one. First one, natural award affection. Natural award affection. So for example, there are two parties, husband and wife. So husband made a promise to wife to pay 1 lakh rupees out of love and affection. This is made because of love and affection. And wife is giving nothing in return. That means the consideration is there only for wife but not for husband. And this agreement is a written agreement as well as a registered agreement. Now, so what is the validity of this agreement? Is this valid or void? According to general rule, it is void. According to general rule, it is void because if both parties are not getting consideration, the agreement is void. Yes, here both are not getting consideration. Only one is getting consideration, that is wife. Husband is not getting any consideration in return. That's why this agreement is void. But if certain conditions are fulfilled, this agreement will become valid. What are those conditions? First one, there must be some near relation between the parties. Second one, the promise must be made out of love and affection. Third one, the agreement must be in written form. Fourth one, the agreement must be registered. If all these four conditions are satisfied, this agreement will become valid even though it is made if it is made without any consideration. Okay, now say, is there any near relation between husband and wife? Yes. And what about this promise? How this promise is made? Out of love and affection. Yes. Is it written form? Is it in written form? Yes. Is it registered? Yes. As all conditions are satisfied, this agreement is a valid contract. This agreement is a valid contract, even though there is only consideration for one party. Next one. Promise to compensate past voluntary services. So, for example, A provided certain services to B. A provided certain services to B before any agreement. That means these services are nothing but past services. These services are nothing but past consideration, nothing but past services. And these services are provided voluntarily, not at the request of B. These are provided voluntarily. Then they are called as past voluntary services. So these are called as past voluntary services. Now say, can I call these past voluntary services as consideration for B? No, they are not consideration for B, because anything done voluntarily is not a consideration for B. So if it is done at the request of B, then it is okay. Otherwise, it is not okay. It cannot be called as B's consideration, even though B is getting benefit. Okay. Now, is B liable to make any payment to A? Because he is getting some benefit from A. Is he liable to make any payment? No, he is not liable to make any payment also. Okay. Then when he is liable to make payment? When there is a valid contract in between them, then he is liable to make payment. But is this a valid contract? No, because here only one party is getting consideration. If if there is an obligation to pay money, then only A will get consideration. B will not get any consideration. So here the contract is not a valid contract, as there is no consideration for both the parties. There is only one party is getting consideration here. That's why it is void. But we can make this contract as a valid contract subject to certain conditions. Then what are those conditions? The conditions are, first one, the services which are provided by A must be past voluntary services. Just first condition satisfied. They must be past voluntary services. 2. It must be provided for promiser, that is B. So provided for B, for promiser. 3. Promiser must be in existence at the time. Yes, he must be available. He must be in reality. He must be in existence. Yes, B must be in existence. B's existence is mandatory. And 4. And promiser must have an intention to compensate such services. So for example, if B voluntarily made a promise to compensate such services, then B is having such kind of intention. So B must have intention to compensate. If all these conditions are satisfied, then a valid contract will get created in this case. That means in this case, if A provides services to B, that is past voluntary services, now he can't demand anything from B. But if B made a promise to give certain money for those services, then it will become a valid contract and then A can demand that money from B. So here what are the conditions that need to be satisfied? A need to provide past voluntary services, that too for B, and B must be in existence, and B must have an intention to compensate such services. Then only it will become a valid contract. Next one. So promise to pay time barred debt. So what is meant by time barred debt? So after due date, if the amount is not yet paid, then moneylender can file a case against borrower. And what is the time limit available for moneylender? After due date, the time limit available is 3 years. If case is filed within 3 years, then the case is enforceable in the court. If any case is not filed within this 3 years time period, then what will happen? Then the contract will become unenforceable. The debt will become time barred debt. So when debt will become time barred debt? When parties are not went to court within 3 years from due date, then that debt will become time barred debt. So what happens when debt becomes time barred debt? Moneylender will lose his right to file a case, and borrower will lose his duty to pay the money. That means now borrower is not liable to pay any money legally, and moneylender is not entitled to take any money legally once the debt become time barred debt. So that means now borrower has no obligation to pay the money, but borrower made a promise to moneylender to pay the money even though there is no obligation for him, because the debt is already time barred. Now borrower has no obligation to clear the debt, but still he is making a promise to clear the debt, either whole amount of the debt or part amount of the debt. He want to pay that debt to moneylender, and he made a written agreement for this purpose, and in that written agreement he or his agent signed on it. then this will become a valid contract even though the consideration is only there for money lender. So what about borrower? Borrower has no consideration. So previously he received money na? Yes, but this is not a valid consideration because it is already time barred. When it is time barred, it is not an obligation for B to pay the money. There is no right to money lender to get the money. Even though there is nothing to do, B made a promise to pay certain amount of the time barred debt, whether it is complete amount or part amount. So by this, money lender is getting some new consideration. But what about borrower? Nothing. So this agreement is void based on general rule. But if this promise is made in written form and it is signed by B or his agent, then this agreement will become valid contract even though the consideration is there for only one party. So we completed 3 points, that is natural award affection, promise to pay time bar debt and compensation for past warranty services. So remission. What is meant by remission? So for example, I'm a borrower. Another party is money lender. I took 10 lakh loan, but I'm not in a position to clear 10 lakh. So I can only settle 6 lakhs. Now, other party, that is money lender, agreed for 6 lakhs as a final settlement. That means he remitted certain amount. So for example, he remitted 4 lakhs in the given example. Because I'm capable of paying only 6 lakhs. What about balance 4 lakhs? He completely waived off that money. So here, money lender is waiving off his portion of amount receivable. So that kind of activity is called as remission. So for remission, no extra consideration is required. Because who is doing some favor to me? But from me, no favor to him. Sir, I am paying 6 lakhs. It is existing obligation. So nothing favor from me to the other party. So here consideration is not required for remission. Even one party is getting benefit, it is okay, no problem at all. So it is valid only. Remission is valid only. So once he agreed for 6 lakhs, he cannot demand for 10 lakhs now. Because he already waived off certain portion of amount. So when he waives off certain portion of amount, his right will be confined only to the 6 lakh amount. He can only get 6 lakh amount. That's it. And contract of agency. Here there will be principal and agent. The principal will give instructions, agent will follow it. In this case, consideration may be required or may not be required. That means the contract of agency is valid if there is consideration, and it is valid if there is no consideration also. That means consideration is not so important in contract of agency. So it is valid in both the cases. Similarly, in case of contract of bailment, there will be two parties, bail or bailee. The person who gives the goods is called as bailer. The person who receives the goods is called as bailee. And bailer will give the goods to bailee for certain purpose. And after completion of that purpose, bailee need to return the goods to the bailer. So in this contract also, consideration is not so important. Whether consideration is there or not, the contract is always valid. Next one, gift. So if gift is not yet given, then it is called as promise to give gift. So promise to gift. If gift is already given, then it is called as completed gift. It is called as completed gift. So which one is valid? In both the cases, the consideration is present only for one party, not for both parties. So the consideration is present for only one party, not for both parties. In both the cases, according to general rule, the agreement is void only. But here, if it is completed gift, it will be covered under exception. So once gift given, it cannot be taken back. It will become valid even though there is no consideration for one party. But promise to give gift is void only. So if gift is in executory state, it is void. If gift is in executed state, that is, if it is already given, then it is valid even without consideration. Next one, promise to contribute for charity. So if you made any promise to give a donation, it is not valid, it is void, because only other party will get a consideration, not you. But if you made any promise to give donation, and based on that promise, other party, that is donee, incurs certain liability, then your promise will now become enforceable. That means the contract will become valid. So because of my promise, if other party does not incur any liability, then it is not a valid contract. Because of my promise, if other party incurs some liability, then it will become a valid contract. So for example, I made a promise to give a donation of 10,000 to other party for supply of food. Now other party made some arrangements to supply the food. He made some credit transactions to buy the food also based on my promise. Now I want to skip this promise. I want to avoid this promise. Is it possible? No, because already other person incurred some personal liability because of your promise. Now you need to pay the money. There is no other option. Now the contract will become enforceable even though one party is getting consideration. Next one. Doctrine of privity of contract and its exceptions. So what is meant by doctrine of privity of contract? A stranger to the contract can't sue, can't be sued. Stranger to the contract can't sue, can't be sued. So for example, A and B made a contract with each other. If A commits breach of contract, who can file a case? B. On whom? Only on A. So can B's relative file the case? No, only B is allowed to file the case. Can B file the case against A's relative? No, only on A he can file the case. That means a stranger to the contract can't sue, can't be sued. So that is the rule which was given in doctrine of privity of contract. But in few cases, even a stranger to the contract can also sue. So what are those few cases? Nothing but exceptions. So what are those exceptions? First one, contract of trust. In case of contract of trust, what will happen? In case of contract of trust, there will be two parties. First one, author of the trust. Second one, trustee. So author of the trust will give certain assets to, trustee, and he will instruct trustee to forward those assets to other party who is called as beneficiary. Now who are contracting parties here? Author of the trust and trustee is the contracting party, because whose asset it was? Author of the trust, and he is giving that asset to whom? Trustee, in order to maintain them. And after maintenance, what is the instruction given to them? They need to return that asset to a beneficiary, that is a third party. So in this case, the contracting parties are author of the trust and trustee, and who is stranger? Beneficiary is the stranger. What happens if these assets are not transferred to beneficiary? Can beneficiary file a case against trustee to get those assets? Answer is yes. But according to doctrine of privity of contract, only a contracting parties are allowed to file the case on other contracting party. But here a stranger is filing the case against the contracting party. Is this allowed? Answer is yes, allowed, because he is the main person for whom this contract is created. So that is the reason why, even though beneficiary is a third person, he can enforce the contract. So this is first exception. Next one, family settlement. So what is meant by family settlement? So for example, a family is having 10 members. Out of 10 members, 8 members are male, 2 members are female. Next, in these 2 members, one member is married one and another member is unmarried. Now, for these 10 members, there is a common property, joint property, family property. Now, male members want to sell the joint property. So here, one female member is already married, but other female member's marriage is still pending. What happens if property, and here the family property is only one property. What happens if this one property is sold? Then it will become difficult for them to make marriage for the second person who is unmarried. So that is the reason why they made an agreement with each other. So these 8 male members made an agreement with each other. What is that agreement? So at the time of marriage of this second lady, so whatever the expenses that are incurred in that marriage will be shared by all these 8 members equally. Like this, they made an arrangement. Now, the marriage was completed and the expenses came to 8 lakhs. But no one is ready to contribute anything here. Now this person for whose benefit we created the contract, that person want to enforce this contract. She want to file a case against these 8 male members to recover 8 lakh rupees. Is it allowed or not allowed? Answer is allowed. Yes, because so in this case, for her only this contract is created. And she is the main person behind creating this contract. She is the beneficiary in this contract. So that is the reason why, even though she was a stranger, she can enforce this agreement. Next one. Marriage contracts or arrangements. So what is meant by marriage contract or arrangement? Nothing but at the time of marriage, bride, bridegroom. So at the time of marriage, so parents of bride may make a promise to parents of bridegroom, or parents of bridegroom may make a promise to parent of bride. Say for example, parents of bridegroom made a promise to parents of bride to pay certain amount as pocket money to bride, but they failed to pay the pocket money. Now who can file a case against those parents? The other contracting party, that is parents of bride. But bride can also file the case, because for bride only they created the contract here. Who is the main beneficiary here? Bride only. That's why bride can file a case against the parents of bridegroom to recover the pocket money. So here stranger to contract rule is not applicable. Privity of contract is not applicable. Even though they are stranger, they can file the case because they are the ultimate beneficiaries, either under contract of trust or under family settlement or under marriage contract. Next one, assignment of contract. What is meant by assignment of contract? Say for example, money lender gave a loan to borrower. Now if borrower fails to pay the money, who is having right to file a case against borrower? Money lender. Now money lender assigns his right to some other person, say for example X. Now who can file the case against B? X can file the case against B because he got the power. How he got the power? Because money lender assigned that power to X. So this is called as assignment of contract, and money lender will be called as assigner. He will be called as assigner and X will be called as assignee. X will be called as assignee. Now as assignee, he can file a case against B even though he is a stranger to the contract because he got the rights. That's why he can file the case. That's it. Next one. Next one, acknowledgement or estoppel. So what is meant by acknowledgement or estoppel? So for example, seller agreed with a transporter, that is carrier, to deliver certain goods to buyer. So here, how many contracts are there? Two contracts. One is contract of sale between seller and buyer. Other one is contract of transportation between seller and transporter. Okay, for the contract of transportation, who are the parties? Seller and transporter. And what is the status of buyer? He is a stranger. Okay, now transporter fails to deliver the goods. Transporter fails to deliver the goods. Now who can file a case against transporter? Only seller, not buyer. Because seller is the contracting party, so he is allowed to file the case, whereas buyer is not a contracting party, he is a stranger, so he is not allowed to file the case against transporter. But if transporter made any acknowledgement to the buyer, like I will deliver your goods, I am holding goods on your behalf, like this, if transporter made any acknowledgement to the buyer, now because of this acknowledgement, buyer will get a right to file a case against transporter even though he is a stranger. So when one contracting party acknowledges his liability to stranger, then that stranger can also file the case even though he is not a contracting party. So that is about acknowledgement or estoppel. Next one. Covenants running with land. The next one is covenants running with land. So what is meant by covenant running with land? That is existing conditions along with land. So for example, there are two farmers. Farmer 1, farmer number 2. So both are having land adjacent to each other. Now both made an agreement with each other. What is that agreement? So in this land, they will install a bore, and from this bore they will get water, and this water will be utilized for both the lands. Like this, they made an agreement with each other. Now a covenant is created on these two lands. What is that covenant? So whoever purchases this land need to obey this covenant. What is that covenant? One land, the bore in one land will be used for giving water to both the lands. Okay, now farmer 2 sold his land to X. Now X using the bore only for his land, and he denies to give water to farmer number 1. Now farmer number 1 want to file a case against X. Is it possible? Here farmer number 1 made the agreement with farmer number 2, not with X. So is it possible? No, it is not possible. Generally it is not possible because X is stranger to that agreement. X is stranger to that agreement. Only farmer 1 and farmer 2 are the parties to that agreement. So if anything happened, farmer 1 need to file the case against farmer 2. But in this case, he filed the case against X. Is it allowed? Answer is yes, it is allowed. Reason means if any covenant is running with land, that means if any land is having a covenant like this, that is condition like this, then any person who bought the land with the knowledge of that covenant is liable to follow that covenant. Even though he is not a party to that agreement, he must also follow that covenant. What happens if he fails to follow this covenant? Then any of the party can file a case against this person even though he is a stranger. Next one, contract entered through an agent. This is very simple point. So principal instructed agent to make a contract with outsider. Now outsider agent made the contract. So who can enforce this contract? Agent can enforce this contract, or this contract is indirectly entered by the principal. That's why principal can also enforce this contract even though he is not the main contracting party. Actually, who is main contracting party? Agent is main contracting party. Principal is not main contracting party. But if there is anything that is breach of contract on part of outsider, then not only agent, principal can also file the case even though principal is outsider. Similarly, if there is any breach of contract on part of agent, now the other party, that is outsider, can sue either agent or principal. So here, stranger to the contract rule is not applicable. Doctrine of privity of contract is not applicable. Next one. Which agreements are called as unlawful agreements? Or when an agreement will be called as unlawful? When it is prohibited by law. Forbidden means prohibited. Say for example, supplying drugs, prohibited. Child marriage, prohibited. So certain agreements are already prohibited by law. That is forbidden by law. If you made that kind of agreement, then that agreement will be called as unlawful agreement. Next one. And now you are making law in order to defeat the provisions of any law. Say for example, what is the limitation period generally? 3 years. Now you made an agreement with other party and you reduces the limitation period from 3 years to 2 years. That means you want to defeat the provisions of Limitation Act. That's why your agreement is void, unlawful agreement. When you made any agreement to defraud any other person, so two parties made agreement with each other to defraud a third party. So that agreement is fraudulent in nature. That's why it is unlawful agreement. Now two parties made an agreement to injure another person or his property. So it involves injury, making injury to others. That's why it is also unlawful agreement. Now, if it is against to public policy or if it is against to moral values, then also that agreement will be called as unlawful. In all these cases, the agreement will become unlawful. And unlawful agreements are void. They are not enforceable. Next one. Agreements that are opposite to public policy. Agreements that are opposite to public policy. First one, trading with enemy. Who is enemy here? Nothing but alien enemy. Alien means foreigner. So, at the time of war between two nations, other nation people will be called as alien enemies. So during the time of war, you can't make any new contract or you cannot continue the existing contract with those people because now they are enemies. They are alien enemies. That's why you can't make any contract with them. You can't make a fresh contract. You can't continue an existing contract. But in order to make a fresh contract or in order to continue the existing contract, CG's approval is required. So without CG's approval, you can't make any contract with those people or you can't continue any contract with those people. That too, especially during the time of war. If you made any agreement during the time of war or if you continued any agreement during the time of war without getting CG's approval, then that agreement is opposite to public policy and that agreement is void. Next one, stifling prosecution. So offenses are categorized into two. One is compoundable offense, other one is non-compoundable offense. So compoundable offenses are those offenses which can be compromised by the parties. Non-compoundable offenses are those offenses which cannot be compromised by the parties. Generally, all civil cases will come under compoundable offenses. That is, they can be compromised. And all criminal matters will come under non-compoundable offenses. That means they cannot be compromised. That means the person who commits crime must be punished. Okay. Now, if you want to compromise in non-compoundable offense, that is criminal offense, then it will be called a stifling prosecution and it is opposite to public policy. But what about compromising in compoundable offenses? It is not a stifling prosecution, it is valid only. But if you want to compromise in non-compoundable offenses like crimes, then that agreement will be called a stifling prosecution and it is opposite to public policy and it is void. Next one, maintenance and champerty. So what is maintenance and champerty? So for example, B is involved in a legal suit. Now he requires some money in order to stay in the suit. Now, A made a promise to provide that money in order to support B's litigation. So, in this case, the agreement between A and B will be called as maintenance or champerty. Okay, when this agreement will become maintenance, when this agreement will become champerty? So, if A is expecting some share of proceeds, which will be gained by B, if B won the case. If B won the case, then whatever the benefit that was received by B, in that benefit, A will also have some share because A assisted B in support of the litigation. So that's why he expects some share in that proceeds. Then it will be called as champerty agreement. If he is not expecting any share, he is just expecting the money, whatever incurred by him, need to be reimbursed. Then it will be maintenance agreement. That means if A supports B in litigation by giving money, then If he has intention to take any share of winning proceeds, then it is champati. If there is no such intention, then it is maintenance. And what is the validity of these agreements? Both these agreements are valid only. Both agreements are valid only. But when they are made with any malicious motive or with an intention to defraud others or unrighteous shoots, nothing but you don't have any right over the property, but you file the case and you are claiming that property as yours. This is nothing but fake case, and other party is supporting you by giving money. So this kind of agreement, all these agreements are void only, even though it is maintenance or champati. So maintenance means supporting other person financially in a suit. Champati also same. But in case of maintenance, you won't expect any share in winning proceeds. But in champati, you will expect some share in winning proceeds. And both agreements are valid unless they are made with some bad motive. That's it. Next one, interest against obligation. So no person can act against his obligation. So for example, if police officer is taking some money in order to release you from jail, even though you commit some crime, then it is interest against obligation. That kind of agreement is opposite to public policy. Next one, interference with course of justice. That means giving bribes to judge, that is judicial officer, to get favorable decision, or giving money to legislator to make a favorable law for you. So all these kind of acts will interfere with course of justice, and all these agreements are opposite to public policy. And trafficking relating to public offices and titles. So giving any bribe to public officers, nothing but government officers, that is opposite to public policy. And giving any money to public officer, that is government officer, to retire voluntarily, that is before completion of his retirement. Now I will secure that job. So like this, if you made any arrangement also, then it is opposite to public policy, because they are trafficking relating to public officers. And buying titles like Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan, Arjuna Award, Bharat Ratna Award, so they need to be given to deserved people, not to the people who give the money. So if you buy these titles, then those agreements are also opposite to public policy. Next one, marriage brokerage agreement. That is setting a marriage in between two parties. So when you set marriage in between two parties by taking some consideration from both the parties, it will be called as marriage brokerage agreement. And marriage brokerage agreements are void. They are opposite to public policy in India. But marriage bureaus are something different, because they will not make any representation to the parties. They will just arrange a platform in order to interact with each other. That's it. But what about marriage brokers? So they will say so more things about other party, like they will say about bride, and they will say about groom in a most convenient manner. That means they will price them. They will price them. But actually, so they are not like that. So for example, that person is having alcohol habit. He will say there is no alcohol habit. So like that, he will make some false representations, and he will do marriage just for getting some kind of commission. So that's why in India, marriage brokerage agreements like this nature, so those agreements are void. They are opposite to public policy. And any agreement which tends to create monopoly. That means there are only 3 sellers in the market, and now those 3 sellers want to become a single seller. Now they made an agreement with each other to combine all those businesses. This agreement is also void, because creating monopoly will affect the people. Because if you create monopoly, if there is no competition, then what will happen? Quality will be reduced and price will be increased, which is against to public. That's why it is against to public policy. It is void. Knockout agreement. What is meant by knockout agreement? So in case of auction sale, all bidders may agree with themselves for not to bid against each other, so that the product in that auction can be obtained for a lowest price. So this kind of agreement is called as knockout agreement, and these knockout agreements are also opposite to public policy and void. Next one, consideration unlawful in part. So what happened when one part of contract is lawful and other part of contract is unlawful? Then what to do? So if entire contract is lawful, it is valid. If entire contract is unlawful, it is void. But here there are 2 parts. One part is lawful, other part is unlawful. Now what to do? If they are separable, lawful part is valid, unlawful part is void. If they are inseparable, the entire contract is void. The entire contract will be void. And some other agreements which are opposite to public policy. So if you restrict personal liberty of any person through an agreement, then that agreement is void. That means I will make other person as a slave and I will not pay any remuneration to him. That means I am affecting his personal liberty, personal freedom. So that's why this agreement is void. So agreement to defraud others like creditors or revenue authorities like income tax authority, GST authority. So if I made any agreement to defraud any person, he may be a creditor or revenue authority, that agreement is opposite to public policy and void. Agreement to commit a crime, opposite to public policy and void. Next one, and saving the persons who are doing criminal acts. So that is also void. Because if you save those people, then definitely those people will repeat those offenses and it will become a big headache for the public. That's why committing crime is a punishable offense, as well as saving the person who commit crime is also a punishable offense. And in both cases, the agreements will be opposite to public policy. An agreement interferes with parental duties. Nothing but any agreement which separates parents from child, that agreement is void. Similarly, any agreement which separates husband from wife, then also that agreement is void. So these are the agreements which are opposite to public policy. So by this we completed this chapter. Okay students, now let's start with free consent. So here, free consent means it is not a single word, it is a combination of two words. One is consent and second one is about whether that consent is free or not. So first we need to know what is meant by consent. Let's take an example here. Ram and Ravi. Okay, Ram is having two cars and both cars belongs to same brand. So for example, so both are Mahindra Thar. So he is having two Thars. One is red color and second one is black color. Okay, now Ram want to sell red color Mahindra Thar. So he made an offer to Ravi about selling of his car, but he fails to disclose about the color of the car. And Ravi gave acceptance to Ram's offer. So he also said, okay, I will buy your Thar, but he also fails to ask for color of the car. Actually, Ravi is thinking to buy black color Thar, but Ram is thinking to sell red color Thar. Now, what is the subject matter of this agreement? So in this case, Ram made offer, Ravi gave acceptance. That means there is an agreement between Ram and Ravi. So in this agreement, what is the subject matter? The subject matter is Thar. What Ram is thinking about that subject matter? It is red color Thar. What Ravi is thinking about that subject matter? Black color Thar. That means both are thinking in different manner. So when both people are thinking in different manner, then there is no consent. Then there is no consent. What happens if both are thinking Thar as red color one? Then there is consent. What happens when both are thinking the Thar is black color one? Then there is also consent. What happens when one party is thinking red, other party is thinking as black? Then there is no consent. So now what is the definition of consent? Consent means agreeing the same thing. So Ravan, Ravi, so they need to agree the same thing, that is Thar, in the same sense. Then only it will be called as consent. So if both agreed Thar as a red color one, it is a consent. If both are thinking that Thar as black color one, then there is also a consent. But one party is thinking as red color, other party is thinking as black color. Now there is no consent at all. So like this, first we need to verify whether there is consent or not. Next one. After verifying it, we need to comment whether that consent is free or not. So how to decide whether a consent is free or not? So for this purpose, you need to check coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation, and mistake. Finally. Okay, if any one of these elements got involved, then definitely it is not a free consent. If none of them is involved, then it is a free consent. So first, having consent means agreeing the same thing in the same sense. Having free consent means obtained consent without any coercion, without any undue influence, without any fraud, without any misrepresentation, and not because of any mistake. So then only that consent will be called as free consent. Okay, then what is meant by coercion? So coercion means there will be a party, and this party will make the second party to enter into a contract with him. But second party is not interested in entering into this contract, but against his willingness, so he is entering into the contract because of first party. So in order to make second party to enter into the contract, first party applied some physical force against second party, then it will be called as coercion. Mental force against second party, then it is called as undue influence. Intentional false statement, the first party made some intentional false statement with the second party. Now second party deceived because of those false statements and he made a contract with the first party, then it is fraud. Now first party made some unintentional false statements, and by believing unintentional false statements, second party made the contract. So here it will be called as misrepresentation. So if first party applies physical force, it is coercion. If first party applies mental force, it is undue influence. If first party made some intentional misstatements, that is wrong statements, false statements, then it is fraud. If those false statements are unintentional, then it will be called as mistake. Next. So in all these cases, the person who is applying all these things will be called as defaulting party. Nothing but the person who commits default. Default means applying coercion, applying undue influence, applying fraud, applying misrepresentation. So that person will be called as defaulting party. And what about other party? Other party will be called as aggrieved party, that is affected party. So the person who applies coercion, the person who applies undue influence, the person who applies fraud, the person who applies misrepresentation will be called as defaulting party. And the person on whom all these things may be applied, that person will be called as aggrieved party, that is affected party. Okay, now what is the validity of contract if any one of these elements got involved? If any one of these elements got involved, then the contract will become voidable. Contract will become voidable. So what is the definition of voidable contract? So in this case, one party is entitled to avoid the contract. So that contract is nothing but called as voidable contract. Okay, now among defaulting party and aggrieved party, who is entitled to avoid contract? It is aggrieved party. That's why in all these cases, the contract will become voidable at the option of aggrieved party. Okay, now what are the options available to aggrieved party? So he may continue the contract, he may continue the contract, or he may cancel the contract. If aggrieved party decides to continue the contract is a valid contract. If aggrieved party decides to cancel the contract is a void contract. And one more important point, if aggrieved party decides to cancel the contract, what he need to do? So defaulting party, aggrieved party. So both people are obliged to return the benefits that are received under the contract. Say for example, defaulting party received 1 lakh rupees and aggrieved party received some goods. So now what they need to do? So they need to restore those things back. That means defaulting party need to return the 1 lakh rupees to the aggrieved party and aggrieved party need to return goods to the defaulting party. If there is any coercion, undue influence, fraud or misrepresentation, they can do like this. So whenever they decided to cancel the contract. So what happens if aggrieved party decides to continue the contract? Then all these things are not applicable. All these things are not applicable. The contract will be continued as it is. But if aggrieved party decides to cancel the contract, then this point is applicable. Both parties need to return the things that are got under the contract. And apart from this, defaulting party need to pay damages to aggrieved party. So defaulting party need to pay damages to aggrieved party. How much amount he need to pay as damages? It all depends upon loss suffered by the aggrieved party. If aggrieved party suffered with 1 lakh rupees loss, then defaulting party need to pay 1 lakh damages. If aggrieved party suffers with 10 lakh rupees loss, then defaulting party need to pay 10 lakhs as damages. 10 lakhs as damages. Next one. Next one, mistake. So what is meant by mistake? Here, there are two parties and first party will do nothing. He will not do nothing. So no physical force, no mental force, no intentional false statements, no unintentional false statements also. So first party is genuine now. Now second party made this contract with first party by making a mistake. So by some wrong belief, that means because of some wrong beliefs, second party made a contract with first party. If he knows about that fact, definitely he is not going to enter into that contract. But because of some wrong beliefs, he made the contract. So this kind of activity will be called as mistake. Here, this person cannot be termed as defaulting party because he did nothing. And this person is not an agreed party because also he is not affected because of other party. So here there is no defaulting party, no agreed party concept, no voidable contract concept. Here, if there is any mistake, the agreement will be either void or valid. That's it. There are some mistakes which are excusable. So in those cases, the agreement is void. But there are some mistakes which are non-excusable. In those cases, the agreement is valid even though there is mistake. So the validity will be either void or valid depending upon the situation. So here the contract is not voidable. The contract is either valid or void. And here there is no defaulting party, agreed party concept because no one is harming others. And here no need to pay any damages also. Why? Because no party is harming other. So that's why damages concept is not applicable here. Now we need to discuss about coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation and mistake. So after that, the entire chapter will get completed. Okay, let's first discuss about coercion. Coercion. So what is meant by coercion? So in general words, applying physical force against other party in order to make that other party to enter into the contract, even though he is not willing to make that contract. So that kind of activity will be called as coercion. But according to law, the definition is different. So if you did some acts, for what purpose? To make other party to enter into the contract. To make other party to enter into the contract, which is against to his willingness. Which is against to his willingness. That means he is not willing to enter into the contract, but you making that person to enter into the contract by applying some acts, then it is called as coercion. So what is meant by coercion? You will do some acts. And what is the main motive behind that? To make the other party to enter into a contract with you against his willingness. Because he does not want to make a contract with you, because of the acts made by you, he is compelled to enter into a contract with you. So that's why your acts will be called as coercion. Okay. Next one. Then what are the acts that are covered under coercion? So 4 acts got covered here. One is wait a minute. So what are the acts that amounts to coercion? So there are 4 acts which amounts to coercion. So first one, committing an act which is forbidden by wait a minute. Which is forbidden by IPC. So the first act is committing an act which is forbidden by IPC. Say for example, doing crime. It is forbidden by IPC. So if you did any crime in order to make the other party to enter into the contract, then it will amount to coercion. Next one, second one. Threatening to threatening to commit above act. Threatening to commit above act. So not only committing. So if you create any threat to commit such an act, it is also coercion. So if you did crime in order to make the other party to enter into the contract, it is coercion. Second one, if you made any threat to commit crime, that is the crime is not yet committed. So you are creating a threat among other party in order to make other party to enter into the contract, then also it will amount to coercion. Next one. 3. Detaining property unlawfully. Detaining property unlawfully. Now you made an offer to other party, and other party rejects it, and in order to make other party to enter into the contract, you take the property of that other party and you said like this, so I will give this property to you only when you made a contract with me, otherwise I'm not going to give this property back to you. So because of this, now other party made the contract with you. Will this amount to coercion? Yes, this is also coercion. This is also coercion. Next one. Similarly, threatening. Threatening to commit above act. Threatening to commit above act. So what does it mean? Now I created a threat. So what kind of threat? If you made a contract with me, then it is okay. Otherwise, so I will take your property. So like this, I created a threat. That means the property is not yet detained by me. I just created a threat. Now because of that threat, other party made a contract with me. So can I call this threat as coercion? Answer is yes. So if you committed any of these acts in order to make the other person to enter into the contract, that too against his willingness, then it will amount to coercion. Next one, who can apply coercion? The main party who want to make the other party to enter into the contract, that person can apply coercion, or he may employ some other person, and that some other person can also apply coercion. That means coercion can be proceeded from any party, whether it's contracting party or stranger, it doesn't matter. So who can apply coercion means anyone can apply coercion. And similarly, on whom coercion can be applied? So I or my agent, that is outsider, can apply coercion on other party to make the other party to enter into the contract, or we can apply coercion on some other person who is related to the other person. So if we applied coercion on some other person who is a related one, then this person will enter into a contract with me because of the force. So this is also coercion only. That means coercion can proceed from any person and it may proceed against any person. And where to apply coercion? So coercion can be applied at any place, not only in India, outside India also you can apply coercion. So it will be called as coercion only. Say for example, I applied some force on other party to enter into the contract. So that force is coercion as per Indian law, but I applied coercion at some other place, say for example America. So at that place this is not a coercion. So at America this is not a coercion, but at India it is a coercion. So that's why I took that person to America and applied coercion against that person at America, because at America it is not a coercion. Now say, will it become coercion as per Indian law? Yes. If the case went to Indian court, definitely this case will also be treated as coercion only. That means the place where you applied coercion is irrelevant. Whether IPC, that is Indian Penal Code, whether IPC is in force or not in that place, it is irrelevant. Wherever you applied coercion, when it comes to Indian court, definitely it will be treated as coercion only. Next one. Then what are the effects of coercion? Say for example, the person applied coercion is called as defaulting party. The person on whom coercion is applied is called as aggrieved party. So here defaulting party applied coercion against aggrieved party. Now what is the validity of this contract? This contract will become voidable at the option of aggrieved party. Now aggrieved party is having two options. One is do nothing. One is do nothing. Second one is go to court and prove it in the court. Go to court and prove it in the court that other party has applied coercion against him. So he need to prove in the court. If he did nothing, then the contract is a valid contract. So no need to do anything extra. Next one. If he went to the court and he proves that he made contract because of the coercion committed by other party, then he can cancel the contract. And when he cancels the contract, what he need to do? So two things are applicable. One is restitution. Second one is damages. Sir, what is meant by restitution? Restitution means the act of restoring back the benefits which are taken under the contract. And this is applicable to both parties. Defaulting party need to return the benefits, aggrieved party need to return the benefits. Both need to return the benefits to each other. But in case of damages, only aggrieved party can claim damages from defaulting party. Because aggrieved party is innocent party, affected party, and defaulting party is the person who committed the default. That is wrong. So that's why who need to pay damages? Defaulting party. To aggrieved party. How much? To the extent of loss suffered by aggrieved party. So this is all about coercion. Next one, undue influence. Undue influence. So what is undue influence? So for applying coercion, no relation is required between parties, because if I'm having a gun, so I can create a threat on any person and I can make any person to enter into the contract. So no relation is required here. But for applying mental pressure, that is mental force, some kind of relation is required. So that's why in case of undue influence, parties must be nearly related to each other. So relation is important in case of undue influence. Whereas in coercion, no kind of relation is required. So coercion can be applied not only on related parties but also on unrelated parties. But what about undue influence? It can be applied only against related parties. So then what kind of relation is required? So there must be two parties and both parties must be in a relation. So there must be a near relation between both the parties. And in that relation, one party should be stronger and other party should be weaker. So dominating party, weaker party. That is stronger party, weaker party. And stronger party need to use his position to dominate the will of weaker party. So he need to dominate the will of weaker party. Stronger party need to dominate the will of weaker party. And stronger party need to get some unfair benefit. Nothing but undue advantage. You need to get some unfair benefit, that is undue advantage. If all these conditions are satisfied, then it is undue influence. Let's take an example. Teacher, student. Okay. Now student bought a new car and he went to college along with that car. Now teacher was very much impressed because of the car. Now he want to buy the car. So he immediately made an offer to the student to buy the car. Now student is in a position whether to give acceptance or not. He's worrying about it, because if he said okay, then he need to give that car, that is brand new car, to the teacher. So if he rejects the offer, then so he's having some fear that teacher will do something against to him in future. So because of this mental position, now even though student has no willingness to sell the car, he sold the car to the teacher. So in this case, the car value is 10 lakh rupees. It is 10 lakh rupees. And teacher bought the car for 7 lakhs only. Now my question is, will this amount show undue influence or not? Okay, let's check each and every element which is given there. So first of all, there must be some kind of relation. Yes, teacher, student, there is a relation. And one should be stronger, other should be weaker. Yes, teacher position is a stronger position when compared to student position. So teacher is in stronger position, student is in weaker position. And teacher need to dominate the will of student. Yes, teacher is dominating the will of student here. And teacher need to get undue advantage. Yes, teacher is getting unfair advantage here because the value of the brand new car is 10 lakhs, but he is paying only 7 lakhs. That means there is 3 lakhs advantage, which is not a fair advantage. So all the conditions given here are satisfied. That's why in this case, there is undue influence by teacher on student. Next one. Now, there are some cases where court will presume there is undue influence. And there are some cases where court will assume there is no undue influence. In few cases, court will assume there is undue influence. In few cases, court will not assume there is undue influence. Okay, what are those cases? First one. First one. If there is real or apparent authority, if there is real or apparent authority, then court will assume there is undue influence. So court will straight away assume there is undue influence. When there is fiduciary relation, court will assume there is undue influence. Next one. When there is any agreement with a person who is affected with mental distress, so in that case also court will assume there is undue influence. And finally, in case of unconscionable bargains, nothing but unreasonable transactions. In case of unreasonable transactions also, court will assume there is undue influence. Okay, but in few cases, court will not make such kind of assumption. Court will assume there is no undue influence. What are those cases? So, husband and wife case, court will not assume undue influence. Next one. Landlord and tenant case, court will not assume undue influence. Next one. Creditor and debtor, court will not assume undue influence. Next. Principal and agent, court will not assume undue influence. Okay. Now the point is, if court assumes undue influence, then we need to prove it is wrong. So what we need to prove now? No, there is no undue influence. Who will say there is no undue influence? Stronger party. Now the burden of proof lies on stronger party. He need to prove that the court assumption is wrong, and he need to prove there is no undue influence on part of him. But in these cases, what court will do? Court will assume there is no undue influence. Now we need to prove court assumption is wrong. So what we need to prove here? There is undue influence. Who will say like this? There is undue influence? Weaker party. So here the burden of proof lies on weaker party. He need to prove in the court so that he is subject to some undue influence. Okay, in these cases, what is meant by real or apparent authority? Nothing but controlling other person by using some relation. So parent will control child, teacher will control student, master will control a servant. So here it is called as real or apparent authority. Next one, what is meant by fiduciary relation? So it is the relation which consists of trust and confidence. If my friend is having lots of trust on me, then I can easily influence the friend. Like a disciple is having enormous trust on Swamiji. Now Swamiji can easily deceive disciple. So like that, if there is any fiduciary relation, that is lots of trust and confidence, then the person on whom the trust and confidence is there, that person can easily deceive you. So he can easily influence you to enter into the contract. Next one. Unreasonable transactions. Say for example, you made a money lending transaction and the terms are unreasonable. Say for example, you are charging 80% rate of interest per month, or 90% rate of interest per month, 100% rate of interest per month, or 50% rate of interest per month. So is it a reasonable rate of interest? No. In such situations, court will assume undue influence. So what you need to remember here is this point. This is very important concept. This is not so important, but this is very important concept. In all these four cases, what law will assume? There is undue influence. That's why the burden of proof lies on stronger party to prove there is no undue influence. In these four cases, what is the assumption made by the law? There is no undue influence. That's why the burden of proof lies on weaker party. He need to prove there is undue influence. Next one. Then what is the effect of undue influence? Defaulting party applied undue influence on aggrieved party. Now what will happen to the contract? The contract will become voidable at the option of aggrieved party. Now aggrieved party is having two options. Two options. What are those two options? So he can do nothing. Do nothing. If he did nothing, the contract is valid. No need to do anything extra. Now he can go to the court and he can prove in the court. So what he need to prove? So he need to prove there is undue influence on him. Then he will get a right to cancel the contract. So here there is an important point. If he receives any benefit, then court will order to continue the contract only. If he receives any benefit, then court will say to continue the contract, but not with unreasonable terms. Court will reduce the unreasonable terms into reasonable terms. So for example, you made a money lending transaction at a rate of interest of 50% per month. Now court will reduce that 50% rate of interest to 2% or 1% rate of interest. So now court will reduce unreasonable terms into reasonable terms, and court will order you to continue the contract because here borrower got some benefit. So whenever aggrieved party got some benefit, then court will order to continue the contract with reasonable terms. What happens if benefit is not yet received? Then court may order for cancellation of contract. That's it. Let's see the content which is completed till now. So consent. So what is meant by consent? Two or more persons are said to be consent when they agree upon same thing in the same sense. Next one, free consent. The consent is said to be free when it is not caused by coercion, undue influence, or fraud, or misrepresentation, or mistake. So, if first four elements are involved, then contract is voidable. If last element is involved, then contract will become void. In few cases, it will become even valid also. It will be nothing but exception. Next one, what is meant by coercion? Committing an act which is forbidden by IPC, that is Indian Penal Code, or threatening. Detaining any property unlawfully or threatening. And what is the intention behind making this? To make other party to enter into an agreement. Next, undue influence. So in order to call it as undue influence, there must be relation between the parties, and one party should be in a position to dominate the will of other party, that is stronger and weaker positions, and to get unfair advantage. So when court will assume undue influence, or when court will assume that one party is in a position to dominate the will of other party, when there is real or apparent authority, fiduciary relation, when he is making a contract with a person who is mentally affected, and unconscionable bargains. And difference between coercion and undue influence: nature of action, physical force, mental or moral force. Crime. So anything which is forbidden by IPC will be called as crime. So IPC point will come under coercion but not under undue influence. So coercion involves criminal actions, but undue influence, no. Relationship. In case of coercion, not required. In case of undue influence, required. Who can exercise? Coercion can be exercised by anyone on anyone, but in case of undue influence, there must be relation between the parties. In simple words, only one party to the contract can apply undue influence over the other party. Outsiders not allowed. And what about the enforceability? Voidable. Here it is voidable. But if he receives any benefit, then court will enforce it in modified form. That is, it will make the unreasonable terms into reasonable terms. If no benefit is received by agreed party, then completely court may set aside that contract. That is cancellation. And benefits. Here the benefits must be restored back. Both parties need to restore the benefits, nothing but called as restitution. But here it will depend upon the court. Because if you receive any benefit, then court will continue the contract with modified form. If you had not received any benefit, the court will pass an order to cancel the contract. So it all depends upon the discretion of the court. So by this we completed about coercion and undue influence. So what is meant by fraud? Generally, fraud means making intentional false statement with an intention to make the other party to enter into a contract with you. Okay, but not only false statement, there are some other activities which also amounts to fraud. Now we are going to discuss about the activities which amounts to fraud. The very first activity is making intentional false statement. So if you make any intentional false statement with other in order to make that other party to enter into a contract with you, then that intentional false statement will amount to fraud. Next one, concealment. So what is meant by concealment? So concealment means active concealment or passive concealment. So basically concealment means hiding something. So now I'm going to sell certain goods. In those goods there are certain defects. Now I hide all those defects. So this process is known as concealment. So how I can hide the defects in the goods? So I can make active concealment or I can make passive concealment. So what is active concealment and what is passive concealment? Say for example, I'm going to sell a car. On that car, there are certain scratches. Now, I made a paint on those scratches. That means now I am hiding the defects by doing some activities. Then it will be called as active concealment. So if I hide anything by doing some activities, then it will be called as active concealment. Then what about passive concealment? So I will not do anything on it. I just give those goods to the other party without saying any word about it. So this kind of hiding, this kind of concealment is called as passive concealment. So among these two concealments, active concealment will amount to fraud, whereas passive concealment is not a fraud. So passive concealment is not a fraud. Passive concealment is nothing but silence. So silence does not amount to fraud. But there are some exceptions also. So let's discuss about those exceptions at next question. Okay, as of now, concealment, nothing but hiding defects. Active concealment, hiding defects by doing some acts. Passive concealment, hiding defects without saying a word. So here, active concealment will amount to fraud and passive concealment is not a fraud because basically silence does not amount to fraud. Next one, making a fake promise. Yes, by making some fake promises, I can make the other party to enter into the contract with me. And making such kind of promises will amount to fraud. Next one. Now, act or omission which a law specifically declares to be fraudulent. Say for example, Transfer of Property Act. So, if I want to sell mobile property, then for me Sale of Goods Act is applicable. If I want to sell immobile property, then for me Transfer of Property Act is applicable. So, sale of mobile property will be covered under Sale of Goods Act. Sale of immobile property will be covered under Transfer of Property Act. Okay, in Sale of Goods Act, there is a rule called as caveat emptor. So, what is meant by caveat emptor? Let the buyer be aware. So, who need to be aware? Buyer need to be aware. So, seller is not obliged to disclose each and everything to the buyer. So, who need to take care while buying the goods? It is the responsibility of buyer. It is not the responsibility of seller. But in case of Transfer of Property Act, there is no such rule. That means if buyer knows something, he need to disclose it to the seller. If seller knows something, he need to disclose it to the buyer. What happens if they fail to disclose? Then according to Transfer of Property Act, it will become a fraud. Now one act is saying this activity as fraud. So that activity will become fraud under Indian Contract Act also. So as per Transfer of Property Act, if there is any defect in the immobile property, then seller need to disclose it. Otherwise it is seller's fraud. As per Transfer of Property Act, if there is any information which is known to buyer of immobile property, then that buyer need to intimate to seller. Otherwise it will amount to fraud. So this is fraud as per Transfer of Property Act. Now the same will become fraud under Indian Contract Act also. So that is the last point. And not only these points, any act which is fitted to deceive the other party, it is also a fraud. And all these frauds will be called as active fraud. So these frauds are called as active frauds. Next one. Then what is the validity of contract here? In case of active fraud, whether aggrieved party is in a position to discover the truth or not, the contract is always voidable. So remember the word here, the contract is always voidable. Sir, agreed party is in a position to discover the truth. It is very easy for him to discover the truth. Even then also it is voidable. Sir, it is very difficult to find out the truth. Even then also this contract is voidable. So in case of active fraud, whatever the position it may be, the contract is always voidable. If it is easy to trace the defect, or if it is difficult to trace the defect, whatever it may be, the contract is always voidable in case of active fraud. That means active fraud means all these 5 cases will be called as active fraud cases. Next one. Now we are going to discuss about silence fraud. So this case will be called as silence fraud. Silence fraud. So generally silence does not amount to fraud. Yes, what you are hearing is absolutely correct. Silence does not amount to fraud. But in 2 cases, silence will amount to fraud. What are those 2 cases? When there is a duty on a person to speak, that means when there is a duty on a person to disclose facts, then he need to disclose it. Otherwise, his silence will amount to fraud. Next one, when silence is equivalent to speech, and that silence will indicate, if silence is indicating a false statement, then your silence will be fraud. So only in 2 cases silence will amount to fraud. Okay, now let's discuss about each one. First one. So when a person will have duty to speak everything, so then it is good faith contract. Which contracts are covered under good faith contracts? One is fiduciary relationship. That means now a person is making a contract with another person who is in a fiduciary relation. That means a lot of trust and confidence is involved in between those 2 parties. Now this party need to disclose everything to this party. Similarly, this party also required to disclose everything to this party. What happens if they fail to disclose facts to each other? Then their silence will amount to fraud, because this is good faith contract. In case of good faith contract, keeping silence is not a correct measure. You need to disclose whatever known to you. Otherwise, your silence will become fraud. Next one, contract of insurance. It is also a good faith contract. So while taking any insurance policy, the policy holder need to disclose everything to the insurance policy holder. So if he fails to disclose about certain facts, then it will be called as fraud. Say for example, so a policy holder is taking life insurance policy from insurance company. Okay, at the time of taking policy, he declares his age as 28 years, but actually his age is 30 years. In order to reduce premium amount, he discloses his age falsely. Now what about this statement? Will it become fraud? Yes, this is active fraud. This will become active fraud. Next one. Now this policyholder is having certain diseases. Now without disclosing about those diseases, he took insurance policy from the insurance company. Now say, will this amount to fraud? Yes, this is silence fraud, because insurance contract is a contract of good faith. So here every party need to disclose whatever known to him. Otherwise it will amount to fraud. So here he knows about his diseases, but he fails to disclose it to the other party. So that's why this non-disclosure, this silence will amount to fraud. Next one, contract of marriage. So if bride knows anything, he need to disclose to groom. Next, if groom knows anything and he need to disclose it to bride. So for example, so there are bride and bridegroom. Bride and bridegroom. Now, bridegroom, so he's already married. He's already married. But he fails to disclose about this fact to the bride. Now what she can do? What bride can do? So bride can avoid the contract on the ground of fraud. Now, bride is already married, but the same is not disclosed to the groom. Now what he can do? What groom can do? He can avoid the contract on the ground of fraud. Because it is a good faith contract, both parties are under obligation to disclose every fact known to them. Otherwise, their silence will amount to fraud. Next one, family settlement contract. That means who are the parties in this agreement? Family members. When family members are the parties, then it will become a good faith contract. And every family member is having an obligation to disclose everything to the other family members. So if they kept silent, that silence will amount to fraud. And share allotment contract. So for allotting shares, company will issue a document called as prospectus. So when company issues prospectus, then the prospectus must contain everything correctly as well as completely. What happens if there is any incomplete information in the prospectus? That means what happens if they hide anything? Then such non-disclosure, such silence will amount to fraud. Next one, second situation. So till now we discussed about good faith contract, where it is the duty of every party to disclose about everything known to them. But now it is about second situation, that is where silence is equivalent to speech. So when silence will become speech? Say for example, there is a seller and buyer. So seller want to sell his car to buyer and it is having some defects. Now buyer asks seller like this: if car is having any defect, please disclose it to me. Otherwise keep silent. Like this, buyer made a statement with seller. Now car is having defects. What seller need to do? He need to speak it out. What happens if seller keeps silent here? Then his silence will indicate a speech. What is that speech? The car is free of all defects. So now, if he kept silent even though the car is having defects, then his silence will amount to speech, and this speech is a false statement. That's why this silence will amount to fraud. And in these two cases, the fraud will be called as silence fraud. Then what is the difference between active fraud and silence fraud? In case of active fraud, whether agreed party is in a position to discover the truth or not, the contract is always voidable. But in case of silence fraud, if agreed party is in a position to discover the truth easily, then he can't avoid the contract. He can't avoid the contract here. But if it is very difficult to trace out the truth, then he can avoid the contract. That means for easily identifiable defects, he can't avoid the contract. The contract is not voidable. But if it is very difficult to hide the defects, then for these cases, agreed party can cancel the contract. That means he can avoid the contract. So what we need to check it here? So we need to check whether it is active fraud or silence fraud. In case of active fraud, the contract is always voidable. There is no doubt at all. But in case of silence fraud, if agreed party can easily detect the truth, then the contract is not voidable. If it is not possible for the agreed party to detect the defect easily, then the contract is voidable. Next one, misrepresentation. So what is meant by misrepresentation here? So making any false statement without any intention to defraud the other party, that is innocent false statement. So when one party makes innocent false statement, and because of that innocent false statement, other party made a contract with him, then it is not fraud, it is misrepresentation, because it is made innocently, that is unintentionally. Next one, breach of duty to speak. So in case of good faith contracts, every party is having a duty to disclose everything to the other party. But what happens if they fail to disclose it? It will amount to fraud. Just now we discussed about it. But if it is made innocently, it will become misrepresentation. That means if it is made intentionally, fraud. If it is made innocently, then it will become misrepresentation. And finally, making other party to make mistake. So you are making other party to make mistake about subject matter. You are making it. If it is made intentionally, then it is fraud. But if it is made unintentionally, then it will become misrepresentation. So what is the common point in all these 3 points? That is unintentionally. So if you made anything unintentionally, then it will be misrepresentation only. That is making a false statement unintentionally. So fails to disclose the truth unintentionally. Next one, making other party to commit mistake unintentionally. In all these cases, it will amount to misrepresentation. Next one, what are the difference between fraud and misrepresentation? So, and one more important point, in case of misrepresentation, what is the validity of the contract? The contract is voidable only. If agreed party is in a position to discover the truth easily, then the contract is not voidable, just like silence fraud. That means agreed party can easily detect the fraud. Next one, it is very difficult to detect the fraud. Two situations. If it is active fraud, so here the contract is voidable, here also the contract is voidable. If it is silence fraud, if it is easy to detect the fraud and agreed party fails to detect it, then it is agreed party's ineffectiveness. So that's why the contract is not voidable. But if it is difficult, then it is voidable. In case of misrepresentation also, here the contract is not voidable and here the contract is voidable. Next one, differences. So intention, to deceive other party, no such intention. And knowledge of truth, here The person making fraud knows that statement is untrue, that is false. But here he believes that statement as a true statement. He made false statement, okay. In both cases, he will make false statement. But here what he believes that false statement as a false statement. But in case of misrepresentation, he believes that false statement as a true statement. Next one. And is it possible to cancel the contract? Yes, in both cases, cancellation of contract is possible. But in case of fraud, you can recover damages. In case of misrepresentation, you can't claim any damages. Next one. And what is the validity of the contract? In case of active fraud, the contract is always voidable. Even though aggrieved party is in a position to discover the truth, but he fails to do so, then also the contract is voidable. But in case of silence fraud and misrepresentation, the contract is not voidable. Next one, mistake. So, if any party made any mistake, that is wrong belief. If any party made any mistake and entered into the contract, then can he avoid the contract? Can he avoid the contract? So, if mistake is excusable, he can avoid the contract. That means the contract is void. If the mistake is non-excusable, he can't avoid the contract. Then when the mistake is excusable, when the mistake is not excusable. So, first one. If you make any mistake of law, then you need to check whether it is Indian law or foreign law. So if it is Indian law, no one can ignore Indian law. Every person should know about Indian law. No one can get excuse for making mistake of Indian law. So that's why it is non-excusable mistake. So when it is non-excusable mistake, you can't avoid the contract. That means the contract is valid only. Next one. Sir, what about mistake of foreign law? So mistake of foreign law will be treated as mistake of fact only. Then what about mistake of fact? Why mistake of foreign law will be treated as mistake of fact? Because as Indians, we are supposed to know about Indian law, but not about foreign laws. So that's why mistake of Indian law is non-excusable, whereas mistake of foreign law will be treated as mistake of fact. Next one. In mistake of fact also, there are two cases, unilateral mistake, bilateral mistake. If only one party commits mistake, it is called as unilateral mistake. If both parties commit mistake, then it will be called as bilateral mistake. So if only one party commits mistake, then he can't avoid the contract, because if he avoid the contract, definitely other party is going to lose. So that's why. So it is non-excusable mistake. That's why the contract is valid. But if both parties commit mistake, then it is excusable only. So it is void. Now say, based on which mistake I can avoid the contract? Only on bilateral mistake of fact. What about mistake of Indian law? I can't avoid the contract. What about mistake of fact, which is unilateral? I can't avoid the contract. In both the cases, the contract is valid. But here there is a point. In both the cases, the contract is valid only. But I made that mistake of Indian law because of false statement made by the other party. That is because of fraud or misrepresentation by the other party. Now I made unilateral mistake of fact because of fraud or misrepresentation made by the other party. Then the contract will become voidable in both the cases. So what I need to check here? Excusable mistake, non-excusable mistake. Mistake of Indian law, non-excusable, so valid. It does not affect the validity of the contract. You can't avoid the contract. But if it is caused because of fraud or misrepresentation, voidable. Next, mistake of foreign law, treated as mistake of fact. Mistake of fact, which is unilateral, so non-excusable, because if it is excused, the other party will going to be loose. So that's why it is non-excusable. So what is the validity? Contract is valid. But if it is caused because of fraud or misrepresentation by other party, then it is voidable. And what about bilateral mistake? So both are committing mistake. That's why the agreement is void. Next one. Erroneous opinion about the value of the subject matter is not a mistake at all. Say for example, so there is a painting. So this painting will be valuable for some persons and it may not be valuable for some other persons. So it all depends upon perception. So I can purchase a painting, even though its value is nothing, I can purchase it for millions of dollars because I felt that painting as valuable item. Then I will pay millions of dollars for it. So here it cannot be called as a mistake. It cannot be called as a mistake. So having a different opinion about the value of an item cannot be called as a mistake. So in such cases, the contract is valid only. There is no problem at all. So if I buy anything for more value, it does not amount to mistake, because for me, it is the most valuable thing. That's why I paid more money. So nothing wrong in it. It is not a mistake. The contract is valid. Next one. So what happens if there is any fundamental error? If there is any fundamental error regarding the person with whom you are dealing, nothing but you want to make a contract with capital B, but you think small b as capital B and you made the contract with small b. So here there is a mistake relating to identity of other contracting party. So it is a fundamental error. So whether it is unilateral mistake or bilateral mistake, the contract is always void. So when you think other party as some other party and you made a contract with him, then you can avoid the contract whether it is unilateral or bilateral. And mistake as to nature of transaction. I think this agreement as a rental agreement, but I signed on sale agreement. So here there is a mistake about nature of transaction. In case if there is any mistake about nature of transaction, then the agreement is void whether it is unilateral or bilateral. That means if there is mistake about other contracting party, if there is mistake about nature of transaction, in both the cases, whether it is unilateral or bilateral, the contract is void. Nothing but both these cases are exceptions for above statement. So actually in case of unilateral mistake of fact, the contract is valid. But in both these cases, the contract is void only. Then what about any other thing like subject matter? Then as usual rule, if it is unilateral, the contract is valid. If it is bilateral, the contract is void. So this is simple because it is in accordance with general rule only. But in case of identity related mistake and nature related mistake, then if it is unilateral mistake, then also it is void only. So by this we completed about pre-consent chapter. Now let's start void agreements, quasi contracts, contingent contracts chapter. So in case of void agreements, we are going to discuss about 5 void agreements. In case of quasi contracts, we are going to discuss about 5 quasi contracts. In case of contingent contracts, we are going to discuss about 3 topics. One is the meaning, second one is essentials, third one is enforcement rules. Okay, let's start with void agreements. So 5 void agreements. First void agreement is agreement in restraint of marriage. Second one, agreement in restraint of trade. Third one, agreement in restraint of legal proceedings. And fourth one, uncertain agreement. Fifth one, wagering agreement. So first one, agreement in restraint of marriage. So what is the validity of agreement in restraint of marriage? Say for example, there is a money lender. So there is a money lender and a borrower. So money lender gave 10 lakhs loan to borrower. Borrower made a promise to repay the loan along with interest within 3 years. So what is the validity of this agreement? This agreement is valid. There is no problem in it. Now, money lender made a restriction on borrower. So he said, borrower, so not to have marriage until the loan amount is repaid. So now this is one of the conditions of this agreement. Now what is the validity of this agreement? Is it completely valid? No. Is it completely void? No. Then what is the validity? It is partly valid, partly void. So which part is valid, which part is void? The part which contains the restrictions is void. The part which contains the restrictions is void. And other part is valid. So here the restriction regarding marriage is void and the remaining part of agreement, that is to promise to pay the entire loan along with interest within 3 years, it is valid only. So this kind of agreements are called as void to that extent. They are void to that extent. They are not completely void and they are not completely valid also. That's why it is called as void to that extent. Okay. So agreement in restraint of marriage, that is which contains the restrictions on marriage, and such restrictions may be either complete restrictions or partial restrictions. Complete restriction means not to have marriage throughout your life. It is a complete restriction. Partial restriction means so don't marry certain people or don't marry other religious persons, don't marry other caste persons, and not have marriage for 3 years, 4 years. So like that, if you put any restriction, it will be called as partial restriction. So whether the restriction is complete or partial, the effect is same. In both cases, the agreement is void to that extent. On any person other than minor, that means you can put these kind of restrictions on minor, there is no problem. But you can't put these restrictions on major. If you put this kind of restrictions, the agreement will become void to that extent. So finally, what will happen? What will be the effect? The agreement will become void to that extent. That means through an agreement, if any party want to put any restriction relating to marriage, whether it is complete or partial, on any person other than minor, then that agreement is void to that extent. That is, the restrictions portions are void and the remaining part of agreement is valid only. Next one, agreements in respect of trade. So trade means selling or buying, but here trade includes profession also, that is providing services, occupation also, so doing some skillful work. So if any person made any agreement by putting some restrictions either on trading or on profession or on occupation, then that agreement is also void to that extent. So that is also void to that extent. So but this rule is having certain exceptions. What are those exceptions? First one is sale of goodwill. Second one is outgoing partner. Third one is continuing partner. So what is meant by goodwill here? A is having a business, sole trading business, and the assets which are used in sole trading business values 5 lakhs. It values 5 lakhs. Now he is getting a turnover of 10,000 per day. So his turnover is 10,000 per day. Now he want to sell his business to B. So B made a promise to pay rupees 5 lakhs for business, for acquiring the assets of the business. At the same time, here A is getting 10,000 per day turnover. This is nothing but A's goodwill. So A is having ability to earn revenue from first day itself. So this is nothing but called as goodwill. Now B made a promise to pay 15 lakhs for getting this goodwill also. So total he agreed to pay 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs. So in this case, who is buying the goodwill? So in this case, who is buying the goodwill? So B is buying the goodwill. That's why B will be called as buyer of goodwill. He will be called as buyer of goodwill. And what about A? A will be called as seller of goodwill. So he will be called as seller of goodwill. So A is seller of goodwill and B is buyer of goodwill. Now B is buying goodwill. That means he is paying money to get goodwill. So he can restrict seller of goodwill from having the same business, where in the local limit, and that local limit must be reasonable. Up to which time? Up to reasonable time. That means buyer of goodwill can restrict seller of goodwill from having same business, not any other business. So buyer of goodwill can restrict seller of goodwill from having same business till reasonable period, where at reasonable local limits. So restrictions on seller of goodwill. Buyer can restrict seller of goodwill so from having similar business, not any other type of business, only similar business, and within specified local limits which are reasonable. If it is unreasonable, the restriction is void. If it is not related to similar business, the restriction is void. And within specified time which is reasonable. If the time limit is unreasonable, the restriction is void. That means the restriction is valid when it is related to similar business and the time limit is reasonable and the local limits are reasonable. Next one. Then what about outgoing partners? So in case of outgoing partner also, the concept is same. So A, B, C. So carrying a partnership firm, they're carrying partnership firm, and they're having various assets. Say for example, 9 lakhs. Total asset value 9 lakhs. And they are having goodwill also, that is revenue earning capability. The value of goodwill is 3 lakhs. Value of goodwill is 3 lakhs. Now C want to retire from the firm. Is it possible? Yes, possible. C can retire from the firm. But at the time of his retirement, what he will do? He will take share of assets. He will take share of goodwill. Okay, taking share of asset, nothing but he will take 3 lakhs rupees. And for goodwill, he will take 1 lakh rupees. So he is taking 1 lakh for goodwill. That means he is selling his portion of goodwill to the firm. Now C will become seller of goodwill. He will become seller of goodwill. And what about the continuing partners? They will become buyer of goodwill. They are buyer of goodwill. Now buyer of goodwill can put restriction on seller of goodwill from not to have similar business for a reasonable time period and up to reasonable local limits. So same points are applicable here also, because this is also a sale of goodwill concept. Next one. So restrictions on continuing partners. So what kind of restriction they can place on each other? So in this case, A, B, C want to start a partnership business and they want to restrict themselves from having competing business. Is it valid? Answer is yes. Because in case of partnership firm, there will be mutual agency. That means if any partner did any wrong activity, then entire firm is liable. So that's why in order to take any person as partner, on that person, remaining partners must have utmost good faith, that is maximum good faith. That means A must have good faith on B and C, B must have good faith on A and C must have good faith on A and B. So if there is good faith only, then they can become partners in a partnership firm. That's why now they can restrict themselves from not to have similar business, that is competing business with that of the firm. So what happens if there is any competing business like this? Then definitely the profits of this firm will get decreased. So that is the reason why they can restrict themselves from having competing business with that of firm. Next one. And there are some agreements which does not amount to restriction. What are those agreements? First one, service agreement. So service agreement means employment agreement. And who are the parties? Employer and employee. So employer can restrict employee from carrying competing business during employment. So for example, now employee works for 3 years. So employer can restrict employee from having competing business for these 3 years. That is during employment period. What happens if employer puts such kind of restriction after 3 years? Then the agreement is void. So employer can restrict employee only during his employment period and only for carrying competing business with that of employer. Next one, sole or exclusive agreement. So what is meant by sole or exclusive agreement? So for example, there is a manufacturer. This manufacturer will sell entire goods manufactured by him to the single buyer. This is sole or exclusive agreement. Next one, there is a manufacturer and there is buyer. So this buyer will buy entire his requirement from this manufacturer only. This is also sole or exclusive agreement. So sole or exclusive agreements appears like restriction. They appear like restriction because this manufacturer, in first case, the manufacturer, so he cannot sell the goods to some other party. In second case, this buyer can't buy any goods from any other manufacturer. So this seems like a restriction, but actually it is not a restriction. So it is valid only. And next one, trade combination agreement. So here there will be an association of persons who are doing same kind of business, like auto union. So they are doing same business. That's why they will form an union called as auto union. So when they formed auto union, they will decide the terms and conditions like minimum price, how much amount they need to charge, and maximum amount. All these amounts will be decided by whom? Auto unions. Okay. What happens if any person want to break these rules? Then that person is not allowed to run his auto in that area. Will it amount to restriction? No, it is not a restriction. It is not a restriction because they are doing like that only for the benefit of all the people. So not for single person benefit. So it is for the benefit of all the auto persons. So that is the reason why those kind of agreements are not restrictions at all and they are valid. So service agreement, nothing but employer can restrict employee from having competing business during period of employment. Sole exclusive agreement. So selling entire products to single person or buying entire products from single person. Both will amount to sole or exclusive agreement and they are not restrictions. Trade combination agreement. So similar trade, the persons who are carrying similar trade will become an association and they will make some rules and regulations for their common benefit. And those rules and regulations may appear like restriction, but they are not actually restrictions. Next one, agreements in restraint of legal proceedings. The agreements in restraint of legal proceedings. Now there is an agreement, and in that agreement, one party is trying to restrict other party from going to the court. So what is the validity of that agreement? That is void to that extent. So for example, A and B made an agreement with each other. Okay, A said to B, if you commits breach of contract, I will go to the court. Very good. And he made a condition on B, if I commits breach of contract, you can't go to the court. So this is nothing but a restriction. If any person makes any restriction like this, then the agreement is to that extent void. That means the restriction portion is void and remaining portion is valid only. Okay. So here the restrictions may be complete or partial, but only complete restrictions will make the agreements void, whereas partial restrictions, they will not make the agreement void. The agreement is valid only. Even though it contains restriction, it is completely valid, provided such restrictions must be partial restrictions. They must not be complete restrictions, they must be partial restrictions. Then only the agreement is void. Then only the agreement is valid. If it is complete restriction, the agreement is void to that extent. There is no doubt in it. If it is partial restriction, the agreement is valid only, even though there are restrictions. But in case of marriage, whether the restriction is complete or partial, the agreement is void to that extent. In case of trade also, if the restriction is complete or partial, then also the agreement is void to that extent. But in case of legal proceedings, only complete restrictions will make the agreement void to that extent, but partial restrictions are valid only. They will not affect the validity of agreement. The agreements are completely valid only. So now we need to know about what are complete restrictions and what are partial restrictions. So complete restrictions. So not to go to the court. Not to go to the court completely. It is complete restriction. Next one. Reducing the limitation period. What is limitation period? It is a time limit to go to the court to file the case. Say for example, if I commits breach of contract, then other party can go to the court within 3 years only. So otherwise, court will not enforce it. If he came after 3 years, court will not enforce it. Court will not take that case. So he need to approach court within 3 years. This time limit will be called as limitation period. So if any party reduce the limitation period, then that also complete restriction. So completely not to go to the court, complete restriction. And second one, reducing limitation period is also complete restriction. Then what are partial restrictions? So if you have any dispute, don't go to the court, but you can go for arbitration. So here it is not complete restriction, it is partial restriction. That's why the agreement is valid. So what is meant by arbitration? So if there is any dispute, what you will do? You will go to the court and judge will decide. But in case if you went to the court, definitely it will take so much of time. So it is not easy to complete very quick. So it will take lots of time. It will waste huge money also. That's why instead of going to court, you can approach some other mediator, some other person who will solve your case. And this mediator will act like independent person. And both parties will approach this mediator, that is independent person, and this person will be called as arbitrator. Now arbitrator will decide what to do and what not to do. He will decide just like a judge. So instead of going to court, you can go like this. And this process is known as arbitration. And all arbitration agreements must be in writing. That is mandatory. It is a legal formality. Because all contract does not require all legal formalities, but few contract requires legal formalities. So this contract require legal formality, that is, it should be in writing. So here instead of court, parties will go to arbitrator, and there is no problem in it. It is restriction only, but not complete restriction. It is just partial restriction. That's why the agreement is valid. Next one, agreement to file a suit only in the specified court. Say for example, there are two parties. One is from Hyderabad and second one is from Bangalore. Okay, now what happened here? So now both these parties made a contract with each other. Now there is a breach of contract or there is a dispute between the parties. Now where to go? Which court they need to approach? They can go either to Hyderabad court or to Bangalore court. Because one party is in Hyderabad, so Hyderabad court is also allowed. Other party is in Bangalore, so Bangalore court is also allowed. So they can go either to Hyderabad court or Bangalore court. But at the time of making agreement, they decided not to go to Hyderabad court. So they decided to go to Bangalore court. If there is any dispute between parties, then that party need to go to Bangalore court, not to Hyderabad court. Is this a restriction? Yes. Is it a complete restriction? No. This is a partial restriction. So as this is a partial restriction, the agreement is valid only. It does not affect the validity of the agreement. Next one. So not to go to the appeal. So what is meant by not to go to the appeal? Say for example, in this case only, if they went to Bangalore court and Bangalore court decided case in favor of A. Now who is agreed party because of this order? Definitely B. Now B want to challenge the decision which is made by the Bangalore court. Is it possible? Yes, possible. For that purpose, they need to go to higher court. So now he need to go to High Court of Karnataka or District Court of Karnataka. So he need to go to higher court. Say for example, some lower court made any decision, that decision can only challenge it in higher court. If lower court is city court, then they need to go to district court. If lower court is district court, we need to go to high court. If lower court is high court, we need to go to Supreme Court. So this process is known as appeal. So here what parties decided? So whatever the decision given by the lower court, just bound by it. So no one is entitled to go to appeal. Like this, they made a restriction. Is this a complete restriction? No, this is not a complete restriction. They are restricting only appeal. Still they are eligible to go to the lower court. So it is not complete restriction, it is partial restriction. So as it is partial restriction, the agreement is valid only. So in last case, that is legal proceedings case, the agreement is valid only if the restriction is partial. But if the restriction is complete, then the agreement is void to that extent. Next one, uncertain agreement. So what is uncertain agreement? Very simple. It is an agreement where terms and conditions are not clear or not capable of made clear. So for example, if terms are clear, then the agreement is valid. If terms are not clear, then we need to check, is it possible to make them clear? Is it possible? If it is possible, then it is valid. What happens if it is not possible? If it is not capable of being made certain, then the agreement is void. Simple. The next one, wagering agreements. So what is meant by wagering agreement? It is nothing but a betting. So how to identify whether the agreement is betting or not? So it will contain a promise to pay money or money's worth. Say for example, there is a match between CSK as well as RCB. So now there is a CSK fan and there is RCB fan. So now they made a bet with each other. If CSK won the match, then RCB fan need to pay rupees 10,000 to CSK fan. And if RCB won the match, then CSK fan need to pay 10,000 to RCB fan. Now I need to identify whether this agreement is betting agreement or not, that is wagering agreement or not. So in order to identify this agreement as wagering agreement, first of all there must be a promise to pay money or money's worth. Yes, here there is promise from this person to pay money. Here also there is a promise from this person to pay the money. So if there is any promise to pay the money or money's worth means any property. So if there is any promise to pay money or money's worth, then it may become a wagering agreement subject to other essentials. Then what are the other essentials? And that promise must be conditional. Yes, this person will make payment of 10,000 to second person only if RCB wins the match. And this person also made promise here. So this person will pay 10,000 to first person only if CSK won the match. So here the promise is conditional. Next one. And the event must be uncertain. Yes. Here the promise is conditional on the result of the match. And who is going to win the match? No, it is uncertain. CSK may win the match or RCB may win the match. So it is not possible to ascertain who is going to win the match till match completes. Next one. Each party must stand to win or lose. Yes, if CSK win, first party will win, second party will lose. If RCB wins the match, first party will lose and second party will win. That means if one party win, definitely other party will lose. So that kind of situation must be there. And they must have a common intention to bet. Yes, both are having an intention to make a bet. That's why they placed the bet here. And there should not be any other interest except for this money. Yes, sir, CSK fan, definitely he want to make a game for CSK. That means he wants CSK to win the match. And RCB fan, so he also want to make the RCB to win the match. But if they really like that, then definitely they will not make any bet on it. They will just enjoy the match by sitting in the room and by eating popcorn. They place a bet here. That means their intention is not to make them win. Their intention is to get some money. So that's why this is a betting agreement. And parties should not have any control over the event. Yes, here no one is controlling the result of the match. So it is uncontrollable. So this party can't control it and this party can't control the result of the match. So if all these conditions are present, then the agreement will be called as betting agreement, that is wagering agreement. So what is the validity of wagering agreement? Wagering agreements are generally void only. Now let's discuss about some transactions which are similar to wager, but some are valid, some are void. First one, lottery transactions. So lottery transaction, when they are valid, never. That means they're always void. They're always void. In some examples, they will ask you like this. This lottery was given by government authorized lottery center. Now say what is the validity? Then also it is void. So lottery transactions are always void. They never be valid. Next one. Crossword puzzles and competitions. So which is based on game of skill. So just solve the answer. I will give the reward. It is a game of skill. Solve the answer and your answer should match with my answer. This is game of chance. This is not based on skill. This is game of chance. So one is game of skill, other one is game of chance. If it is game of skill, it is valid when prize money does not exceed 1000. Then what happens when prize money exceeds 1000? Then it is void. So here there is monetary limit. According to Prize Competition Act, up to 1000 rupees prize money transactions are valid and more than 1000 rupees prize money contexts are invalid. Next one. Invalid means they can do it, but they can't take the help of the court at the time of enforcement. Next one. What about game of chance? They're always void. They're always void. They never become valid. Commercial transactions, speculative transactions. So both are future transactions. Both are future transactions. Say for example, I made a contract with a gold vendor to buy gold after 1 year. So this is a future transaction. Then when this future transaction will be called as commercial transaction and when this future transaction will be called as speculative transaction. After 1 year, irrespective of changes in price, if I bought the gold, then it will be commercial transaction and it is always valid. It is never void. Now, without purchasing the gold, I made a settlement with the gold vendor, making payment or taking payment regarding differences in price. So for example, I made a promise to buy gold for 10,000 rupees, but after 1 year, it becomes 12,000 rupees. Now I need to pay how much? 10,000 only to get 12,000 worth of gold. That means for me 2,000 rupees profit. So instead of buying the gold here, I can take directly 2,000 rupees from the vendor. Then I can close this transaction. So this kind of transactions are speculative transactions. So what happens when the price of the gold falls to 8,000? Now it is 2,000 loss for me. Because at market, I'm going to get that gold for 8,000 only. But because of this agreement, I need to buy the gold for 10,000, which means for me 2,000 loss. Now, instead of buying the gold, I made a promise to pay this 2,000 to the gold vendor. So we are going to settle the transaction with a difference in price, not with buying or selling. Then it is speculative transaction. If the transaction is settled by buying and selling, it is commercial transaction. If the transaction is settled by paying or receiving difference in market value and contract value, then it will be called a speculative transaction. And speculative transactions are always void, they never become valid. So commercial, always valid. Speculative, always void. Next one, horse race transactions. So one is about bet winner, other one is about race winner. So in India, horses betting is legal only. So bet winner can get the money and horse race winner can also get the money. But in both the cases, the prize money must be at least 500. If it is at least 500, then it is valid. If it is less than 500, then it is void. That's it. Chit fund. So what is meant by chit fund here? So for example, there are 4 persons A, B, C, D. So 4 persons will make contributions every month, 1000, 1000, 1000. Now, every month, up to 4 months, they will get 4000 amount. Now, who will take this 4000 money? So based on chits, it will be awarded to any one of these persons. Say for example, if first month, if B got the chit, then B will take 4000. In second month, A, C, D will participate. If A got the money, then in third month, C, D will participate. If D got the money, in fourth month, no one is there to participate. In fourth month, the entire 4000 will be taken by C only. So like this, they will distribute the money with each other. So this is based on chits. Then will it become void? No, this kind of transactions are valid only. They are not void. And what about insurance contract? So insurance contract. So here what is important means insurable interest is important. So for example, if I take insurance policy on my name or on my family person's name, okay, then what is the validity of that insurance contract? It is valid only. It is valid only because I have interest not only on money which I get, I have interest that nothing can happen to my family. So I will assure that so no one in my family will get injured. I don't want anyone to get injured here. I want money if they are injured. If anything is happened to them, I will get money. Okay. At the same time, so I don't think that my family members need to expire here. So this kind of interest is called as insurable interest. What happens if I took any insurance policy on my friend name? Then definitely I will wait for his death so that I will get money. So here there is no interest on his life. So that's why here there is no insurable interest. If there is insurable interest, then the contract is valid. If there is no insurable interest, the contract is void. Next one. Wagering agreement, contract of insurance. What is the difference? So wagering agreement. It is a payment of money based on uncertain event. Whereas contract of insurance, it is a contract to indemnify the loss. So one party will got the loss, like insurance policy holder, and now insurance company will indemnify that loss by paying money. So this is nothing but indemnity contract. Consideration. So here consideration is not there. Here there will be gambling of money. So the winner will get money, loser will lose the money. That's it. And what about insurance contract? Yes, both will get mutual consideration. So for policy holder, the loss which is indemnified in future will be the consideration. For insurance company, the premium which is paid by the insurance policy holder will be the consideration. Insurable interest. In wagering agreement, the parties intends only upon the money, stake money, bet money, not on anything else. But in case of insurance contract, the parties will have insurable interest. Indemnity contract. So insurance contract is indemnity contract, but here it is loss making contract, because if one party wins, definitely it will become a loss to another party. But here the loss will be indemnified. Here loss will be created. Here the loss will be indemnified. And what is the enforceability? This agreement is void and this agreement is valid. Premium. So how much amount we need to bet? It is not logically created. So it is just availability. If I have 1 lakh, I can bet 1 lakh also. So there is no logic behind calculating the bet money. But in case of premium, there will be some logic. So premium will be decided based on risk. So for example, if 20 years person take insurance policy, life insurance policy, then the premium will be low. If 60 years person take life insurance policy, the premium will be very high. Reason? So the risk of losing the life is more in case of 60 years person than the 20 years person. So here the premium amount will be determined scientifically and public welfare. So betting agreements are against to public welfare, whereas insurance contracts are beneficial to society. Next, quasi contract. So what is meant by quasi contract? So quasi contract is a contract which is created by law. So quasi contracts are those contracts which are created by law. Generally, who will create the contract? Parties. So one party will make offer, other party will give acceptance, and there will be mutual consideration for both parties, and both parties want to go to the court. Like that, parties will create the contract. But in few cases, law will create the contract. And what about offer, acceptance, consideration? All these things are not required in case of quasi contract. That means, in strict sense, quasi contract is not a contract at all. And what about the essentials of a valid contract? They are not required here. They are not required here. So in few cases, law will impose obligation on one party and right in favor of other party. In which cases law will do like that? So whenever one party is enjoying benefit, out of the cost of other party, then law will create quasi contract. So now whose cost it was? Second person cost. But who is enjoying benefit? First person. So the cost belongs to second person, but benefit is enjoyed by first person. Now law will create a quasi contract here. Now the first person need to return the benefit to the second person, or he need to pay the money for the benefit. So this is nothing but quasi contract. Here an obligation will get created on first party, which is imposed by law. A right will be created in favor of second party, which is imposed by law. And the contract which is made in between these two parties is a quasi contract. Actually, this is not a contract in strict sense because there is no offer acceptance. But for quasi contract, all these essentials are not required. Next one. So here, the right is always a right to money. So right to money means, yes, if at the second person cost, first person is enjoying benefit. Now what second person can do? Now he's have a right to demand the money. And who imposed that right? Law only. Who imposes the obligation on first party? Law only. And what about the right available to second party? Is it just in rem or just in personam? Just in rem means rights against entire world. Just in personam means rights against particular person. So what kind of right it was? It is just in personam only. So here the right which is available to second party is available against only first party, not against entire world. So this right is nothing but just in personam. And here obligation. So here this obligation is created because of law, not because of any promise made by that person. So he has not made any promise to the second party to compensate that benefit. But because of the duty which was created by law, he's giving that obligation, he's giving that benefit back. So this is a duty which is imposed by law, but this is not a promise which is made by this person, that too voluntarily. And is this contract enforceable? Yes, this contract enforceable just like a normal contract. This is also enforceable just like a normal contract. So these are the salient features of quasi contract. So now we need to discuss about 5 categories of quasi contracts. So what are those 5 quasi contracts? One is supply of necessaries to incompetent persons. Second one is payment by an interested person. Third one is non-gratuitous acts. Fourth one, find of lost goods. And fifth one, money paid under mistake or coercion. So now we need to discuss about each of these points. So first one, supply of necessaries. Okay, who need to supply the necessaries? Competent person. So when competent person supplies necessaries to incompetent persons or their dependent family members, like minor or his dependent family members, or unsound person or his dependent family members. Okay, if a competent person supplied necessaries to those people, then he is entitled to get reasonable amount for it. From where? From the property of that incompetent person. If there is no property, then payment is not recoverable. So if the property value is 10,000 and the recoverable amount is 9,000, you can recover entire 9,000. If the property value is 10,000 and the recoverable amount is, reasonable amount is 20,000, you can only recover 10,000. That's it. So we need to supply competent party. To whom? Incompetent person. To his dependent family members like minor, or to his dependent family members, or other case unsound mind person or to his dependent family members. So what he need to do? He need to supply necessaries. How much amount he can recover? Reasonable amount. Reasonable amount as decided by the court. From where? From the property of that incompetent person. If property is not sufficient, then you can't recover anything extra. That means if property value is 10,000 and you need to get 20,000, you can only get 10,000. If reasonable amount is 10,000, you can get 10,000. If reasonable amount is 6,000, you can get 6,000. That means you can recover your reasonable amount subject to the maximum of property value, because you are getting that money from property. That's why if property is 10,000, you can't recover anything more than 10,000. Next one, payment by an interested person. So payment by interested person. So here there are two parties, A, B. A is having some debts. Now who need to clear these debts? A. But instead of A, B cleared all those debts. That means who made payment? B made payment here. Okay, in this case, what B can do? B can recover the payment which is made by him from A. So this is a quasi contract. But in order to do like that, there are certain conditions which need to be satisfied. What are those conditions? Let's take some examples here. Say for example, there is an owner and he is having a property and he gave that property to a tenant on rent basis. Now there is a rental agreement between those two parties. Now the property which is rented to tenant, on that property owner is liable to pay property tax. So he is liable to pay property tax, but he fails to pay the property tax. Now government gave attachment order. Government gave attachment order to the owner. So what is meant by attachment order? That means if owner fails to pay the money, that is property tax, then government is going to attach the property of the owner. That is the property which is rented to the tenant. Now tenant need to vacate the property also. When government attaches the property, the rental agreement will get cancelled and tenant need to vacate the property. Now in order to protect the property, in order to protect his rental agreement, tenant made the payment of property tax to the government. Actually, whose due it was? Owner's due. So for example, if property tax is 10 lakhs, then who need to pay this 10 lakhs? Owner need to pay this 10 lakhs. But who paid the money? Tenant paid the money. Now my question is, will there be any quasi contract here? Yes. And what are the particulars of the quasi contract here? As per the quasi contract, the tenant is entitled to recover 10,000 which is paid on behalf of owner. That is, the payment which is made by the tenant can be recovered from owner. But in order to create a quasi contract here, certain conditions need to be satisfied. What are those conditions? First of all, the debt must belongs to one person and the payment must be made by some other person. Yes, first condition satisfied. Second condition, the debt must be a lawful debt. Yes, this is a lawful debt. This is not any illegal or unlawful debt. This is lawful debt only. Second condition is also satisfied. Third one, the person who made payment so must have some interest in it. That means he can't make payment voluntarily. So if he made payment voluntarily, then he can't ask owner to compensate it, to reimburse it. So he must have some interest, some kind of interest in the payment. Yes, in this case, tenant is having some interest in making payment. What is that interest? He want to protect his rental agreement from being terminated because of government's attachment order. That means tenant is having some interest in the payment. Now, all the conditions are satisfied. That's why this agreement will become a quasi contract. So a person who is interested in the payment. So having interest is mandatory. If he made payment voluntarily, then it is not a quasi contract. If he made payment because of some interest, then it is a quasi contract. So which another is bound by law to pay. Another means it must be the debt of some other party, not his own debt. The debt belongs to another party and such a debt must be a lawful debt. And who therefore pays it is entitled to be reimbursed by the other. Next one. So what is meant by gratuitous and what is meant by non-gratuitous? So doing anything for free of cost will be called as gratuitous act. But if you did anything by expecting some return consideration, then it is non-gratuitous act. So if you did anything gratuitously, you can't ask other party to return the benefit. But if you did anything non-gratuitously, that is by expecting some return consideration, then if that consideration is not given to you, then you can take back that benefit. The person who supplied that benefit is entitled to get back that benefit, or he may claim money for that benefit also under quasi contract. What happens if it is unlawful? No quasi contract. What happens if this is gratuitous intention? It is not non-gratuitous. It is gratuitous. That means he is not expecting any return consideration. Then also there is no quasi contract. What happens if other party is not enjoying any benefit? Then also it is not a quasi contract. So to call it as a quasi contract, you must do lawful act for other person, and it must be done non-gratuitously, that is by expecting some return consideration, and other party must enjoy the benefit thereof. Next one, responsibility of finder of lost goods. So whenever a person lost the goods and you got the goods, now you will become finder of lost goods, provided you need to take the goods into your custody. Then only you will become finder of lost goods. Okay, then what are the obligations on finder of lost goods? He need to search for the owner, and he need to take care of the goods just like his personal goods, but he can't use the goods for personal purpose. And whenever owner is traced, he need to return the goods also. So this is the responsibility of finder of lost goods, and this responsibility is nothing but the responsibility of bailee, which you will get in bailment chapter. Next one. So what happens if owner was not found? Then bailee will become next best owner. That means the finder of lost goods will become next best owner. He can sell the goods. What happens if owner is not found, but you incurred 2/3 of total expense, 2/3 of expense for total cost? Then also the property belongs to you. So for example, the item which was lost is having a value of 1 lakh rupees. Okay, 9 lakh rupees. 9 lakh rupees. Now the finder of lost goods incurred 2/3. 2/3 means 6 lakh rupees in order to trace the original owner. So whenever the finder reaches this point, then no need to search for the owner now. He can directly use the goods. He can sell the goods also. So if he is searching for owner, and even after reasonable search, owner is not found, then he will become next best owner. Next, he is searching for owner. While searching for owner, he is incurring certain expenses. Now the expenses becomes 2/3 of total value of the goods. Now also no need to wait for the owner. You can sell the goods or you can use the goods. You will become next best owner. What happens if goods are perishable in nature? No need to search for the owner. So you can directly use the goods. Next one. What happens if owner is found, but he failed to repay your expenses? Then you can sell the goods. In all these cases, you will become next best owner. Next one. What happens if I paid money to another person under a mistake? Then other person need to give the money back. What happens when other person applied coercion on me and taken some money from me? Then also he need to return the money. So whether he got money under mistake or money under coercion, he need to return that money to me. Not only money, if goods are delivered to that person mistakenly, or he applied coercion and take the goods, then also he need to return the goods. So this is also a quasi contract. Next one, contingent contract. So what is meant by contingent contract? So here the performance of contract, whether it is positive performance or negative performance. Positive performance means to do something. Negative performance means not to do something. So if a contract consists either positive promise or negative promise, then the performance of that promise is dependent upon some event some event which may happen, may not happen. That means that event must be uncertain event. That event must be uncertain event which may happen, may not happen. And it should be collateral also. It should be collateral also. So what is meant by collateral? That uncertain event must not be either promise offered or consideration offered. What happens if uncertain event is a promise? Then it is not a contingent contract. What happens if uncertain event is nothing but a consideration for one party? Then also it is not a contingent contract, because having uncertain event is not sufficient to call it as contingent contract. That uncertain event must be collateral. That means it must not be promise, must not be consideration. Okay, let's take an example here. So A offered goods to X. Okay, now A offered same goods to B, and he said like this: if X accept the offer, then I will not give the goods to you, I will give the goods to X only. So goods will not be delivered to you. Wait a minute. So goods will not be delivered to you, goods will be delivered to X. If X rejects the goods, then I will deliver the goods to you. Like this, he made a contract with B. Now what is the type of this contract? This is a contingent contract. So why this is a contingent contract? The reason is, here the performance of the contract by A, that is the delivery of goods to B, is dependent upon X intention. If X want to take the goods, then A will not perform the contract with B. If X don't want to take the goods, then A will perform this contract. So that means the performance of this contract is dependent upon uncertain event which may happen, may not happen. And this uncertain event must be collateral. Yes, here it is collateral only. Because what is the promise made by A? To deliver goods. What is the promise made by B? To pay the money. So is this uncertain event form part of promise? No. What is the consideration of A? Money. What is the consideration of B? Goods. Will this form part of consideration? No. It is neither consideration nor promise. That's why it is called as collateral event. It is called as collateral event. So when uncertain event is there and that uncertain event is a collateral event, then that contract is called as contingent contract. Let's take another example. In this case, A agreed to deliver certain goods to B and B agreed to pay price only when delivery is completed. Only upon delivery of goods, he will pay the price. Like this, he made a condition. Now, what about the performance of B? It is dependent upon an event which may happen or may not happen. That is delivery of goods. So here, what is uncertain event? Delivery of goods. Now say, so what is the promise made by B? To pay the price. What is the promise made by A? To deliver goods. And uncertain event is also delivery of goods only. So here uncertain event form part of contract. It is not a collateral event. So it is a part of promise. It is a part of promise. When it is a part of promise, it is not a collateral event. Then that contract is not a contingent contract. So this contract is not a contingent contract. So to call it as a contingent contract, there must be uncertain event, and that uncertain event must not be either promise or consideration. So here it is form part of promise. And moreover, what is the consideration of B? Delivery of goods only. So it form part of consideration also. So when uncertain event form part of promise or consideration, it is not a collateral event. So contract is not a contingent contract. If it does not form part of promise or consideration, then it will become collateral event. It will become a contingent contract. Next one, essentials of contingent contract. So what are the essentials of contingent contract? The performance of parties must depend upon happening or not happening of some event or condition. That some event or condition must be collateral, and it should be uncertain, and it should not be the mere will of the promiser. So what is meant by mere will? Just will. Mere will means just will. Say for example, A made a promise to B to pay 10,000 rupees when he decides so. So when he decides so, he will pay the 10,000 to B. So here what is uncertainty? Whether to desire it or not, it is uncertainty. But it is nothing but just mere will of the promiser. If he decides, he can give. Otherwise, he can skip it. So here uncertain event is dependent upon promiser's willingness. It is completely on promiser willingness only. So that kind of uncertain event is not an uncertain event, and the contract is not a contingent contract. Because here the complete control is under the hands of A only. So that's why it is not a contingent contract. What happens if A made a promise to B to pay 10,000 when he arrives to Mumbai at next month? Then it will become a contingent contract. This is uncertain event. What is the reason? Here, whether to go to Mumbai or not, it is not completely under his control. Some external factors need to support here. So it is not complete control. That's why this is an uncertain event and this contract will become contingent contract. But here in first case, it is completely under his control only, whether to give it or not. So it is completely under his control. But in second case, whether to go to Mumbai or not, it all depends upon various factors also. Not only at the intention of A. Some other factors need to support. That's why here it is uncertain event. But in this case, it is not uncertain event. This is not uncertain event. Next one. When contingent contract is enforceable, when it is unenforceable. If the contingent contract depends upon happening of event, then if it happens, enforceable, otherwise unenforceable. Next one. What happens if contingent contract is dependent upon non-happening of an event? If it does not happens, then only it will become enforceable, otherwise unenforceable. What happens if it depends upon future conduct of living person? If that happens, then only contract is enforceable, otherwise unenforceable. What happens when contract is dependent upon happening of event within fixed time? Then in the fixed time, if that event happens, then only it is enforceable, otherwise it is unenforceable. Next one. What happens if it is dependent upon non-happening of event within fixed time? If within that fixed time, if the event does not happen, then only it is valid, otherwise it is void. What happens if the contract is dependent upon impossible event? So it is never enforceable. Why? Because impossible event means it is a certain event. Impossible event means which is a certain event. So moreover, this is not a contingent contract. Because it is certain, impossible. You are saying it as impossible. That means you can't do it. So that's why it is clearly certain. So it is a certain event. When it is certain event, it is not called as contingent contract. And whenever impossibility is involved in any agreement, that agreement is never enforceable. That agreement will become void. So what you need to remember here? You need to just remember the condition. And which condition the contract is dependent. So that condition, if that condition is fulfilled, enforceable. If that condition is not fulfilled, void. That's it. If it is dependent upon happens, if it happens, valid. Depends upon not happening. If it does not happens, valid. Happens within fixed time. If it happened within fixed time, valid. So whatever the condition it may be, if that condition is fulfilled, the contract is valid. Otherwise, the contract is void. Next one, differences between contingent contract and wagering contract. So contingent contract. So here it is a contract to do or not to do something depending upon some event which is collateral to the contract, which may happen or may not happen. But what about wagering contract? So here also uncertain event will be there. Here also uncertain event will be there. So payment of money or money is forth based on uncertain event, which may happen, may not happen. So meaning is almost all similar. But there are some differences. Reciprocal promises. So here there may be reciprocal promises or not. But here there will be reciprocal promises. So what is meant by reciprocal promise? A made a promise to B. This is a promise. B made a promise to A in reply to this in reply to the above promise. Then this is a reciprocal promise. So here contract may consist reciprocal promise or not. But here it must contain reciprocal promise. In betting, reciprocal promise is mandatory. But in case of contingent contract, so it may have reciprocal promise or it may have single promise. Anything is okay here. Uncertain event. So here the uncertain event is the collateral, but here it is primary factor. It is important factor. Based on that only contract will be performed. But here it is secondary, that is collateral. Nature. So this is wagering in nature and this is contingent in nature because both are having same. Next one. What about the interest of contracting parties? Here, apart from money, they will have interest on subject matter. But here, there is no interest on subject matter. Their only interest is on money only. And winner loss situation. So it is not based on win or loss situation, but here it is based on win or loss situation. Validity. These contracts are valid, but these contracts are void. So this is all about this chapter. So next chapter, that is performance of contract. So first of all, I will discuss about Indian Contract Act. So Indian Contract Act is divided into two categories. First category, it deals about common rules which are applicable to all types of contracts. And second category, special rules which are applicable to special contracts like indemnity bailment, pledge, guarantee, and contract of agency. Those contracts will be called as special contracts. So second part of Indian Contract Act deals with special rules applicable to those special contracts. Now in case of common rules which are applicable to all contracts, four categories will be there. So one is how to create a valid contract. Second one is how to perform the valid contract. Third one is how to discharge from a valid contract. And fourth one is what are the remedies available in case valid contract is not performed by other party. So till now we discussed about how to create a valid contract, nothing but nature of contract, offer and acceptance, capacity to contract, legal object and consideration, free consent, void agreements. All this chapter will deal about how to create a valid contract. So by this we completed how to create a valid contract. Now it is the time for how to perform the valid contract. So in this chapter we are not going to deal with whether this contract is valid or not. So in this chapter we will just focus on how to perform it. That's it. So similarly in next chapter we are going to discuss about how to discharge from a valid contract. That is how to release from a valid contract. And thereafter another chapter. So if valid contract is not performed, that is if there is breach of contract, then what are the remedies available to the other party? Okay. Now let's start with performance of contract. The first one. So in a contract, so what is the obligation on every contracting party? So for example, there are two parties, seller and buyer. Seller and buyer. Seller agreed to give goods to buyer. Okay, in this contract, what is the obligation of seller? He must either give actual performance or attempted performance. So what is meant by actual performance and what is meant by attempted performance? So in this case, seller made a promise to deliver the goods to the buyer. If seller delivers the goods, that means if seller fulfills his promise, then it will be called as actual performance. What happens when seller tried to deliver the goods but buyer refuses to accept it? Then it will be called as attempted performance. So actual performance means fulfilling the promise. Attempted performance means he's trying to fulfill the promise but other party is refusing it. Okay, in order to release from this contract, what seller need to do? He need to do either actual performance or attempted performance. And what is the other name for attempted performance? Offer of performance or tender of performance or simply called as tender. So all meanings are same. That is one party is attempting, other party is refusing. Okay, but if it is excused by law, say for example, performance becomes impossible. Now law will say don't perform it. When performance becomes impossible, law will say don't perform it. At that time, seller will be discharged from the contract even though he has not made any actual or attempted performance. Say for example, if goods are destroyed, now it is not possible for him to deliver the goods to buyer. Now, even though there is no actual performance, even though there is no attempted performance, seller will get discharged from the contract because of law. Next one. What happens if buyer fails to pay the price? That is, if there is breach of contract on part of buyer, then seller is not required to deliver the goods. So here also seller will be discharged from his obligation. So in order to discharge from the obligation, what seller need to do here in the given example, he must either perform actual performance or attempted performance, or if he is excused by law, then also he will be discharged. If other party commits breach of contract, then also he will be discharged. Next one. So what is the effect of attempted performance? So here seller made an attempt to deliver the goods. If this attempt is a valid attempt, then seller will be discharged. There is no doubt in it. But what happens if seller made an invalid attempt? Seller made invalid attempt to buyer, then buyer will get discharged but not seller. Then how to know whether attempt made by seller is valid or not? By checking these points. If all these points are satisfied, then seller's attempt is a valid attempt. If any of these points got failed, then seller's attempt is invalid attempt. So for valid attempt only, he will be discharged. For invalid attempt, he will not be discharged. Other party will get discharged. Okay. Then what are the essentials? First one, while making attempt, seller must not impose any fresh conditions. So existing conditions okay, but he can't make any fresh conditions at the time of making attempt. So for example, so previously seller agreed to deliver the goods to the buyer and buyer agreed to pay 1 lakh rupees for the goods. Now, while attempting the delivery of goods, seller made a condition on buyer, that is, buyer must also supply certain goods to seller. Like this, he made a condition before making attempt. So that's why buyer refuses to accept the attempt made by the seller. So in this case, who is justified? Buyer is justified, not seller. So it is buyer's genuineness and seller's fault. So that's why here buyer will get discharged but not seller. So this is invalid attempt. So that's why at the time of making attempt, don't put any extra conditions, any fresh conditions. Existing conditions okay, but it should not be a fresh condition. And wait to deliver the goods at proper place and at proper time. So what is meant by proper place? Agreed place. Proper place is nothing but agreed place. Proper time means agreed time. So if time is not agreed, then reasonable time. So when attempt is made at proper place and at proper time, then only that attempt will be called as valid attempt. Otherwise, that attempt will be treated as invalid attempt. Next one. In case of delivery of goods, seller must provide a reasonable opportunity to buyer to verify the goods. So an opportunity to examine the goods must also be given to the buyer. And seller must be able and willing person. Sir, what is meant by able? Able means he must be capable of performing his promise. Say for example, if I don't have goods, but I made a promise to deliver the goods. So here, I'm not an able person. Next one. I have the goods, but I don't have any intention to deliver the goods to you. Now, I am able person only, but I'm not willing person. So in both cases, any attempt made by me will be treated as invalid attempt. What happens when I am able person and also willing person and I made an attempt to other party where other party refuses it, then my attempt will be treated as valid attempt. So to make it as a valid attempt, the person who is making that attempt must be able as well as willingness. He must have willingness to perform the promise also. And at the time of making attempt, I need to attempt as whole. So for example, if I promise to give 100 cars, I need to deliver 100 cars, not 50, 60, 70, 80 like that. So attempt should be made for whole obligation, not for part obligation. If all these conditions are satisfied, then attempt made by seller will be treated as valid attempt and he will be discharged from the contract. Okay, what happens if seller fails to deliver the goods? Now it is seller's fault. Seller fails to deliver the goods. Now buyer. So buyer can terminate the contract or he can continue the contract. But if he exercises option once, then it cannot be changed later. That means if he chooses to terminate the contract, he cannot continue it later. If he chooses to continue the contract, he cannot terminate it later. And in both cases, he is entitled to claim damages. So if he suffers with any loss, he can ask for damages from the seller. Next one. Who can perform the promise? So in this case, seller made a promise to deliver goods to buyer. So who can perform the promise? Seller can perform the promise, that is, promiser can perform the promise, or his agent can perform the promise. If he is expired, legal heirs can perform the promise. If he becomes insolvent, official receiver can perform the contract. So if seller is not single person, multiple persons are there, nothing but multiple promises are there, multiple sellers are there, two or more persons combinedly agreeing to sell the goods to buyer. At that time, any joint seller, that is any joint promiser can perform the contract. So all these things are provided here. Sir, what about a stranger? Can a stranger perform the contract? Answer is no. So stranger is not allowed to perform the contract. Only promiser, that is seller or his agent. In case of his death, his legal representative. In case of his insolvency, his official receiver. And in case of joint promises, any one of the joint promiser can perform the contract, but stranger is not allowed. But if stranger deliver the goods to buyer, now buyer will have two options, either to accept it or reject it. If he reject it, then seller's obligation will remain same. But if he accepts it, then seller's obligation will be terminated. Because if seller need to deliver the goods and buyer agreed the goods from someone else on behalf of seller, then seller will be discharged from his obligation because buyer got his goods. Next one. But remember a point, if contract involves personal skill or personal confidence, or in contract there is a condition, the contract must be performed by promiser only. In all these cases, only promiser can perform the contract, but not anybody else. So for example, I made a contract to paint a picture. So here personal skill got involved. So that's why only I can perform the contract, not anybody else. Next, in case of partnership firm, all partners will have personal confidence on each other. So if any partner is expired, his legal heir cannot become a partner because only that person is eligible, not any other person, because it involves personal confidence. And in any agreement, if there is any express condition like only promiser need to perform the contract but not anybody else, then promiser must perform the contract, not by any other person. Joint rights and joint liabilities. Okay, let's take an example here. A, B, C combinedly made a promise to pay 3,000 to X. So here A, B, C are making promise and they are more than one. That's why they are called as joint promises. Next one, what about X? X will be called as promising. If X is also not a single person, what happens? Then they will be called as joint promises. Okay, promiser, promising. Multiple persons are there, so joint promises. Only single person, that's why promising. Okay, in this case, the promise to pay 3,000 is a joint obligation. Now, what is the nature of this obligation? This is joint and several. That means joint liability means X can ask A, B, C combinedly. Several liability means X can ask only A, X can ask only B, X can ask only C, or X can ask AB, BC or CA. So it is called as several liability. So in this case, A, B, C are having both joint liability and several liability. That means X can ask any person, either jointly or separately. So X can compel all or some or one of the joint promises to recover 3,000 rupees. Next one. Then what are the liability in this 3,000 for each joint promiser? So it will be stipulated in the agreement. If nothing is there in agreement, then make equal contribution. That is 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. So equally 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. What happens when one of the joint promiser is not able to bring his 1,000 rupees contribution? Then it will be brought by other joint promises in equal ratio. So in this case, A become insolvent. Only 200 is recoverable from him. That means how much amount he failed to contribute? 800. Now this should be shared by B and C equally. That is 400, 400. So total 1,000 plus 400, that is 1,400. Here also it is 1,400. And X for A it will be 200 only. For A it is 200 only. For B 1,400. For C 1,400. Next one. What happens if X compels a single person? So in the above example, if B is compelled to pay entire 3,000, what he can do? But because B's liability is only 1,400, but he is compelled to pay the whole amount. Now he need to pay the whole amount. That is 3,000 he need to pay to the X. But later he can recover 200 from A. That is A's contribution. 1,400 from C. That is C's contribution. That's it. Next one. What happens if C was released by, if C was released by X? If C is released by X, then A and B are liable. A is already insolvent, so B is available. So B is liable to contribute 3,000. Then he can collect 200 from A, 1,400 from C. So even though X releases C from his liability, C is still liable to contribute his 1,400 for B. Next one, joint rights. So what about joint rights? So in the same example, similar kind of example, now X made a promise to A, B, C combinedly to pay 3000 rupees. So here A, B, C are called as joint promises. Now these joint promises will have joint rights. Now what is the nature of these joint rights? So in the absence of agreement, it is only joint. That means A, B, C combinedly can ask X to pay 3000. Individually they can't go. So here the rights are not several, the rights are joint only. But in case of liability, joint liability, it is joint as well as several. But in case of joint rights, it is joint only but not several. Next one, devolution of joint rights and joint obligations. It is nothing but what happens if one of the person is expired. Say for example, B is expired. Now what will happen? Small b will come. That is his legal heir will come and join the party. Now capital A, small b, capital C are combined liable to pay 3000 to X. In such a situation, X can ask A the entire amount, C the entire amount, but the legal heir of B, so he can't take entire amount from the legal heir of B. So legal heir of B is liable only to the extent of his share. That's it. Next one, time, place and manner of performance. Okay, now time of performance. If it is not specified, reasonable time. Reasonable time. Place of performance. If it is not specified, then promisor need to ask promisee to fix a place, reasonable place. Next one. So what happens if it is specified? Time and place both are specified. Then fixed time, fixed place. That's it. So when to perform? If it is fixed, fixed time. Not fixed, reasonable time. So where to perform? If the place is fixed, fixed place. If the place is not fixed, promisor need to ask promisee to fix a place. Next one. So now time and place of performance are fixed, but later promisee want to change them. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. For this purpose, promisee need to fix a new time as well as new place. Then promisor will perform his promise at that new place during that new time. And what about manner of performance? If specified, specified manner. If not specified, reasonable manner. In simple words, time, place, manner, TPM. So time, if it is fixed, fixed time. If it is not fixed, reasonable time. Place, if it is fixed, fixed place. Not fixed, reasonable place. Manner, if it is fixed, fixed manner. Not fixed, reasonable manner. That's it. In case if it is fixed, then it can be changed by promisee by making an application to promisor. Now promisee need to set a new time, new place and new manner, and promisor will perform the promise accordingly. Next one, reciprocal promises. So A made a promise to B, in return B made a promise to A. So these two promises will be called as reciprocal promises. So promise with each other. Okay, they may be dependent or independent or concurrent. So say for example, A seller, B buyer. A made a promise to deliver the goods, B made a promise to pay the price. Okay, who need to perform the first? And moreover, dependent promises means what? Independent promises means what? Concurrent promises means what? So dependent promises means, so say for example, A will deliver goods to B, then only B will pay the price. So now the promises are dependent on each other, because without making delivery, B will not pay the price. That means B's performance is dependent upon A's performance. So that's why both are called as dependent. Okay, what happens if A said like this? If you paid money, then only I will deliver goods. Now A's performance is dependent upon B's performance. It is also dependent only. Okay, now A will deliver the goods irrespective of B's performance and B will pay the price irrespective of A's performance. Then those promises are called as independent promises. If performance of one party is dependent upon the performance of other party, then it will be dependent. If it is not like that, then it is independent. What happens if A and B performs simultaneously? Then they are called as mutual and concurrent. Next one. In case of mutual and dependent promises. So in case of mutual and dependent promises, what should be the order of performance? Because one party will perform only when other party performs. So in this case, who need to perform first? So if it is agreed in the agreement, follow the agreement. If it is not agreed, follow as per nature of transaction. So for example, in case of loan transaction, what is the flow of transaction? So first, First, the person that is borrower. So borrower need to give a security. First, borrower need to give a security. Later, lender will give loan. Later, borrower need to repay it. And later, lender will return the security. So according to transaction, nature of transaction, here the order of performance is fixed. So order can be fixed either through agreement. If it is nothing in agreement, then follow in accordance with the nature of transaction. Okay, what happens if party who need to perform first fails to perform it? Then second party no need to perform the contract and he can ask damages from the first party. Next one, in case of mutual and concurrent promises, when to perform? That means, so seller and buyer agreed to exchange the promises simultaneously. That is, seller will deliver the goods and buyer will pay the price. Both will be done at same point of time. So in this case, when seller need to deliver the goods, when buyer is ready and willing to pay the price. When buyer need to pay the price, when seller is ready and willing to pay the ready and willing to give the goods. So then only he will pay the price. That means here one party will perform his promise when other party is ready and willing to perform their promise. Next, other rules. What happens when performance is not done within fixed time or reasonable time? So here we need to check whether time is important or not important. If time is important and promiser fails to perform the contract within time, then promisee can avoid the contract. If time is not so important, but promiser fails to fulfill the contract within time, then the contract cannot be avoided by other party, but he can claim damages. Say for example, A and B, two parties are there. A agreed to deliver goods to B within 10 days. Now, if A fails to deliver the goods within 10 days, then what will happen? If time is important, then B can avoid the contract. He can claim damages. If time is not important, B cannot avoid the contract, but he can claim damages. But even though time is not important, the promise must be performed within reasonable time. Otherwise, B is entitled to cancel the contract even though the time is not essence. Okay, so when time is essence, it should be performed within reasonable time. When time is not essence, not so important, then need not be required to fulfill the promise within time, but it should be completed within reasonable time. Next one. So when time is important, when time is not important, it all depends upon agreement. In the absence of agreement, in case of delivery of goods, time is always important. Only in case of delivery of goods, time is always important. And for payment of price, time is not so important. In case of other contracts also, time is not important. Only in case of delivery of goods, time is considered as important when in the absence of agreement. Next one. What happens when one party prevents other party from performing the contract? Then the party so prevented can avoid the contract and he can claim damages. What happens when agreement is to do some impossible activities? So if it is initial impossibility, it is void agreement. If it is subsequent impossibility, it will become void contract. What is meant by initial impossibility and what is meant by subsequent impossibility? So impossibility which is there before entering into the agreement is called as initial impossibility. And what about subsequent impossibility? Impossibility which is there after entering into the agreement is called as subsequent. So if initial impossibility is there, the agreement is void. It never become a contract. It is void ab initio. In case if it is subsequent impossibility, initially it is a contract, but subsequently it becomes void because of impossibility. Now this will be called as void contract. Next one. What happens when there is agreement to do both legal and illegal activities? If they are separable, legal acts are valid, illegal acts are void. If they are inseparable, then the entire agreement is void. Next one. What happens if there is any agreement to do either legal activities or illegal activities? If he chooses to do legal activities, it is valid. If he chooses to do illegal activities, it is void. Differences. The differences between liquidated damage and penalty. So first of all, what are the similarity? Both are prefixed damages. So that is the main similarity. And what is the main difference? So one will be estimated based on future loss, that is liquidated damage, and other one is unreasonable amount. So it is just made in order to create a fear in other party so that he can perform the contract perfectly. Okay, now let's discuss the comparison between liquidated damage and penalty. So meaning, it is a prefixed damage and it will be made based on pre-estimation of loss. Next one. What about penalty? It is also prefixed damage, but this is made to prevent other party from avoiding the contract. That's it. Next, quantum of amount. So it is based on future loss which is estimated, and it is unreasonable amount, extravagant or unconscionable. That is unreasonable amount. Essence. So here to compensate the loss is essence, but here to create the fear, that is to terrorism the offending party. So to create the fear, so that is the essence. Enforceability. So court will allow reasonable amount in both the cases. In both cases, court will allow reasonable amount, and that reasonable amount may be equal to prefixed amount or it may be less than prefixed amount, but it shall not exceed prefixed amount. Next one, as per English law. So as per English law, liquidated damage is completely enforceable. That is not reasonable amount. You can recover full amount, whatever you agreed in the agreement. But in case of penalty, you will get only reasonable amount. But this is as per English law. But as per Indian law, in both cases, you will get only reasonable amount. So by this, we completed this chapter. So next one, appropriation of payments. So first of all, when appropriation of payment situation will arise. So I will explain with an example. So there is a person named as A. He took various loans from B at various dates. So for example, on 1st April, he took 1 lakh rupees. On 1st May, he took 50,000 rupees. On 1st June, he took 2 lakh rupees. And on 1st July, he took 3 lakh rupees. So these are the various debts that are taken by A from B. Now, what happens if he makes a payment of 6,50,000? So if A makes a payment of 6,50,000, then it will be sufficient for all the debts. That's why B will adjust 6,50,000 towards all the debts combinedly because it is sufficient. Next, what happens if A makes payment of only 1,50,000? Now it will become difficult for the B to adjust the debts. So to which debt this 1,50,000 should be adjusted? So now this question will arise, and this is nothing but called as appropriation of payment. So way to appropriate the payment. So way to adjust the payment. So that is the question here. Okay. So while making payment, if A instructed B to adjust this 1,50,000 for the debts which are taken on 1st April and 1st May, then creditor need to adjust the payment towards first debt and second debt. If A instruct to adjust with the third debt, he need to adjust with third debt. If A instruct B to adjust with fourth debt, he need to adjust with fourth debt. So what adjustment creditor need to do? This should be in accordance with the person instruction who made the payment. Okay, what happens if debtor is silent here? If A is silent here, then where to adjust this payment? Now it is B's wish. So he can adjust this payment towards any debt, whatever he likes. What happens when one of the debt is time barred debt? That is, the limitation period of 3 years is expired. So when limitation period of 3 years is expired, the debt will become time barred debt. Okay. Now 1 lakh is time barred debt. Say for example, 1 lakh is time barred debt and remaining amounts are not time barred. Now what we can do here? We can adjust this money towards any debt, including time barred debts. There is no problem in it. Next one. Now if B is silent, then if A is silent, then B will decide. If B is silent, who will decide? Law will decide. According to law, what is the rule? We should adjust the payments towards the debts in chronological order, that is time wise. So first we need to adjust to 1 lakh and balance amount to 50,000. Like this we need to follow chronological order. So what happens if all debts are taken on same date? Then we need to adjust to all debts in proportionate manner. So what is the rule we need to follow here? First, we need to adjust according to the directions given by the debtor, that is A. So if he is silent, then according to creditor. If he is also silent, then chronological order. If all debts are taken on same date, then proportionately to every date. So like this, we need to appropriate the payment. Okay. So the first priority should be given to debtor. And second priority, that means if debtor is silent, then only the second priority should be given to creditor. If both parties are silent, then the third priority should be given to chronological order. It will be given to chronological order. Okay. Then what happens if all the debts are taken on same date? Then we need to make adjustment to all debts proportionately. Okay. Next one. Some more important points. How debtor will give instruction here? It may be either in express form or in implied form. So express means he will directly communicate towards which debt the payment need to be adjusted. Implied means very simple. He will make exact payment. Say for example, 1 lakh due is there, 50,000 due is there, 2 lakhs due is there, and 3 lakhs due is also there. Now he made a payment of rupees 50,000. So towards which debt it need to be adjusted? Towards second debt. Why? Because he made exact payment. So this is nothing but implied instruction from the debtor. So if debtor makes express instruction or implied instruction like this, then creditor need to adjust the payment towards that debt which is instructed by the debtor. Okay, when debtor is silent, there is no express instruction, no implied instruction, then what to do? Then creditor can adjust the payment towards any debt, including time barred debts also. But no adjustment can be made for disputed debts because they are under dispute, court dispute. So until the court order is given, no adjustment should be made for those debts and unlawful debts. So basically it is unlawful debt, no adjustment can be made towards unlawful debts. So this is common for all the points, all the 3 points. Adjustment can be made to time barred debts, adjustment cannot be made to disputed debts, and adjustment cannot be made to unlawful debts. This is common for all 3 aspects. So if debtor instructs, we need to follow debtor instruction. If debtor is silent, we need to go as per creditor's intention. If creditor is silent, then we need to go according to law, that is chronological order. If they are on same date, proportionately. But in all the 3 cases, adjustment towards time bar debt is possible. But adjustment towards disputed debt, adjustment towards unlawful debts, it is not possible. Next one. Assignment of contract. So what is meant by assignment of contract? Assignment means transfer. Assignment means transfer. So what can be transferred in a contract? So rights can be transferred in the contract or obligations can be transferred in the contract, or you can transfer both. You can transfer both. Okay. Now, who will make assignment? So parties can make assignment voluntarily or law can make assignment. Say for example, I took a loan of rupees 10,000 from a person. Now I am having obligation to pay the 10,000. Now I can transfer my obligation to somebody else or other party who gave loan to me. So he is having right to ask for money. So he can transfer his right to anybody else. So transfer of rights is possible, transfer of obligations is possible, and it can be done voluntarily by the parties. Okay, and that transfer will be called as assignment, and the person who is transferring is called as assignor, and the person who is receiving it will be called as assignee. Okay, when law will assign the contract? So A and B made a contract with each other. Now A was expired. Now the rights and obligations of A will get transferred to small a, that is legal heir. The next one, A and B made a contract with each other. Now B become insolvent. Now the rights and obligations of B will get transferred to his official receiver who was appointed by the court. So in both these cases, rights and obligations will get transferred to some other party. And this is not done voluntarily. This is done because of law. Next one. Then what is the difference between assignment and succession? So in case of death, the contract will get assigned to legal heirs. This kind of assignment is called as succession. This kind of assignment will be called as succession. So what is the difference between normal assignment and succession? So in case of normal assignment, so you can transfer the benefit but not the liability. But in case of succession, both benefits as well as liabilities will get transferred. Say for example, in the first case, I took a loan of 10,000 from a person. Now I shifted my responsibility towards the third party. Now what happens if the third party fails to pay that 10,000? I will be liable. That means the liability rests in my hands only. It will not get transferred to other party. Yes, instead of me, he will make payment. So obligation will get transferred, but not liability. If he fails, then who is responsible? I will be responsible. So liability lies in my hands only, even though I am transferring my obligation to other party. So here there will be no transfer of liability, but here liabilities will also get transferred. So what happens if any person expired? His assets, his liabilities will get transferred to legal heirs. So how many assets legal heirs can get? Unlimited. How many liabilities legal heir will get? They will get liabilities to the extent of asset value only. So any liability in excess of asset, so it will not be taken by the legal representative, that is legal heir. Say for example, a father is having 10 lakh asset and 8 lakh liability. Now what happens if this father was expired? Then legal heirs will get 10 lakh asset, 8 lakh liability, net 2 lakh asset, that's it. What happens if father is having 10 lakh asset and 12 lakh liability? Then legal heir will get 10 lakh asset and 10 lakh liability only. So the value of liability will be limited to the value of asset. Now the net asset which is in the hands of legal heir is 0. Next one. So is it possible to assign the benefit? Yes. So previously we discussed about it. So benefit can be assigned, but if benefit is associated with liability, then transfer is not possible. So that means you can transfer benefit, there is no problem in it. But if that benefit is linked with liability, then you can't transfer benefit also, because liabilities cannot be assigned to other party. Only benefits can be assigned. But if such benefits is linked with liability, then you can't assign even benefit also. Next one, and one more important point. So that point is about personal skill. So when any contract involves personal skill or personal confidence, then assignment is not possible. And when in contract they expressly wrote like this, only promisor can perform the contract, not anybody else. In that case also assignment is not possible. In these two cases, that is contracts involving personal skill and consideration, or contracts where there is express stipulation about who need to perform the contract, that is promisor only. So in both these cases assignment is not possible. In remaining cases assignment is possible. So few cases assignment will be done by parties voluntarily. In few cases assignment will be done by law. So by this we completed this chapter. Okay students, now let's start next chapter, that is discharge of a contract. So first of all, what is the meaning of discharge of a contract? Nothing but release from the contract. So when parties are released from the contract, it will be called as discharge of contract. Then in how many ways a party can discharge from the contract? So we are going to focus on that aspect here. So modes of discharge of contract. The very first mode is about performance. So here there will be two categories of performances. One is actual, other one is attempted. So what is actual, what is attempted? Say for example, seller, buyer. Seller made a promise to deliver goods to buyer. Now seller delivered the goods. He fulfilled the promise. This is nothing but called as actual performance. Now seller made an attempt to deliver the goods, but buyer refuses to take the delivery of the goods. So this is called as attempted performance. So when seller fulfill the promise, actual. When seller tries to fulfill the promise, but it was not happened because of buyer, then it will be called as attempted performance. Okay. Now what will happen in case of actual performance? If seller made actual performance and buyer also made actual performance, then there is no fault at all on any party. So that's why both parties will be discharged, will be released from the contract. So here they will be discharged from rights as well as obligation. So there is no obligation on part of seller once he fulfill the promise, and there is no obligation on part of buyer once he fulfill the promise. And no rights are available when other party fulfills their promise. So nothing but all the parties will get discharged from all rights and all obligations. So this is nothing but complete discharge of contract. But in case of attempted performance, so for example, seller made an attempt to deliver the goods, but buyer refuses to accept it. So this is called as attempted performance. So in case of attempted performance, only the person who made the valid attempt will be discharged. That too from only obligations, and his rights are still available with him only. He can use those rights in order to sue buyer to collect damages. So the person who made the promise will be called as promiser. So here seller made a promise to deliver the goods. So seller is the promiser. So who will be discharged here? Promiser. That is who made the valid attempt. Will be discharged from obligations, only from obligation, but not from rights. So those rights are still available and he can use those rights against buyer. So this is nothing but partial discharge. Next one. Discharge of contract by mutual agreement. So parties will create a contract by mutual agreement only. Similarly, if they want to put an end to the contract, they can mutually agree for it. So how many ways are there here? So there are various ways. Let's discuss each one. Novation. Novation, alteration, rescission. Okay, first discuss about novation, alteration, rescission. Novation means substitution of new contract in place of existing contract. Alteration, change of terms. Rescission, cancellation. Okay, what happens here? In case of novation, there will be old contract. So parties will cancel old contract and they will create a new contract. In simple words, they will substitute a new contract in place of old contract. So it is called as novation. Okay, how this change can happen? This change can happen because of change of nature of contract or change of parties also. Say for example, A gave 10 lakhs loan to B. So this is unsecured loan. That is, there is no security at all. Now, later, A demanded security for this. That's why B provided his immovable property as security. So now the same 10 lakh loan contract only, but now this is mortgage agreement. Now this becomes mortgage agreement because B provided his immovable property as security here. Now the nature of transaction got shifted. So initially it is unsecured. Now it is fully secured, the two mortgage property. So that's why. So in this case, a new contract is substituted in place of old contract. So this is nothing but called as novation. So parties will get discharged from old contract, but they will become bound to new contract. So here, where is discharge? So discharge is with respect to old contract. So parties will get discharged from old contract and they will become bound to new contract. Now, another example. So A gave 10 lakh rupees loan to B. Okay, later, instead of B, C made a promise to repay the loan to A. So in this case, parties are changing. So here also it is called as novation because the old agreement is in between A and B and the new agreement is in between A and C. So here parties will get discharged from old agreement and they will become bound to new agreement. So if there is change in parties or if there is change in nature, then it will be called as novation. It will be called as novation, and parties are not required to carry old agreement. They will get discharged from old agreement, but they will become bound to new agreement. Next one. What about alteration? So at the time of making agreement, parties will make certain terms and conditions. So if they want to change those terms and conditions by mutually agreeing with each other, yes, they can. Then it will be called as alteration. Now what will happen? Parties will get discharged from old terms and they will become bound to new terms. That's it. Next one. So here there is no substitution of new contract. Only terms will get changed. That's it. Then what about rescission? Rescission means complete cancellation. So here they will not become bound to anything. So completely they will get discharged from whole contract. That's it. So cancellation of contract without creating a new one. And the contract stand discharged. Next one, remission. So what is meant by remission? So remission is of three types. Say for example, A gave 10 lakh loan to B. B need to repay the 10 lakh loan within 1 month. Within 1 month. But B was unable to pay that money within 1 month. So A agrees to extend the time in order to pay this 1 lakh. So instead of 1 month, A gave 2 months time to the B to pay the 10 lakh. So here A is extending the time of performance. So when A extends the time of performance, it will be called as remission on part of A. Next one. So B is not able to clear 1 lakh due. So that's why A agreed to settle the amount for 60,000 only. That means B need to pay 60,000 as final settlement and no need to pay balance 40,000. That means A waives of 40,000 rupees. So in this case also it will be termed as remission. So nothing but dispensing entire amount or partial amount. So it will amount to remission. Next one. Now B is not able to clear 60,000 amount also. So that's why A demanded B's bike instead of 60,000. That means A is accepting other performance instead of original performance. So this will also amount to remission. So extending time for performance. So complete dispense or partial dispense or accepting other performance instead of original performance. So all these things will become remission. So who will do like this? Promisee. Because here B is the promiser. Because he made a promise to pay 1 lakh rupees. Sorry, it is okay, 10 lakh. Take it as 1 lakh. Okay, B made a promise to pay 1 lakh rupees. So he will be the promiser and A will be the promisee. Now promisee, what he can do? He can extend time for the promiser. So it is remission. He can remit certain amount. It is a remission. Next one, he can accept any other performance instead of original performance. It is also remission. So who will do remission? Promisee will do remission. Next one, what happens in case of voidable contract? So in case of voidable contract, agreed party, defaulting party will be there. So for example, A applied coercion on B. Now A is defaulting party, B is agreed party. Okay. Now the contract will become voidable at the option of agreed party. So now he is having two options, either to continue the contract or to cancel the contract. So he is having two options. Okay, what happens if B chooses to cancel the contract? Then he need to cancel it completely. Partial cancellation is not allowed. If you want to cancel the contract, he need to cancel it completely. And the communication is also required here. So whenever he chooses to cancel the contract, he need to communicate the same to A. So communication is necessary. Then which rules we need to follow for the purpose of communication? So for the purpose of revocation of offer, whatever the rules you followed, the same need to be followed here also. And what about the benefits which are taken by B here? So he need to restore the benefit that are taken under the contract. So if B want to cancel the contract, partial cancellation is not allowed. He need to make complete cancellation, that is complete rescission. Next one, and that rescission must be communicated to A in the same manner just like revocation of offer. And if he receives any benefit, he need to give that benefit back to A. Next one, what about A? Defaulting party. So what about A? So no need to perform his pending promises, and because of A, B suffering with loss, that's why A need to pay some damages to B in order to compensate B's loss. Next one. So in case of void agreement or void contract, so it is unenforceable. So parties may choose to end that contract because it is unenforceable. Okay, then what about the benefits which are already passed on to other party? So whatever the benefit that is passed to other party, that benefit can be taken back. So if I got any money, I need to return the money. If I got any goods, I need to return the goods. If I got any benefit, I need to pay for that benefit. So whatever the things that are received under that contract, I need to return it back. So whenever the agreement or contract becomes void. Okay, what happens when it is a breach of contract? That means other party fails to fulfill the contract. Now you put an end to that contract. So now what about this? So what about the restoration of benefit here? So here you need to check what kind of amount it was. Say for example, if it is advance money, what to do? If it is security deposit, what to do? So security deposit is a deposit which is given to other party. So in order to give assurance about your performance, if you performed the contract, it will be returned back. If you fail to perform the contract, it will be forfeited. And what about advance? So advance is a money which is paid to other party in advance. Actually, in that contract, he need to pay some money. Out of that money, he will pay some money in advance. It will be called as advance money. Okay, whenever there is breach of contract, then what about these two amounts? So first of all, the nature of security deposit is it will be returned only if it is performed. Otherwise, it will be forfeited. So in this case, it will be forfeited. If there is breach of contract, then security deposit will be forfeited. But what about advance money? It must be returned back. So if it is breach of contract only, if it is a void agreement case, if it is a void contract case, then there is no problem at all. Both amounts can be returned back. Both amounts can be returned back. But if it is a breach of contract, only advance will be returned back, but not security deposit. Discharge of contract by supervening impossibility. So what is meant by supervening impossibility? Supervening impossibility is nothing but subsequent impossibility. It is nothing but subsequent impossibility. Okay. The impossibility is of two types. So first one, based on timing, impossibility is of two types. Initial impossibility, subsequent impossibility. So initial impossibility means impossibility which happens before entering into the contract. Subsequent impossibility means the impossibility which happens after entering into the contract. Okay, now which one is a mode of discharge? So preventing impossibility is the mode of discharge, whereas initial impossibility is not a mode of discharge. Why? In case of initial impossibility, the agreement is void ab initio. That means it will never become a contract. So without having a contract, so what about discharge of contract? Will there be any question like that if there is no contract at all? No. That's why initial impossibility will not come as discharge of contract. Only subsequent impossibility will be covered here, not initial impossibility. But there are few cases of initial impossibility. So that was given here. We need to know about it. Even though it is not part of discharge of contract, we need to know about it. So if both parties knows about the impossibility, but still made that agreement, what is the validity? The agreement is void ab initio. If both parties don't know about the impossibility, but made the contract, then also void. If one party knows about the impossibility and other party don't know about the impossibility, then also the agreement is void. In all the cases, the agreement is void. So whenever the impossibility word is there, then definitely that agreement will become void. So whether parties knows about it, does not know about it, if only one party knows about it, but not other party, whatever the situation it may be, if it is impossible, then court will not insist you to perform it. So that's why all impossible agreements are always void. Next one, supervening impossibility. So supervening impossibility is nothing but subsequent impossibility which happens after entering into the contract. Okay. So whenever subsequent impossibility occurs, contract will become void, parties will get discharged from the contract. Both parties will get discharged and from both rights as well as obligations. Okay. When this will happen? Sudden change in law. So for example, at the time of making of contract, law is favorable to us. So nothing is against to law. Next one. But before performance of contract, after creation of contract, but before performance of contract, now law bans our contract. Now what will happen? We need to stop this contract now itself. Now it is impossible. legally impossible. Physically it may be possible, but it is legally impossible. So we can't do this activity now. That's why our contract will get terminated and both parties will get discharged from the contract. Say for example, A and B made a contract with each other. So A made a promise to deliver some alcohol products to B. At the time of making this agreement, there is no ban on alcohol items. But before performance, government bans alcohol products. What will happen? Now we can't deliver alcohol products to the other party. Now we need to stop all our contracts. So here both parties will get discharged from the contract which is already made. Next one. What happens if subject matter is destroyed? So if A agreed to deliver car to B, okay, at the time of agreement, the car is in good condition. But before performance, before delivery, the car got destroyed completely in a road accident. Now what will happen? So because of destruction of subject matter, that is car, the contract will get discharged. So both parties will get discharged from the contract, that is from both rights as well as obligations. Next one, declaration of a war. Say for example, I made a contract with a Chinese person. At that time, there is no war in between India and China. But before performance, a war was declared in between India and China. Now that Chinese person will become alien enemy for me. So can I continue the contract with alien enemy during the time of war? No, I need to stop it. So here also discharge of contract will happen because of supervening impossibility, that is subsequent impossibility. Discharge of contract by breach of contract. So here what is meant by breach of contract? So failure to perform the contract is nothing but called as breach of contract. So here breach of contract can be classified into two categories. One is actual, second one is anticipatory. The actual breach means it is the breach of contract which was happened on due date. Anticipatory means it is a breach of contract which was happened before due date. So let's take an example here. A made a promise to deliver a car to B on 1st March. Now on 1st March, A said, I'm not going to give that car to you. So here this is a breach of contract. Okay, what kind of breach of contract? Is it actual breach or anticipatory breach? So as it is happened on due date, it will be called as actual breach of contract. Okay, what happens if the same is happened before a due date? That means on 1st February itself, he said, I will not going to deliver any car to you. So now on 1st February, he commits breach of contract, which is before due date. Now this will be called as anticipatory breach of contract. So actual breach of contract means breach of contract which was happened on due date. Anticipatory breach of contract means breach of contract which was happened before due date. So this is on due date, this is before due date. In both the cases, the aggrieved party, that is B, will get discharged from the contract. And that person is discharged only from obligations, not from rights. He can use those rights in order to file a case against A and to recover damages. Next one. So discharge of contract due to other factors. The first one, by lapse of time. So by expiry of time. So here the time means limitation period. So whenever I made a contract with other party and if other party commits breach of contract, I need to go to the court. For this also there will be a time limit. If I went to court within the time limit, then court will enforce it. So if I went to court after expiry of time limit, then court will not enforce it. That time limit is called as limitation period. And what is the limitation period? It depends upon case to case. Generally, the limitation period is 3 years. Generally it is 3 years, but it depends upon case to case. Okay, then what happens if limitation period is expired in that contract? Now that contract is unenforceable, so the contract will become void. That means parties will get discharged from the contract. Next one, by operation of law. So what is by operation of law? So for example, there is a contract between A and B. If anything is happened to A, say for example, A was expired. Now small a will fulfill the contract. That is legal heir of capital A. So in this case, so capital A is discharged from the contract because of law. And what is the reason behind that? Death. Next one, what happens if capital A becomes insolvent? Then his official receiver will continue the contract with B. So here the person who become insolvent now will get discharged from the contract. So because of death or insolvency, the person who was expired or who become insolvent will get discharged, and some other person in his place will continue the contract. So this is also not complete discharge, partial discharge only. Next one, by failure to provide reasonable facilities. Say for example, A appointed B to paint his house. That means B is a painter. B is a painter. So A appointed a painter to paint his house. Okay, in this case, B made a promise to paint the house of A. Now, who is promiser? B is promiser. Because he made a promise to paint the house of A, that's why B is promiser, A is promising. Okay, in order to paint the house, first of all, B must have certain reasonable facilities like paints, brushes, like that. But A fails to provide any such facilities to B. Now say, is it possible for B to paint the house without having all those things? No, it is not possible. As it is not possible, the contract will get discharged here. So B will get discharged here and no need to perform his obligation. So so when promising fails to provide reasonable facilities like brush, paints, etc. for the performance of promise, then the promiser will be discharged. So who will be discharged? Promiser will be discharged. That is, painter will be discharged. Next one, by merger of rights. So here there are two parties. A, who is having a house and he made a rental agreement with B. Now B become tenant. So here there is a rental agreement between A and B made a promise to pay 10,000 per month as rent. Okay, everything is fine. After 2 months, A sold the property to B. Now the same house is sold by A to B. Now there is sale agreement in between A and B. Now there is sale agreement. Previously it is rental agreement. Now there is sale agreement. So in between both the parties, there are two agreements. One is rental agreement, other one is sale agreement. Which one is superior? Sale agreement. Which one is inferior? Rental agreement. So what happens when rental agreement and sale agreement was made in between both the parties? Then automatically parties will get discharged from rental agreement and they will become bound to sale agreement. That means parties will get discharged from inferior rights agreement and they will become bound to superior rights agreement. So that is happened here. So whenever there is a merger of inferior rights as well as superior rights between the same parties, then both the parties will get discharged from the inferior rights agreement and they will become bound to superior rights agreement. So by this we completed discharge of contract chapter. Okay. Now let's see next chapter. It is about remedies for breach of contract. So first of all, what is meant by breach of contract? So failure of one party to perform the promise is nothing but breach of contract, and it is classified into two categories: actual breach, anticipatory breach. So in case of actual breach, the breach of contract is happened on due date. In case of anticipatory breach, the breach of contract happens before due date. If breach of contracts happens before due date, it is called as anticipatory breach. If breach of contract happens on due date, it will be called as actual breach. Then in case of actual breach, what other party can do? He can file a case immediately. In case of anticipatory breach of contract, what other party can do? He can file the case immediately, or he can wait till due date also. Anything is okay for him. So he need to decide whether to go to court immediately or not. But if he decide to wait till due date, then the party who commits breach of contract, if he offers to perform the contract again, then he need to accept it. So because if you went to the court immediately, then other party who commits breach of contract is at fault. So he will be liable for paying damages like that. But if you decide to wait, then the person who commits breach of contract, if he now agrees to perform the contract, you must accept it. Next one. And if there is any subsequent impossibility here, then the entire contract will become void and both parties will get discharged from both rights and obligations. Now you can't file a case against other party who commits breach of contract. So if you wait till due date, this will be the consequence. But it is up to you whether to file the case immediately or to wait up to due date. It is your wish. But if you decided to wait, then you need to assess the performance if he offers the performance. And if anything is happened that is subsequent impossibility, then you will lose all your rights to file the case against other party. Next one. So what are the remedies available to agreed party in case of breach of contract? So seller made a promise to buyer to deliver the goods, but seller fails to deliver the goods to buyer. Now buyer will be called as aggrieved party. Now he will have some remedies. Then what are those remedies? So he can cancel the contract. If he suffers with loss, he can ask for damages. If he want to perform the contract, then he can ask for specific performance or injunction order, and he can ask for quantum merit also. Okay, let's discuss one by one. So here, what aggrieved party intends to do, we need to ascertain that first. If aggrieved party want to continue the contract, then he will have two remedies. He can ask for specific performance or he can ask for injunction order. If aggrieved party decide to cancel the contract, then he can ask for damages, he can ask for quantum merit. Okay. So if he decide to continue the contract, these are the remedies. If he decide to cancel the contract, these are the remedies. And he is entitled to continue the contract or cancel the contract. It is at his option. He need to decide that whether to continue it or cancel it. Okay. What is meant by specific performance? Say for example, A made an offer to do an act. A made an offer to do an act with B, but he fails to do it. Now B can ask for specific performance. Next, A made a promise for not to do an act. But he is doing now. Now B want to stop that person from doing that activity. Now in this case, B will ask for injunction order. That means if aggrieved party want to enforce positive terms, then he will go for specific performance. If aggrieved party wants to enforce negative terms, then he will go for injunction order. So positive terms means to do something. Negative terms means not to do something. So if aggrieved party want to enforce positive terms, he will go to specific performance. If he want to enforce negative terms, he will go for injunction order. Nothing but stay order. Let's check an example here. A made a promise to B. To act in his movie. And not to act in other movies till completion of this movie. So B is a movie director and A made a promise. A is actor. So A made a promise to act in B's movie and not to act in any other movie during the tenure of this movie. So after completion of this movie, he can act in other movies also. There is no problem. Okay, now here there are two terms. One is positive term, that is to act. Second one is negative term, that is not to act in other movies till the completion of this movie. So in this case, if A commits breach of contract, then B can go for specific performance in order to enforce positive terms. And B will go for injunction order in order to enforce negative terms. Next one, damages. So what is damages and what is quantum merit? Let's discuss about damages first. So damages, it is of two categories. Direct damages, that is direct loss, indirect damages. So what is the difference between direct damages and indirect damages? So direct damages is nothing but it is the direct loss which is caused because of breach of contract. Indirect damage is also because of breach of contract only, but so it is not a direct consequence. So what is the difference? Say for example, so I made a bus booking and doing the ride, now there was a trouble in bus. So it is breakdown. Now I stayed in a hotel for a period of 1 day because of bus breakdown. So in this case, I am entitled to get the hotel rent what I paid as damages. So this is direct consequence, because in case of bus failure, definitely the persons who are in bus need to take shelter. So it is a direct consequence. So anything, any loss because of this direct consequence will be called as direct loss only. Okay, and he can claim damages for it, and this is called as direct damages. So what happens during that stay if I got health issues and I incurred certain expenses on medicines? I'm not entitled to claim the amount for these medicines, because these are indirect losses. Indirect losses or remote losses. So for them, damages is not possible. So if it is direct loss, claiming damages is possible. If it is indirect loss, claiming damages is not possible. That means direct damages can be taken, but indirect damages or remote damages, no, it is not possible to take them. Next one. Types of damages: ordinary damages, special damages, nominal damages, vindictive damages, damages for deterioration caused due to delay, and prefixed damages. So first one, ordinary damages. What is meant by ordinary damages? So for example, I agreed to buy a car for 5 lakh rupees, but seller fails to deliver the car to me. That means there is a breach of contract on part of seller. Now I bought the same car in open market for 6 lakhs. That means because of breach of contract committed by seller, so I have incurred a loss of rupees 1 lakh, and this 1 lakh will be collected as a damages called as ordinary damages. So how to measure it? Difference between market price and contract price will be the damage amount. Next one. Then what about special damage? What about special damage? So for example, in this case only, I want to buy the car for 5 lakh rupees in order to resell it for 7 lakhs. So now my purpose is to resell it for 7 lakhs. That is by adding 2 lakhs profit here. Okay. Now seller fails to deliver the car to me at 5 lakh rupees. That means there is a breach of contract on part of seller. Okay, because of this breach of contract, now I will miss 2 lakhs profit here. So am I entitled to get that profit loss? Answer is no, because this is indirect consequence. As it is indirect consequence, I can't claim damage. But what happens if I previously intimated about the same to the other party? I already sold to the seller. Definitely I'm going to sell this product to somebody else by adding some margin. But still seller made default here. Seller commits breach of contract here. So in this case, as I previously intimated about the situation, till now he commits breach of contract. So that is the reason why I can claim here. I can claim 2 lakhs here. So here the 2 lakhs will become special damages. So in case of ordinary damages, so prior intimation is not required, as it is a direct consequence. But in case of special damages, prior intimation is required. If I made prior intimation, I can claim special loss also, indirect loss also, in the name of special damage. But for ordinary damages, so nothing is required. For special damages, prior communication is required. And next one, nominal damages. So what about nominal damages? So here, whether there is profit or loss, then you can ask for other party. Say for example, uh, A made a contract with B, B commits breach of contract, and because of breach of contract committed by B, A got some profit. A got some profit. Is A liable to return the profit? No. No. A got some loss. A got some loss. So now can A claim any damage for that loss? Yes. If he got profit, no need to return it back. If he got loss, he can recover the money for the loss, because it is the default of B who commits breach of contract. It is not the fault of A. But in case if there is no profit, no loss also, he can claim certain money. That money will be called as nominal damages. So it is very small in value and court will decide. Vindictive or exemplary damages. So this is nothing but for loss of reputation. So because of a breach of contract committed by other party, if I suffers with loss of reputation, then I can ask for vindictive or exemplary damages. But this kind of damages will be awarded only in two cases. One is, so other party made a promise to me to marry me, but she commits breach of contract. Now what I do? I can file a case for claiming vindictive or exemplary damages. Next one. Now my banker. So even though everything is fine, he dishonored my check. So because of that, I lost my reputation towards my customers. So in this case also, I can ask for vindictive or exemplary damages from the bank, because here nothing is wrong on part of me. Everything is fine, but still he dishonors my check. So if he dishonors my check wrongfully, then he is liable to pay me vindictive or exemplary damages based on my loss of reputation. Next one. Damages for deterioration caused by delay. So what is meant by deterioration? Nothing but perishment. So for example, A appointed B a carrier to deliver some perishable goods within a 3 days, and these goods will get perished within 7 days. So it is the lifetime is 7 days. So now A made a contract with carrier to deliver these perishable goods to some other place within 3 days, but now carrier made some delay. So he had taken goods after 7 days. That means now the goods are already deteriorated, that is perished during transit. And this is caused because of B's delay only. That's why for the loss suffered by A, B is liable to compensate it. B is liable to compensate it. So what happens if A want to sell those perishable goods in a open market on 4th day or 5th day? So now because of delay made by B, now A is unable to sell those goods on 4th day or 5th day. So here there will be some loss of profit also. So now A can claim that loss of profit also. Next one, prefixed damages. So what are prefixed damages? Prefixed damages means at the time of making of contract only parties will decide the damage amount. So it will be called as prefixed damage. So some parties will estimate the future loss and they will fix the damage. If parties did like that, then it will be called as liquidated damage. So some parties will fix the amount just to create a fear among the other parties in order to perform the contract. So then that huge amount will be called as penalty. So if the amount is fixed based on expected loss, then it will be called as liquidated damage. If that amount is fixed just to make the other party to properly perform the contract, then it will be called as penalty. But whatever the name it may be, aggrieved party can only claim reasonable amount not exceeding the sum specified in the contract. Say for example, they fixed 10,000 as a prefixed damage. Whether it is penalty or liquidated damage, what aggrieved party can do here, he can only get reasonable amount as decided by the court, and that reasonable amount shall not exceed 10,000. That means the damage amount may be less than or equal to 10,000. Differences. So differences between liquidated damage and penalty. So first of all, what are the similarity? Both are prefixed damages. So that is the main similarity. And what is the main difference? So one will be estimated based on a future loss, that is liquidated damage, and other one is unreasonable amount. So it is just made in order to create a fear in other party so that he can perform the contract perfectly. Okay, now let's discuss the comparison between liquidated damage and penalty. So meaning, it is a prefixed damage and it will be made based on pre-estimation of loss. Next one, what about penalty? It is also prefixed damage, but this is made to prevent other party from avoiding the contract. That's it. Next, quantum of amount. So it is based on future loss which is estimated, and it is unreasonable amount, extravagant or unconscionable, that is unreasonable amount. Essence. So here to compensate the loss is essence, but here to create the fear, that is to terrorism the offending party. So to create the fear, so that is the essence. Enforceability. So court will allow reasonable amount in both the cases. In both cases, court will allow reasonable amount, and that reasonable amount may be equal to prefixed amount or it may be less than prefixed amount, but it shall not exceed prefixed amount. Next one, as per English law. So as per English law, liquidated damage is completely enforceable. That is, Not reasonable amount. You can recover full amount, whatever you agreed in the agreement. But in case of penalty, you will get only reasonable amount. But this is as per English law. But as per Indian law, in both cases, you will get only reasonable amount. So by this, we completed this chapter. Okay. Now let's see next chapter, that is Indian Partnership Act 1932. So first of all, we need to know about what is meant by a partnership. So partnership is nothing but a relation. So it is a relation between whom? Between those people who agreed to share profits by carrying a business, and that business can be carried on by all or any of them acting for all. Okay, I will explain the definition. Say for example, there are three parties A, B, C. So all the parties decided to do trading in mangoes. So for this purpose, they created a firm and they named it as ABC and Company. Okay, now my question is, who is partner here, and what is meant by partnership, and what is meant by firm, and what is meant by firm's name? So first one. So the relation between A, B, C, the relation between A, B, C is called as partnership. So it is nothing but partnership is the relation between the partners. So the relation between A, B, C will be called as partnership. Now who are partners? A, B, C. A, B, C are individually called as partners. So they are individually called as partner. That is partner A, partner B, partner C. And A, B, C are collectively called as firm. So they are collectively called as firm. And what is the firm name here? A, B, C and Co is the firm name. So in the given example, there is a relation between A, B, C. That relation is called as partnership. And A, B, C or separately, that is individually called as partners and collectively called as firm. And A, B, C and Co is nothing but firm's name. Okay, then why the relation between A, B, C is called as partnership relation? Because in order to call it as a partnership relation, there must be association of persons. Association of persons means group of persons. Okay, how many persons must be there? Minimum 2, maximum 50. So minimum 2, maximum 50. So what happens if there is only one person? It is not a partnership firm. So to call it as a partnership firm, the number of persons shall not be less than 2. And what about maximum? Maximum is 50. What happens if number of persons in partnership firm is beyond 50? Then that partnership firm must be converted into a company. So that means minimum 2, maximum 50 to create a partnership firm. So these number of people are required to create a partnership firm. Next one, second one. There must be an agreement between them. So that agreement may be either in express form or in implied form. Then what about partnership deed? Partnership deed means a partnership agreement which is in written form. So but preparing partnership deed is not mandatory. It is optional, and moreover it is advisable, because so as they were partners, definitely there will be some disputes in future. So in order to solve all those disputes with ease, partnership deed is preferable. So that's why partnership deed is advisable, but it is not mandatory. So partnership agreement may be in the form of words written or words spoken, or it may be in implied form also. So partnership agreement may be created in any form. So it is not mandatory for any firm to create a written agreement. It is just advisable but not mandatory. Next one, business. So they must agree to do some business. Okay, what kind of business? Any business is allowed. Any business is allowed, but that business must be lawful and profit motive. That means you can't create partnership firm for unlawful purpose. You can't create partnership firm for charitable purpose. So you can only create partnership firm for lawful purpose, that too profit motive purpose. Next one. What is the next point? The next point is agreement to share profits. So all partners need to agree to share profits which may accrue to the firm in future. So if this kind of agreement is there, then those people will be called as partners. So what happens if any one is not getting any share of profit? Then that person cannot be called as a partner. The persons who are receiving share of profits will be called as partner. So others are not called as partners because they are not getting any share of profit. Okay, then what about sharing of losses? Sharing of losses is not mandatory here. Sharing of profits is mandatory. Sharing of losses is not mandatory. And how much profit to take? It may be any amount. So getting something is required here. So it may be 50%, 10%, 1%, or even 0.01% also. So getting profit is important. How much you are getting is not important. So if you are getting any profit, then you are called as partner. If you are not getting any share of profit, then you are not called as a partner. So agreement to share profits is mandatory. So how much amount? Any amount. Any amount. And what about sharing of losses? It is not required. Sharing of losses is not required. And last one, mutual agency. Sir, what is meant by mutual agency? Say for example, if there is principal and agent, then who will make instructions? Principal. Who will follow it? Agent. So this is one-sided agency. So here, second party is agent to first party. That's it. This is one-sided agency, normal agency. Then what about mutual agency? In case of mutual agency, there will be two parties. So first party will act like agent to second party in some situations, and second party will also act like agent to first party in some situations. That means both are principals and both are agents. So when both people are acting like both principal as well as agent, that kind of agency will be called as mutual agency. So in case of partnership firm, mutual agency must be there. That means everyone can become principal as well as agent. So that kind of agency is called as mutual agency. So there must be mutual agency between the partners. Then who can carry the business here? So here business can be carried either by A alone or B alone or C alone or AB, BC, AC or ABC combinedly. That means anyone, any group can continue the business. But the problem here is, so for the acts of the firm, all the partners are liable even though they are participating in business or not. This is because of mutual agency, because everyone is principal and everyone is agent. So for the acts of agent, every principal is liable. So whenever a person is acting in the affairs of the firm, that person will become agent to the sleeping partners. Now for the acts committed by the active partner, that is agent, sleeping partner, that is principal, are also responsible. So if all these points are there, then the relation between those people will be called as partnership relation. And those people are individually called as partners, collectively called as firm. And the name under which they are doing business, that name will be called as firm name. Association of persons. So what is the meaning of association of persons? Group of persons. So minimum how many partners must be there? 2. Maximum 50. What happens if number of partners reduced below 2? The firm need to be dissolved. What happens if number of partners exceeds 50? Then the firm must be converted into a company. That means To act like a firm, minimum number of partners are 2 and maximum 50. And such partners may be either natural persons, nothing but human beings like us, or artificial persons, nothing but body corporates like companies, LLPs, which are created by law. Then what about the status of partnership firm? Can I call partnership firm as natural person? No. Then artificial person? So it is also no. So firm is neither a natural person nor an artificial person. Next one. There must be an agreement. There must be an agreement, and that agreement may be either in express form or in implied form. So express means words spoken or words written, both will be covered. So if words are in written form, then that partnership agreement will be called as partnership deed. So it is not mandatory for firm to prepare partnership deed, but it is advisable to avoid future disputes with ease. Next one. And there must be business. And what should be the main motive? Profit motive. So the main motive of the business should be profit motive, not charitable purpose. So you can't create a partnership firm for charitable purpose. Next one. Agreement to share profits. So what is mandatory? Agreement to share profits is mandatory, but agreement to share losses is not mandatory. And here profit means net profit. So net profit means turnover minus direct expenses. Now you will get gross profit minus indirect expenses. Now you will get net profit. Next one, mutual agency. So who can carry business? So business can be carried on by all, that is A, B, C, or by anyone, A alone or B alone or C alone, or more acting for all, nothing but A, B, B, C, C, A. So firm can be carried by any partner or any group of partners or all the partners, but every person will become principal as well as agent. So that's why there is a mutual agency in case of partnership firm. Next one. So what is the true test of partnership? So out of those 5 elements, only 3 elements will be covered here. One is agreement, second one is sharing of profits, third one is mutual agency. So among these 3 agreements, among these 3 points, which one is a true test of partnership? Mutual agency is the true test of partnership, because sharing of profits is just a prima facie evidence, whereas mutual agency is a conclusive evidence. So what is the difference between prima facie evidence and conclusive evidence? So what we get just by observing it is known as prima facie evidence. So what we get after making lots of research, it is conclusive evidence. So which is more important? Conclusive evidence is more important. So that's why, so being a conclusive evidence, mutual agency is more important. So it is called as truest test of partnership. Next one. So following persons cannot be called as partners. I already discussed about this point. So when a person will be called as partner, when any person is receiving some sort of profit, then that person will be called as partner. But in few cases, even though that person is receiving share of profit, he cannot be called as partner. Then what are those cases? First one, joint owners sharing profits. So there are 2 brothers, first brother and second brother. So both are having a common property, that is house, and they rented this house to a tenant who in return paying rent to them. Now this rental amount is being shared between first brother and second brother. So can I call them as partners now? No, they are not partners because they are not doing business here. So this is just an investment in house, that's it. It cannot be called as a business. But if this house is used for hotel purpose, then it will become a business. But here it is not like that. So that's why here there is no business. As there is no business, it cannot be called as a partnership firm, and those people cannot be called as partners. Next one. Money lender who receives profits as interest. Say for example, so firm borrowed a loan from a money lender. Now firm need to pay interest. Now instead of interest or in addition to interest, Money lender demanded share of profits also. Now now firm need to pay the share of profits to money lender also. So money lender is getting share of profits. So can I call money lender as a partner? No, he cannot be called as a partner. Next one, principal agent. Say for example, principal appointed agent to do some activities. Now principal need to pay remuneration to agent. Now instead of paying remuneration to agent, so principal decided to give share of profit. Here principal is nothing but firm. So firm decided to give share of profits to its agent. Now say, can I call this agent as partner? No, here agent is not a partner. Why agent is not a partner? Very simple. For the acts committed by him, principal is liable, that is firm is liable. But for the acts committed by firm, agent is not liable. So that is the reason why, due to lack of mutual agency, in this case, A is not a partner, even though he is getting some share of profit. Next one, legal representative of deceased partner. Say for example, there are three partners A, B, C, and A was expired, his legal heir, small a was there. Now if BC settle the amount which is payable to A, then no need to pay any interest on it. If BC makes any delay in paying this amount, then BC need to pay this amount along with interest. How much interest? 6% per annum. Okay. Sir, if this legal heir opted for share of profit instead of taking interest, then he can take share of profit which is attributable to his father or mother who is in the firm before their expiry. So it is the option which is left to legal heirs, whether to claim interest or whether to take share of profits. So if they claim for interest, then the amount will be fixed, and irrespective of profits, firm need to pay that money to those people. But in case if it is share of profit, not interest, it is share of profit, then the amount is not fixed. If profits are more, they will get more. If profits are less, they will get less. If there is no profit, then no need to pay anything to them. So what to decide here? So whether to take share of profit or whether to take interest, who will decide that? The respective legal heir will decide that. Next one. Now, previous owner of the partnership firm. So a person sold his business to the partnership firm, and while selling business, he demanded for goodwill. Now, as a consideration for goodwill, the new partnership firm which is created now agreed to pay some share of profits to the previous owner for goodwill purpose. Now, can I call this previous owner as partner? No, he cannot be called as a partner. Reason? He is getting share of profits. Okay, fine, but he will not take any responsibility. So for the acts committed by firm, that person is not responsible. That means there is no mutual agency. As there is no mutual agency, so they are not called as partners. That means in all these cases, what is common point? All parties are getting share of profit and all people are not called as partners. And the reason is lack of mutual agency. Next one. So if these conditions are satisfied, then court will assume there is no partnership at all in your case. What are those conditions? So there is no record for terms and conditions. So at the time of making partnership form, partners will enter into various terms and conditions. If that record is available, court will assume okay, there is partnership form. If that record is not available, court will assume that there is no partnership form. Next one. Now there is no books of accounts on the name of the firm. Also court will assume there is no partnership firm. There is no bank account opened on the name of the firm. Then, so what other party will treat? Nothing but what court will assume? Court will assume there is no partnership firm. Next one. So previously, while making an application for tender, so every partnership firm are supposed to give an intimation about their partnership firm status. That intimation will act like a supporting evidence. So in order to call that firm as a partnership firm. So if that intimation is available, then court will assume there is partnership firm. What happens if that intimation is not available? Then court will assume there is no partnership. That means if you fail to maintain record of terms and conditions, if you have not maintained any books of account on the name of the firm, if you have not opened any bank account, or if there is no proof Nothing but intimation which is given to director of procurement in order to procure a tender. So if these things are not available, definitely court will assume there is no partnership. So court will assume there is no partnership at all. The next one, differences between partnership form and HUF. So Hindu undivided family. So mode of creation. The partnership will be created by an agreement. But what about HUF? So it is based on status. So if any person is born in that family, he will become member. So it is because of family relation they will become members, not because of any agreement like partnership form. Next one, what happens if any partner is expired? It leads to dissolution of the firm. If any one of the partner is expired, so they need to dissolve the firm, but it is not mandatory, it is optional only. So if they unanimously decided to continue the firm even though one of the partner is expired, they can continue. Next one, then what about HUF? No, if any family member is expired, HUF will run its business. There is no impact on the business. No need to dissolve the business. Next one, management. So who will manage the partnership firm? All partners. But in case of HUF, Karta only. And who is having authority to bind? Every partner is having that authority. If any partner did anything, then the entire firm is liable. But in case of HUF, if Karta did anything, entire HUF is liable. But if any co-partner did anything, that is member did anything, the entire HUF is not liable for it. And what is the nature of liability? Partner's liability is unlimited, and here Karta's liability is unlimited, and co-partners, that means members' liability is limited. And what about the governing law? So here it is governed by Indian Partnership Act and HUF Hindu law. And what about minor? So minor can be admitted to the partnership firm, but for benefits, nothing but with limited liability you can appoint a minor as a partner. Next one, what about here? Here minor can become member. Next one, what about death, retirement, insolvency? So death of partner, retirement of partner, insolvency of partner will affect the existence of partnership firm. But here there is no such effect. It will be continued. What about number of members? Minimum to maximum 50. Here there is no limit at all. Next one, share in business. So the share will be decided based on agreement. But here it will be decided based on number of family members. Say for example, if the total property of the firm is 1 crore. 1 crore. So now partners can decide their share. Say for example, there are 4 partners A, B, C, D. So each partner can decide their own share through an agreement. But if it is HUF, then it will be dependent upon number of family members. If number of family members are 10, divide by 10. If number of family members are 20, divided by 20. So like that share will be determined in case of HUF. So this is all about the differences between partnership firm and HUF. The next one, partnership deed. So what is meant by partnership deed? So partnership deed is nothing but a partnership agreement which is in written form. So in order to call partnership agreement as partnership deed, it must be in written form. And so you are preparing a written document, so you need to draft with care because every point will become an evidence in future. Next one. And what about affixing stamps? Yes, it is also mandatory as per Indian Stamp Act. Then only it will be called as partnership deed. Next one. Then what about the content of partnership deed? So name of the partnership, name of the partners, nature and place of business, date of commencement of partnership, duration of partnership, how long we are going to run the partnership firm. So we need to give that duration also. And capital contribution by each partner, profit sharing ratio, etc. And if partners want to add any new point, they can add. For that purpose, consent of all partners is required. If partners want to delete any provision, they can delete. Again, all partners' consent is required. Next one, Kinds of partnership. So, types of partnership based on duration. First one, partnership for fixed period. Second one, partnership at will. So, what is meant by partnership for fixed period? Say, for example, if duration of partnership form is fixed, then it is called as partnership for a fixed period. Say, for example, you created a partnership form for 10 years, then it is called as partnership for a fixed period. If you created a partnership form for 10 months, so then also it is called as partnership for a fixed period. So if the duration of the partnership form is fixed, then it will be called as partnership for a fixed period. Then what about partnership at will? So here duration is not fixed by the parties. That means if duration is fixed by the parties, then it is called as partnership for a fixed period. If duration is not fixed, then it will be called as partnership at will. Okay. So in case of partnership for fixed period, so what to do after the expiry of the fixed period? So the firm need to be dissolved. But if all partners agreed to continue the business, they can continue. So with the consent of all partners, they can continue. Otherwise, after the expiry of fixed period, the firm must be dissolved. Then what about partnership at will? Any partner, any partner at any time can dissolve the firm just by giving a written notice to the other partners. So here consent of all partners is also not required. So any partner can dissolve the firm. At any time they can dissolve the firm. But what they need to do? They need to give a written notice to the other partners regarding their intention to dissolve the firm. Next one. So with regard to extent of the business, partnership forms are classified into two categories: particular partnership, general partnership. So what is meant by particular partnership and what is meant by general partnership? So in case of particular partnership, so the firm is created only for a specific project. So after the completion of that project, the firm will be dissolved. So that kind of partnership is called as particular partnership. Next one, what is meant by general partnership? In case of general partnership, the firm will not dissolve after the completion of project. It will continue its business, so throughout its life. So that kind of partnership is called as general partnership. Okay, now what happens to particular partnership if that particular project got completed? Then the firm will be dissolved. If all partners agreed to continue the firm, they can continue. Otherwise, the firm need to be dissolved. Then what about general partnership? How to dissolve general partnership? It will be dissolved with the consent of all partners. If all partners agreed to dissolve the firm, they can dissolve. Otherwise, it is not possible. Next one. And what about the liability of partners in case of particular partnership? The partners are liable only to the particular project. But in case of general partnership, so it will be in continuing nature. That's why every partner is liable for every acts of the firm. Next one. Types of partners. Actual or active or ostensible partner. So nothing but the person who is actively participating in the business. So any partner who actively participates in the business is called as actual or active or ostensible partner. Okay. Next one. What about dormant or sleeping partner? So any partner who is not participating in affairs of the firm, then he will be called as dormant partner or sleeping partner. Next one. So in case of active partner, at the time of his outgoing, he need to give public notice about his outgoing. But in case of sleeping partner, that requirement is not applicable. Apart from these two, everything is common for both active partner and sleeping partner. So both will give capital, both will take share of profits, both will take share of losses, both are liable in all cases. So everything is common. But what is difference? So difference is, so active partner will participate in the business and at the time of outgoing he need to give public notice. Sleeping partner will not participate in the business and at the time of outgoing no need to give any public notice. Next one, nominal partner. Who is nominal partner? So nominal partner is a person. Actually, he is not a partner. He is an outsider. But he lends his name. He lends his name. That means he used his name for the purpose of promoting the firm, then that person will be called as nominal partner. In simple words, brand ambassador. The brand ambassador will be called as nominal partner. Okay. Now, what is the difference between normal partner and nominal partner? So, normal partner is a partner, whereas nominal partner, he's not a partner at all. He's a brand ambassador who came just to promote your business by taking some remuneration. That's it. So what about the capital investment? No capital investment from nominal partner. What about share of profit? No. Share of losses? No. What about liability? Yes, he's liable because he's acting like a brand ambassador. He's promoting the firm business. So if any person because of this advertisement got incurred any loss, for that loss, being a brand ambassador, that is nominal partner, he is also equally responsible. Next one. Partner in profits only. He's a normal partner, but the only thing is he will not take share of losses. That's it. Incoming partner. So who is joining as a partner in the firm will be called as incoming partner. Outgoing partner. So who is going out of the firm is called as outgoing partner. So there may be 4 cases of outgoing, like retirement, expulsion, death, insolvency. So in case of retirement, he will go voluntarily. In case of expulsion, others will remove him as a partner. In case of death and insolvency, because of law, that person cannot be continued as a partner. In all those cases, they are called as outgoing partner. Next one. And outgoing partners are required to give public notice at the time of outgoing. But it is not required if that outgoing partner is a sleeping partner. And it is not required in case of death or insolvency. That means active partner at the time of his retirement or expulsion need to give public notice. Next, what about death or insolvency of active partner? No need to give any public notice. What about sleeping partner? In any situation, he is not liable to issue any public notice. Next one, partner by estoppel or partner by holding out. Say for example, there is an outsider and here there are partners. Now all of them went to a lunch party. So at lunch party there is one more person, that is bank manager. Okay, now the point is, so all these persons are present at one place only. So this person is representing himself as a partner before bank manager, but actually he is not a partner, he is outsider. He is not a partner, he is outsider, but he is representing himself as a partner of the firm, that too in the presence of original partners only. Now what original partners need to do? They need to object it, but they fail to do so. Now what will happen? If bank manager gave any loan to this person based on this representation, then for that loan, so this person is liable and all these partners are also liable. Sir, why all partners are liable here? Because for the purpose of this transaction, that means for the purpose of this liability towards the bank manager, so this person will be treated as partner. Actually, he is not partner, but for this transaction, he is partner and he will be called as partner by estoppel. He will be called as partner by estoppel. If one partner commits mistake, then all the partners need to take the loss. So that is the reason why if this person makes any default in paying the loan amount, then all the partners are required to pay that loan amount. That's why all these people are liable. Similarly, there is one more situation. So same facts, outsider and 4 partners. Outsiders and 4 partners and a bank manager. So all are at lunch party. So all people are at lunch party. Now the partners, original partners. So they are saying this person is also a partner in their firm. So they are representing the outsider as a partner. That too at the presence of that outsider only. Now this outsider keeps silent. Now based on this representation, bank manager gave a loan to this firm. Now what happens if there is any default in this loan? Then these people are liable to make compensation to the bank manager, and this person is also liable. Okay, these people are liable because they had taken the loan. Then why this person? Now this person will be treated as partner by holding out. Now he will be treated as partner by holding out, and he is also equally responsible for this transaction. That means only for this transaction they will become either partner by estoppel or partner by holding out. When partner by estoppel, when partner by holding out? Very simple. When that person himself represents as a partner, partner by estoppel. If others are representing him as a partner, but this person kept silent, then also he will be partner, but now this time he will be partner by holding out. Next one, minor as a partner. So is it allowed to take minor as a partner? No, but you can take minor for the benefits of the partnership form. So what is meant by benefits of the partnership form? It is nothing but limited liability. So generally the liability of partners is unlimited. So it is unlimited. But so if you want to appoint minor as a partner, then his liability must be limited. To what extent it was limited? It was limited up to his capital contribution. So whatever the capital he is bringing, so only to that extent only he will be liable. So anything in extra to capital contribution, so he is not liable to contribute any extra amount. That means minor partner will take share of profits unlimitedly, but he will take share of loss or liability limitedly to the extent of his capital. Okay, then what are the rights available to the minor partner? If you admit any person like that, then so he can take agreed share of profits as well as property. So he can take agreed share of profits every year. He can take agreed share of property. So when he decide to quit the firm, so at that time he can take the agreed share of property. But if you want to continue as a partner, then every year he can take agreed share of profits. Okay, can he access the books of accounts of the firm? Yes, he can access it. He can inspect it. He can take copy of it also. Anything is allowed. Next one. At the time of discontinuation, he can take the accounts also in order to ascertain whether he is getting proper share or not, that is correct share or not. Next one, on becoming major, what he need to do? He need to elect whether to continue as a full-fledged partner or to retire as a minor partner. And this option should be exercised by that person within 6 months. From which date? From date of attaining majority, or the date on which he knows that he was a partner. So knowledge date. So among these two dates, we need to take later date. So from this later date onwards, there will be 6 months time available to the person who become major now. Now he need to decide whether to continue or to leave the firm. So what the time means? 6 months. Okay. What happens if he decided to continue in the firm? Then he will be liable without any limit. That means now his liability will become unlimited liability. Okay, what happens if he decided to quit the firm? Then his liability will be limited only. So for that purpose, he need to give a public notice. So by giving public notice, he can quit from the firm, and up to the date of discontinuation, his liability will be limited only. But if he decided to continue as a partner, his liability is unlimited. It will become unlimited. What happens if he fails to choose any of the option? Then he will be deemed to be the full-fledged partner and his liability will become unlimited. From which date onwards his liability will become unlimited? So whether he chooses to continue as a partner, or whether he fails to decide anything within 6 months. In both the cases, he will become full-fledged partner with unlimited liability, and this unlimited liability will start from the date of admission as a minor partner, nothing but back date. So from back date onwards, he will become partner. That is full-fledged partner with unlimited liability. So liability of minor partner before attaining majority, limited liability. After attaining majority, we need to check whether he becomes partner or not. Okay, if he becomes partner, unlimited liability from the date when he joined as a partner, that is minor partner. Okay, what happens if he elects not to become a partner? He need to give a public notice. If it is given, he is liable up to the date of giving public notice, that to limited liability only. If it is not given, then he will be treated as full-fledged partner and he will take unlimited liability from the date of his admission as a minor partner. Next one, transfer of interest. So is it possible? Is it possible to transfer the ownership stake in partnership form to any other person? Yes, it is possible. It is possible. But the person who got the share cannot become a partner like you. So he cannot enjoy all your rights. So then what rights he will get? So when any partner sold his share to somebody else like outsider, so he will not get every right what the transferor is entitled to. He is entitled to only few rights. What are those rights? See, in normal situation, so what he can do? He can only take share of profits, that's it. So can he interfere in the conduct of the business? No. Can he take books of accounts? No. Can he inspect books of accounts? No. He can't do anything. He can only do nothing but receiving share of profit, that's it. Next one, what happens if the person who transfers the interest is now going outside the firm? Say for example, there are three partners A, B, C. Now A sold his share to small a. Now A will be called as, capital A will be called as transferor and small a will be called as transferee. Now because of this transfer, small a will not get all the rights that capital A will have. Then what right he will get? He will get only one right, that is to receive share of profits, that's it. No other right is available to the transferee, that is small a. But who will continue like original partner here? Capital A will continue like original partner. So he will have his own rights. Even though he sold his stake in the partnership firm to outsider, only he will be recognized as partner in the partnership firm. And this person will be treated as outsider only, even though he got the share. So that's why only this person is entitled to receive share of profits. No other right is available to small a, that is transferee. But what happens if main partner quit from the firm? If main partner quit from the firm, then the firm need to make settlement to the main partner. Now this settlement need to be made to this person who bought the share. Next one, what happens if the firm is dissolved? If the firm is dissolved, so every partner's amount need to be settled. Now who need to settle this firm? And this settlement should be made to small a, that is transferee, instead of capital A. So this is at the time of dissolution or at the time of retirement of transferor partner. Okay, now let's see registration process. So registration of partnership form. So first of all, Indian Partnership Act so is created by Parliament and implemented by CG, because it is the act which is applicable to entire nation. So that's why who creates this law means Parliament. So Parliament is having power for creating this law. And what about CG? CG will implement this law. But now CG delegated this authority to state government. Now in every state, the respective state government will implement Indian Partnership Act on behalf of central government. Now under SC, there will be some officers called as registrars. So those officers are simply called as ROF, that is Registrar of Firms. So what is the purpose of ROF? So he will receive the applications from various people for the purpose of registering partnership firm. And those people, if there is any change in future, they will communicate about the change to ROF. If those people, if they decided to dissolve the firm, they will communicate to ROF. That means from creation, that is registration time to dissolution time, everything will be communicated to whom? ROF. He will maintain a database called as register of firms. So whenever people will make application to ROF, he will update this register. Okay, now what is the process of registration? First of all, there must be a partnership form. There must be a partnership form. Okay, this partnership form need to make an application to ROF. ROF will give his approval in a form of certificate called as firm registration certificate. So here they need to file a prescribed statement, which is nothing but application, and it need to contain certain important facts like name of the firm, name of the partner, nature of the business, address of the firm. Like this, some important aspects need to be covered in that application, that is statement. Okay, to which ROF they need to forward? So they can forward to any ROF in whose jurisdiction their any place of business is situated. So if head office is situated in Hyderabad, branch office number 1 is situated in Chennai, branch office number 2 is situated in Bangalore. So in this case, so for which ROF they need to make application? They can make application either to ROF of Hyderabad or to ROF of Chennai or to ROF of Bangalore. So it is not only for head office or branch office, it may be anything. So now these people need to make an application to the ROF where their any place of business is situated. Now what ROF will do? So after getting the application from these people, he will make entries in register of the firms, which is kept under his office. So after entering the details in the register of firms, he will issue a certificate called as firm registration certificate. So when this firm receives firm registration certificate, then the registration process is said to be completed. So this is about registration procedure. Now second question is it mandatory to have registration? Answer is no. It is not mandatory. So as it is not mandatory, so these people can make application at any time. So they can make application at the time of creation of partnership, or they can make application after 1 year or after 2 years, after 3 years. So they can make application at any point of time to the concerned ROC, and the concerned ROC will issue a certificate called as firm registration certificate. So registration of a firm, when it can be effected at any time. So how? By sending a statement, nothing but application to whom? To ROF, where any place of business is situated or proposed to be situated. And next one, that application need to be verified and signed by all the partners. So all partners need to verify it and they need to sign on it. And it must include firm name, firm place of business, other place of business, nothing but main office, branch office, the date when each partner joined, date of admission of partner, name and addresses of partners, and duration of the firm. So how long they are going to run the firm, we need to mention here. Next, so when you forwarded all the documents, then it is deemed to be completed. The registration is deemed to be completed. Actually, it will be completed upon receiving firm registration certificate. But when you forward all the details correctly, then you can assume your firm as a registered firm. But you need to forward all the relevant documents, and those documents must contain true particulars. Then only you can take this kind of assumption. After filing all the documents with ROF, after filing all the documents with the ROF, you can assume as your firm is now registered. But actually, when it will be registered after receiving firm registration certificate. Next one, disabilities of non-registration. So I already said form registration is not mandatory, but if you remain as unregistered firm, then you need to face certain disabilities, that is disadvantages. Okay, then what kind of disadvantages you need to face? So for example, there is unregistered firm. So they want to make a contract with outsider and they made it. That means now there is a contract between outsider and unregistered firm. Now, if this outsider commits breach of contract, then firm can file a case against outsider. But here the firm is unregistered firm. Now the question is this unregistered firm allowed to file a case against outsider for breach of contract committed by him? Answer is no. So unregistered firm cannot file a case against outsider. Sir, what happens if the firm is registered and the partners who want to sue the outsider is also registered as per the database of ROF? Then they can file a case against outsider. But without registered firm, without registered partners, they can't file any case against outsider for the breach of contract committed by the outsider. Okay. Now, what happens if the breach of contract is committed by the unregistered firm, not by outsider? Now, the breach of contract is committed by the unregistered firm. Now, what will happen? Now, this outsider can file a case against unregistered firm. Sir, how is it possible? This firm is unregistered now. Yes, this is unregistered, but the disability what I discussed till now is applicable to the firm, not to the outsiders. That means unregistered firm can't file a case. Unregistered firm can't file a case, but outsider can file a case even the firm is unregistered. So this disability is applicable for unregistered firm, not for outsiders. So this is first disability along with first exception. What is the first disability? Unregistered firm or its partners can't bring any suit against outsider. Exception, outsider can file a case against unregistered firm or its partners. Next one. Unregistered firm vow 10,000 rupees to outsider. And similarly, this outsider also vows 1,000 rupees to unregistered firm. But now he went to the court and he filed a case against unregistered firm. Is it allowed or not allowed? Yes, allowed. Outsider can file a case against unregistered firm. But he is demanding for 10,000 rupees, not for 9,000. Now this unregistered firm want to make a set off here. So actually they need to pay 10,000 and they need to receive 1,000. That's why. So they agreed to pay 9,000 after making a set off of rupees 1,000 rupees, which is vowed to unregistered firm. So is this set off allowed? No, set off is not allowed. So being an unregistered firm, set off is not possible. But here there is an exception. If the set off amount is less than or equal to 100 rupees, then it is allowed. If it is more than 100, not allowed. So here also we got 2 points. One is disability, other one is exception. What is the disability? Unregistered firm cannot ask for set off of mutual owings. But if that set off value is not exceeding 100 rupees, then it can ask for set off. That's it. Next one. Now it is about unregistered firm as well as its partners. Actually, unregistered firm contains 3 partners, A, B, C. So there are 3 partners. Okay. Now what happened here? So here they decided to share profits in 1:1:1 ratio, that is equally. Now, if there is any profit, only B and C are taking the entire profit and A is getting nothing. So that's why he want to file a case against the unregistered firm. He want to file a case against unregistered firm. So now a partner want to file a case against his own firm. Now, is this suit maintainable? No, not maintainable. It is not maintainable because it is unregistered firm and he is a partner of unregistered firm. He is not an outsider. So partner is not an outsider. So that's why he can't file a suit against unregistered firm where he was a partner. Okay. What happens if this partner was expired? Now his legal heir will come. So can this legal heir file a case against unregistered firm to recover the share of property which is allocable to the deceased partner? Yes. Why? Because legal heir is outsider. Yes, partner is not outsider, but legal heir is outsider only. That's why he can take the share of the deceased partner. Next one. What happens if this partner become insolvent? Then official receiver or assignee will come and he will take the property of that partner. Okay, this partner can't file a case against unregistered firm. Then what about official receiver? Official receiver can file the case because official receiver is not a partner. He's outsider. So as he was outsider, he was entitled to file a case against unregistered firm. So for outsiders, there is no disability at all. Next one. Now, partner want to file a case against unregistered firm. Is it allowed? No, not allowed. His legal heir? Allowed. His official representative when he become insolvent? Allowed. But partner filing a case against unregistered firm? No, it is not allowed. But here the partner filed the case against unregistered firm for its dissolution only. So when any case is filed for the purpose of dissolving the unregistered firm, then it is maintainable. So here court will take up the case and the suit is maintainable in the court. Next one. Now unregistered firm is dissolved. Unregistered firm is dissolved. Now what will happen to disabilities? Now all disabilities will also disappear. Now outsider can file a case against the dissolved firm. Dissolved firm can file a case against outsiders. And partners of dissolved firm can file a case against dissolved firm or any other partner, and even others also can file a case against this partner. Now everything is possible, everything is normal, because once the firm is dissolved, all disabilities will disappear. So this is all about disabilities as well as exceptions because of non-registration of firm. So in India, registration of firm is not compulsory, but it will give rise to certain number of disabilities. So what are those disabilities? So firm or its partners cannot file a case against third party, that is outsider. And what about set off is not allowed. And what about partner filing case against another partner or firm? It is also not possible. So these are the disabilities. Then what are its exceptions? So third party can file case against firm at any time. Set off is allowed if the value does not exceed 100 rupees. And a partner can sue the firm. A partner can sue the firm for the dissolution. It is allowed. If the firm is already dissolved, then there is no disability at all. So anyone can sue anyone. Next one. Official receiver or assignee so can ask for the insolvent partner's property. He can file a suit because official receiver or assignee is outsider. And what about legal representative? So they are also outsider, so they can also do the same. So this is all about Indian Partnership Act Part 1. Okay, now let's move on to Part 2. So relation of partners to one another. So what is the meaning of relation of partners to one another? Nothing but rights and duties in between partners. Okay, then who will decide those rights and duties? Partners themselves. How they will decide? Based on a contract. So partners will decide their own rights and duties by creating a contract. Nothing but partnership agreement. Okay, in which form this contract can be in? This contract can be in either express form or implied form. Okay, is it possible to modify the terms of this contract? Yes, but all partners' consent is required. Next, how to take that consent from all partners? You can take that consent from all partners either expressly or impliedly. So who create the agreement here? Partners. In that agreement, what they will create? Rights and duties. Is it possible to update them? Yes, by taking the consent of all partners. And how to take the consent? Either expressly or impliedly. Next one. So now we are going to discuss about rights and duties. So duties. It will contain two parts: alterable duties, unalterable duties. Next, rights. So it will contain only alterable rights. Only alterable rights. Okay. So what is meant by alterable rights? The rights which are given in Indian Partnership Act can be changed by parties by agreement. Next one. What about alterable duties? The duties which are given under Indian Partnership Act can be altered, can be modified with the help of agreement. And what about unalterable duties? These duties can't be modified with the help of agreement. So, unalterable duties, this cannot be modified, but you can modify alterable duties, alterable rights. That means in case of unalterable duties, you need to follow what is given here. That's it. No other option is available. But in case of alterable rights and alterable duties, you need to follow what is given here, but this is subject to agreement. That means if you want to modify those rights and duties which are given here, you can modify. Okay, let's discuss about unalterable duties first. So first of all, how a partner must act. So he must act for the greatest common advantage. He must act for greatest common advantage. So what is meant by advantage? Nothing but getting benefit. What is meant by common advantage? It is not personal advantage. It is the advantage of all the partners combinedly. That is for firm advantage, not for personal advantage. And what is meant by greatest? So highest common advantage. So on every partner, there is unalterable duty to work for greatest common advantage, not for personal advantage, not for lowest common advantage. It should be for greatest common advantage. So that is the first unalterable duty, and this duty cannot be modified with the help of agreement. Every partner need to follow this without any excuses. Next one. Every partner must act in good faith while dealing with other partners, because in partners, among partners, there is a relation called as fiduciary relation. Every partner will have trust and confidence over other partners. That's why while dealing with other partners, you need to be act in good faith. That is honestly. This is second one. So this is also unalterable duty. You can't alter this duty with the help of agreement. You need to follow what is given here. That's it. Next one. Whenever any partner asks for books of accounts or information, then the partner who is having that books of accounts or information need to give complete books and complete information, as well as correct books and correct information. So let's take an example here. Say for example, there are three partners A, B, C. So A is maintaining books of accounts and he is having entire information about the firm. Okay. Now, if B wants any information, if B wants any books of accounts, then he can ask A. Now, what A need to do? A need to provide complete as well as correct books of accounts as well as information. So, like this, on every partner who is having possession of books as well as information, there is a duty to provide complete information as well as correct information to other partners whenever they ask for it. So this is also unalterable duty. You can't modify this duty with the help of agreement. You can't change it. You need to follow what is given here. That's it. This is third one. And fourth one. If there is any fraud by one party, then other parties, that is other partners, need to bear the loss. And later, the party who commits fraud need to indemnify the loss which is caused to other partners. So for example, A, B, C are three partners. Now A committed fraud. A committed fraud. Because of A's fraud, B and C suffered with loss. Say for example, B suffered with 10,000 loss and C suffered with 20,000 loss. Now what is the duty on A here? That is the party who committed a fraud. So there is an unalterable duty. There is an unalterable duty on A to indemnify the loss of B and C. How to indemnify the loss of B? By paying 10,000 to B. How to indemnify the loss of C? By paying 20,000 to the C. So whatever the loss they suffered, so for that loss, the person who commits fraud need to pay damages. This is also unalterable duty. So every partner must work for greatest common advantage. While dealing with other partners, they must act in good faith. And any partner who is having the possession of accounts and information need to provide complete as well as correct account and information whenever asked by other partners. And if because of fraud of one partner, other partners is suffering with loss, then that one partner need to indemnify the loss which is caused to other partners. And these duties need to be followed as it is. That is, parties can't change them even with the help of agreement. That's why they are called as unalterable duties. Next one. Now we are going to discuss about rights which are alterable, duties which are alterable. That means whatever we are going to discuss now. So this is subject to agreement. So if agreement is silent, follow what is discussed here. If anything is contained in agreement, then follow agreement. That's it. No need to follow these rules. That means all the rights and duties which we need to discuss now are subject to agreement. So whenever agreement is silent, then only we need to follow this. Otherwise, that means if there is any point in agreement, then we need to follow the agreement, but not the rules and duties which are given here. So first one, is it possible to restrain other partners from doing trade? Yes. So continuing partners, they can keep a restriction on themselves for not to carry competing business when they are continuing as a partner. So that is the first point. And this is subject to agreement. This is subject to agreement. This is in the absence of agreement. So in the absence of agreement, continuing partners can restrict themselves from carrying competing business. Say for example, A, B, C. There are three partners. There are three partners A, B, C, and they are doing laptop trading business. So their business is to do trading in laptops. Okay. Now A, B, C can restrict themselves from carrying another laptop business which is competing with this of firm. But this is subject to agreement. If parties have an agreement and they decided to give that power to all partners to do competing business, they can. So if agreement is silent, then continuing partners can restrict themselves from carrying competing business. Next one. Who is having right to participate in the conduct of the business? So in the absence of agreement, if nothing is there in agreement about this point, then every partner will have such right. Next one. Who can act diligently, that is carefully, while discharging their duties? In the absence of agreement, that is when nothing is there in agreement, every partner is liable to act diligently, that is carefully. Next one. Right to be consulted. Whom we need to consult for making decisions? So in the absence of agreement, that is when agreement is silent about this, then every partner will have a right to be consulted. That means we need to consult each and every partner while making any decision. And what kind of decision is required here? So in case of ordinary matters, majority decision will be sufficient. That is, out of 10 partners, if 6 partners agree, then it will be okay. Next one. In case of fundamental matters, that is main matters, all partners' decision is required. So we need to consult all the partners and we need to take the consent of all the partners. Next one. Right of access to books. So who can access the book? Who can see the books? In the absence of agreement, every partner will have such right. Next one. And what about legal heirs of a deceased partner? So then legal heirs can access the books of accounts and they can inspect the books of accounts. They can take the copy of the books of accounts also. So accessing means giving access. So they can go to books of accounts, and inspection means they can verify them. Take out of copy means they can take a copy of it, xerox of it. So all these rights are available for legal heirs of deceased partner. So for example, A, B, C are three partners. Now A was expired. Now his legal heir, that is small a, will have right to access, right to inspect, and right to take copy of books of accounts of the firm. That means accessing books of accounts is not only the right of partners, it is also the right of legal heads of deceased partner. Next one, right to remuneration. So in the absence of agreement, if nothing is there in agreement, no partner is entitled to receive remuneration. That means if anything is there in agreement to pay remuneration, then they are entitled to take remuneration. If nothing is there about remuneration in agreement, then no partner is entitled to take remuneration. Next one, right to share profits. In the absence of agreement, profits shall be shared equally. So in the absence of agreement, when nothing is given about profit sharing ratio in the agreement, then all partners need to share profits equally. Then what about losses? So losses will be shared in profit sharing ratio. If loss sharing ratio was not given in agreement, then the losses should be shared in profit sharing ratio. If profit sharing ratio is also not given in agreement, then the losses must be shared equally. So what to follow here? So in case of profit, if PSR is available, follow the PSR. If PSR is not available, follow equal ratio. And in case of losses, if LSR is available, follow LSR. If LSR is not available, then follow PSR. If PSR is not available, then follow equal ratio. Next one. Interest on capital. Interest on capital. So in the absence of agreement, when nothing is given about interest on capital in the agreement, then no need to pay any interest on capital. No need to pay any interest on capital. That means in agreement, if there is a clause to pay interest on capital, then you need to pay interest on capital. If nothing is specified in agreement, then no need to pay any interest on capital. Next one. Interest on advance. So in the absence of agreement, interest on advance must be paid to the partner who give the advance. Then how much interest? 6% per annum. 6% per annum. What happens if in agreement they discussed that interest on advance is payable at 10% per annum? Then follow the agreement. When anything is there in agreement, follow just agreement. If nothing is given in agreement, then follow the rules which are given here. Next one. Right to be indemnified. Say for example, A, B, C. There are three partners. Now, on behalf of firm, A made a payment of rupees 1 lakh. Now, this is a loss to A. So, for this loss, A will have a right to ask for indemnification, and B and C will have obligation, that is duty, to indemnify the loss which is caused to A. So, for A, it will be right. For B and C, it will be duty. But please remember a point. In case of unalterable duties also, we discussed about one point regarding indemnification. So it is about fraud. So in that case, because of fraud, other partners suffered with loss. So if it is fraud case, it is unalterable duty. If it is other than fraud case, it is alterable duty. That means you can alter this point. You can alter this point with the help of agreement. So there it is related to fraud, and here it is not related to fraud. That is other than fraud. Next one. What is meant by partnership property? So partnership property, firm property, partnership asset, joint stock, common stock, joint estate, all are synonyms. Okay, then how to decide whether a particular property amounts to firm property or not? It all depends upon agreement. What happens when agreement does not discuss about this point? Then we need to follow the law. Then what law is saying here? Anything brought as capital will be called as firm's property. Say for example, I gave 1 lakh rupees to the firm in order to become partner. Now this 1 lakh will become firm property. I gave my building to firm in order to become as a partner. Now this building will become firm's property. So whatever the contribution that was made by the partners towards their capital, that contribution will now become firm's property. That is first rule. In the absence of agreement, anything brought as capital will be called as firm's property. Next one. Anything purchased by the firm, that is by using the firm name, or anything purchased for the purpose of the firm. So both will become firm property. This is second rule. In the absence of agreement, anything purchased by the firm or anything purchased in the course of business of the firm, so both will amount to partnership property, that is firm property. And the goodwill that was attained by firm will be also firm's property. So how to decide whether it is firm's property or not? It will be decided based on agreement. In the absence of agreement, we need to follow these three rules. Anything brought as capital will be firm property. Anything purchased by the firm or anything purchased for the firm will become firm property, and goodwill of the firm will also become firm property. Then where to use this property? In the absence of agreement, when nothing is discussed about this in agreement, the firm property must be used for firm purpose only, not for any other purpose. That means with the help of agreement, you can use the firm property for even a personal purpose also, because this is subject to agreement. When anything is given in agreement, just follow the agreement. So that's why if You want to use the firm property for personal purpose, then make a point in agreement, then you can use the firm property for your personal purpose. But in the absence of agreement, when nothing is discussed about this point in agreement, then firm property shall be used for firm purpose only, not for any other purpose. Next one. What is meant by goodwill? What is meant by goodwill? So goodwill is nothing but value of reputation. What is the advantage of having value of reputation? So it will get future profits. It will get future profits. How much future profit? Over and above the normal level of profits earned by the competitors. That means if competitor is earning 2 lakhs profit and you as a firm earning 3 lakhs, this extra 1 lakh earning capability of the firm will be called as its goodwill. So goodwill means it's the value of business, okay, which will fetch more profits when compared to other business entity which is involved in same class of business, that is same line of business, in simple words competitor. Next one, personal profit earned by partners. So first of all, what is meant by personal profit? If the profit is earned for entire firm, it is called as firm profit. If profit is earned only for single partner, it will be called as personal profit. Okay, how that single partner will earn personal profit? So there are many ways to earn personal profit, but in few cases, if you earn personal profit, you need to return that personal profit to the firm. Then what are those cases where we need to return the personal profit to the firm? First one, if a partner derives any profit for himself. So if he derives any profit for himself from any transaction of the firm or by using firm's property or firm's business connection or firm's name, then that profit need to be returned to firm. But this is subject to agreement. This is subject to agreement. You can write contrary in agreement. Then you need to follow agreement only. When nothing is given in agreement, then if any partner derives any personal profit by using transaction of the firm or by using firm's property or business connection or firm name, then the personal profit need to be returned back to the firm. Sir, what is meant by business connection? Business connection is nothing but creditors, customers. So that connection is called as business connection. Next one. So what happens if there is any change in the firm? Will rights and duties get affected? Answer is no. So rights and duties of partners will remain same. They will remain same even in the following cases. What are those cases? There is a change in constitution of the firm. That means new partners added, existing partners went out. In all the cases, it will be called as constitution of the firm, reconstitution of the firm. In case of reconstitution of firm, what will happen to rights and duties? Unless otherwise agreed, they will remain same. Next one. In case of fixed period partnership, what happens if fixed period is expired? The firm need to be dissolved. But if all partners agree, then it can be continued. Then what about the rights and duties? Will there be any impact on rights and duties? No. The rights and duties will remain same, and this is also subject to an agreement. Next one. In case of particular partnership. So in case of particular partnership, they want to add some other business here. So after accomplishment of that purpose, without dissolving the firm, all partners decided to continue the firm with another business. Now what will happen to rights and duties? They will remain same. So when partners got changed, when term is extended, when additional undertakings are taken by the firm, in all these cases, in the absence of agreement, the rights and duties of partners will remain same. So before rights and duties and after rights and duties, both will be same. That too subject to agreement. Next one. A partner will act like both principal and agent. So when he is principal, when he is agent. Okay. In a partnership firm, every partner is both principal and agent. We already know about it because of mutual agency concept. Okay. If partner acts for himself, if a partner acts for himself, then he will be principal. If a partner acts for other partners, then he will be agent. So for whom he is acting is very important here. If he is acting for himself, principal. If he is acting for other partners, agent. Next one. And what about the authority of a partner? Powers of the partner. So authority can be created either by parties called as express authority, or by law, that is implied authority, or during emergency situation, that is authority in emergency. Okay, then which one is having highest priority here? Authority in emergency is having highest priority here, and later express authority, and finally implied authority. That means if it is emergency situation, you need to follow authority in emergency only, not any other authority. If it is a normal situation, then you need to follow express authority. If it is normal situation and there is no express authority, then only you need to follow the implied authority which is given by the law. So what is meant by authority in emergency? Say for example, A, B, C are partners in a firm. So they decided to uh, keep some duties on themselves. Say for example, A will deal with sales, B will deal with purchases, and C will deal with books of accounts. Now A and B both went to a tour. Now there is a sudden low demand in market. Because of that low demand, the goods which are there at firm's possession, so the value of those goods is completely reduced. So if it is sold immediately, they will get some profit, otherwise they will lose complete money. So in this situation, C sold the goods to some other party. In order to save the firm from the losses, C sold the goods to some other party. Actually, C does not have any authority to make sale. Only A is having authority to sell. C is having authority to maintain books of account. That's it. But in this case, so if he fails to make the sale, then definitely firm will suffer with loss. So that's why under this emergency situation, in order to save the firm, C sold the goods to some other party. So that is the reason why this sale will become an authority for C. And this authority will be called as authority in emergency. Authority in emergency. Yes, now he acted within his authority only. Sir, his authority only to prepare books of accounts. Yes, his authority is only to prepare books of accounts. It is express authority. But this is emergency situation. In emergency situation, so he need to act promptly. So that is the reason why. He need to sold the goods to some other party in order to save the firm from the losses. So now an implied authority will get created on C. But this implied authority not because of law. This is because of emergency situation. So that's why this authority is called as authority in emergency. So any partner can do anything. Any partner can do anything during emergency situation. But it must be done in order to protect the firm from losses. Then only it will be called as authority in emergency. Next one. Then what about implied authority? When there is no emergency situation, when parties has not agreed anything about the authority, then they need to follow what is given in the law, which is called as implied authority. So next one. Now we need to learn about what is implied authority. So what is meant by implied authority? It is nothing but authority which is created by law in the absence of agreement. Okay, what a partner is entitled to do in the absence of agreement? A partner can do anything. A partner can do anything if he satisfies these three conditions. So what are those three conditions? So the activity must be related to normal course of business of the firm. It must be done in usual manner, not in unusual manner. So it is a regular manner. And it must be done in the name of the firm. Say for example, I am the partner of the firm. If I did anything, it will become my implied authority. When if I did on my name, no, on my name is wrong. So it should be done on the name of the firm. So A, B, C are three partners. If A did anything on his name, then it is not within implied authority. If A did anything on the name of the firm, then it will become implied authority. So which name we need to use here? Firm's name, not personal name. Next one. How to do that activity? You need to do that activity in a regular manner, casual manner. So if you do that activity in casual manner, it will be with an implied authority. What happens if it is unusual, abnormal? Then it is not implied authority. It is out of the scope of implied authority. And third one. So whatever the act it may be, it must be related to firm business. Then only it will be implied authority. Otherwise, if it is not related to firm business, it is not implied authority. So for example, my business is to trade in laptops, but I made a purchase of other goods. Then it is beyond authority. It is beyond authority. I made a sale of other goods. It is beyond authority. I made a purchase of laptops. It is within authority because it is related to business. I made a sale of a laptop. It is within authority because it is related to business. So related to business is mandatory and it should be done in usual manner, normal manner. And it should be done on the name of the firm, not on partner's personal name. Then only it will be called as within implied authority. Okay. Then what are the acts that amounts to beyond authority? Anything done on the name of partner's name is beyond authority. Anything done which is not related to business of the firm, beyond authority. Anything done in abnormal manner, beyond authority. So these are the few examples for this beyond authority acts. So first one, submitting a dispute of firm to arbitration. So generally, if there is any dispute, parties will go to court. So this is normal activity, but going for arbitration is abnormal activity. So that's why this is beyond authority. Opening a firm bank account in his own name. So anything on the name of partner is beyond authority. Anything on the name of firm will be within authority. So this is beyond authority. Next one, compromise any claim by the firm. So paying money, receiving money is within authority. But receiving money, while receiving money, if you want to compromise any portion of the money which was due towards the firm, then it will become an abnormal activity. So it is beyond authority. So receiving is fine, but receiving lesser amount, compromising for lesser amount is not a routine activity. It is abnormal activity. That's why it is beyond authority. Next one, paying money is fine, but admitting extra liability while paying money is not fine. So that's why it is abnormal. So it will be beyond authority. So filing a case is fine, but withdrawing the case without a court hearing, so it is not fine. It is abnormal. That's why it is beyond authority. Next one, if your business is to trade in goods and you are about to buy or sell immovable property, then as it is not related to your business, so it is not within authority. It is beyond authority. Next one, enter into partnership on behalf of the firm. Say for example, ABC are partners in a firm and they want to make this firm as partner in another firm. Is it possible to make a firm as partner in another firm? No. That's why on behalf of firm, now A went to this firm and he become partner. Because A is natural person, so he can become partner. So this is also beyond authority. This is abnormal activity, not normal activity. That's why it is beyond authority. So these are all the examples for beyond authority. So once again I am repeating. First one, going to court is normal. Going to arbitration, abnormal. That's why beyond authority. Opening bank account on the name of the firm, normal. Opening a bank account on the name of partner's name, abnormal. Next one, compromising the claim. Receiving the claim is okay, but compromising in it is not okay. Next one, filing the case is okay, but without waiting for court order, withdrawing the suit is not okay. Next one, admitting extra liability. Paying money is okay, but admitting extra liability is not okay. And next one, so buying and selling of mobile goods which you are trading, so it is okay, but acquiring or transferring immobile property is not okay. And entering into partnership on behalf of the firm is also not okay. So these are all beyond activities, beyond authority. Sir, is it possible to do beyond activities? Yes, possible. For this purpose, you need to make express agreement. Because if there is any agreement, just follow the agreement. If agreement is silent about these points, then only you need to follow implied authority. So that's why in order to do all these things, what is required? Express authority is required or emergency authority is required. So implied authority will not allow you to do all these activities. Next one. So what happens when a partner admit anything? So if a partner admit anything, then it is admitted by partnership firm, provided if this partner acts within authority. So while acting within his authority, if partner admits anything, then firm will be liable. What happens if partner admits anything beyond his authority? Firm is not liable. So those points are covered here. So if it is within authority, firm is liable. If it is beyond authority, firm is not liable. Next one. So what is the effect of giving notice to active partner? So if you give notice to active partner, which is related to firm's affairs, not personal affairs, and no fraudulent intention is there, so no fraudulent intention to deceive the other partners, then notice which is given in actual, that is expressly, then the notice given to active partner will be treated as notice given to entire firm. So here the what is the equation? Notice given to partner is equal to notice given to firm, subject to 4 conditions. First one, that partner must be active partner and the notice must be related to firm's affairs, and there should not be any fraudulent intention on other partners, and notice must be actually given. If all these conditions are satisfied, then notice given to partner is equal to notice given to the firm. Okay, next, liability of a partner for the acts of the firm. So, for the acts of the firm, all partners are liable. They are jointly liable, they are severally liable, and their liability is not limited, that is, their liability is unlimited also. Sir, here what is meant by act of firm? So, act of partner is equal to act of firm. So, act of partner is equal to act of firm. But if that act is within authority, then only it will be act of firm. If it is beyond authority, then it is not an act of firm. Okay. So, what is meant by act of firm? Act of firm means act of partners which is done within authority. Then for the act of firm, all the partners are liable. That means if any partner acts within his authority, then all the partners are liable. How they are liable? Jointly, severally, that is separately, and unlimitedly. Next one, liability of the firm for wrongful acts of partner. So what happens if partner makes any wrongful act? Then whether the firm is liable or not, for that purpose we need to check how that partner do that wrongful act. If partner does that wrongful act within his authority, then firm is liable. If it is beyond authority, firm is not liable. Next one, liability of firm for misapplication by partners. Say for example, there is a partnership firm ABC and there is a debtor for the partnership firm, and this debtor need to pay 10,000 to the firm. Now on behalf of firm, A collected this 10,000 and he misapplied that 10,000 for his personal purpose. Now say, so in this case, what about the liability of the firm? Is firm liable? So if A took this 10,000 within his authority, then it is firm's liability. It is firm's responsibility. If A acts beyond authority, that means A has no authority to collect money, but he collected money from the debtor. So in this case, the firm is not liable because it is beyond authority. For beyond authority acts, firm is not liable. If it is within authority act, then only firm is liable. So if he collected 10,000 while within his authority, then firm is responsible. Otherwise, firm is not responsible. Okay. Now debtor paid the money to the firm directly, and now the 10,000 is in the possession of firm only. Now A took this money and he misapplied for its personal purpose. Now say, is firm responsible? Yes, now the firm is responsible because now it is in the custody of the firm. So when it is in the custody of the firm is always liable. No need to check any authority here because debtor already paid money to the firm. That means his payment is completed now. Now it is the firm responsibility to take care of the money which is under their possession. If any partner misappropriated it, misapplied it, then firm will take that responsibility. But if it is received by any partner, then we need to check his authority. So if it is received by any partner, we need to check whether it is within authority or beyond authority. If it is within authority, then only firm will be liable. Otherwise, firm is not liable. But in case if money is in custody of firm, then no need to check any authority here. Always firm is liable for the things which are under their possession. Next one, reconstitution of the firm. So in how many ways a firm can be reconstituted? First of all, what is meant by reconstitution? Change of partners. In how many ways a firm can be reconstituted? In several ways. One is admission, second one is retirement. So admission means incoming case, retirement means outgoing case, expulsion outgoing case, insolvency outgoing case, and death outgoing case. So that means if any person want to become a partner, what is the process? Admission. If any partner want to go out of the firm voluntarily, it is called as retirement. If partners decided to remove a person as a partner, then it is expulsion. It is also outgoing case. And what happens when any partner become insolvent? So now he cannot continue like a partner. Next one, what happens when any partner is expired? From that moment onwards, he cannot be continued as a partner. So these are all outgoing cases. Okay, first one, admission of a new partner. How? With the consent of all partners. And what about his liability? His liability will start from the date of his admission. So his liability will start after the date of his admission. But this is subject to agreement. That means if there is any agreement, and in that agreement, so new partner agreed to take previous liabilities also, then he need to take previous liabilities also. So in the absence of agreement, his liability will start from date of admission. But this is changed with the help of agreement. Next one, retirement of existing partner. How to retire? So by taking the consent of all partners or as per agreement, in case of partnership at will, by giving a written notice to all other partners, any partner can retire from the firm. Okay, then what is the liability? So his liability will be up to the date of his retirement. Up to the date of his retirement. But if there is any agreement, then this liability can be waived off completely or partially. But this is subject to agreement. And what about after retirement? So if there is any requirement to issue public notice, then his liability will be extended until such public notice is given. If they are not required to give any public notice, then his liability will be only up to the date of his retirement. It will not get extended. But if there is a requirement to issue public notice, it will get extended till the public notice is given. Next one, expulsion of partner. So how to remove a partner? In order to remove a partner, first of all, agreement is mandatory. You must discuss about power of expulsion in agreement. Otherwise, you can't remove a partner. So law will not allow you to remove a partner unless it is specified in agreement. So here agreement is mandatory. And majority partners consent is also required. Majority partners means more than 50% partners need to agree for the expulsion of that particular partner. And such expulsion must be made in good faith. So when the expulsion is said to be in good faith, so you need to remove that person in the interest of the partnership firm, not for your personal interest. Next one, and he must be served with a notice along with reason. Next one, he must be given with an opportunity of being heard. That means he must speak about expulsion and you must listen about it. So this kind of opportunity must be given to him. If all these conditions are satisfied, then the expulsion is said to be made in good faith. If it is supported with agreement and majority partners consent, then expulsion is valid. Otherwise, expulsion is invalid. Insolvency of a partner. So whenever a partner becomes insolvent, now he cannot be called as a partner. So generally, insolvency of a partner results in dissolution of the firm. But if all partners agreed together to continue the firm, they can continue. And what about the liability? He is liable only up to the date of his insolvency, but not thereafter. And what about the issue of public notice? Not required in case of insolvency. In case of insolvency, issue of public notice is not required. Whether he is active partner or sleeping partner, whoever it may be, issue of public notice is not required in case of insolvency. Next one, death of a partner. So he ceased to be a partner from the date of his death. And this will also result in dissolution of the firm. But if all partners unanimously agreed to continue the firm, they can continue. And what about his liability? His liability will be up to the date of his death. And thereafter he is not liable. And what about the issue of public notice? Here also it is not required. That means public notice is required only in case of retirement and expulsion. That to active partner only. Sleeping partner is not required to give any public notice in retirement case as well as expulsion case. Only active partner is required to give public notice in retirement case as well as expulsion case. But in case of insolvency and death, no partner is entitled to issue public notice, whether he is active or sleeping. Next one. So rights of retiring partner. So can he do competing business? Can he do competing business? Unless otherwise agreed, unless he was restrained. So he can do competing business, but he can't use firm's name. He can't represent himself still as a partner in that firm. He can't attract the customers of the firm. So without doing all these things, he can do competing business. But this is subject to agreement. If there is any restriction from carrying competing business with the help of agreement, then he can't do anything. So if there is no restriction, he can do competing business without doing these things. Next one, right to share in subsequent profits. So if his amount is not settled. The retiring partner amount is not yet settled. Then till that amount is settled, he is having a right. What is that right? He can take his proportionate share of profits, or he can take interest at the rate of 6% per annum, whichever he likes. Sir, what happens if he chooses share of profits? So he will get money based on amount of profit. Previously, if his share is 20%, now he will get 20% share. Next one. What about interest at 6% per annum? So here he will get interest irrespective of profit amount. That means even though there is loss, he will get his interest. But he need to choose any one of these points, not both. Next one. Continuing guarantee. So what is meant by specific guarantee? Guarantee given to particular transaction is called as specific guarantee. And what about continuing guarantee? Guarantee which is given to series of transactions is called as continuing guarantee. Okay. Now the point is about if firm gave continuing guarantee to any person, or if any person gave continuing guarantee to the firm. So what is the validity of this continuing guarantee? This continuing guarantee is valid unless there is a reconstitution of the firm. That means if there is any change of partner, then continuing guarantee will stand revoked. It will be cancelled. If there is no reconstitution, if there is no change in partners, then it will be continued. However, this is also subject to an agreement. Next one, dissolution of partnership versus dissolution of firm. So what is the definition of partnership? It is the relation between the partners. What about firm? Collection of partners is called as firm. Okay, what is meant by dissolution of partnership? Nothing but reconstitution of the firm. It is nothing but reconstitution of the firm which we completed just now. So admission of partner, retirement of partner, expulsion of partner, death of partner, insolvency of partner. In all those cases, it will be called as dissolution of partnership. Then what about dissolution of firm? If they close their business completely, then it will be called as dissolution of firm. Then what are the difference between dissolution of partnership and dissolution of firm? So first one. So in case of dissolution of firm, so partnership will be dissolved between all the partners. That means now no one is a partner. That means the firm is completely closed. The business is completely closed. But in case of dissolution of partnership, the dissolution of partnership will happen between one or more partners. That is, who want to join as a partner, who want to retire as a partner. So only with those people the relation will get discontinued. What about remaining partners? Their relation will continue. That means no need to close the business here. So business, here it will be discontinued, here it will be continued. And what about winding up process? So what is meant by winding up process? Selling assets and clearing liabilities. This process is called as winding up. So dissolution of firm requires winding up process, but dissolution of partnership does not require winding up process. Next one, order of court. So dissolution of partnership dissolution of firm may happen with the order of court. That means dissolution of firm can be happen without order of court and with order of court. Both are possible, which we are going to discuss in next topic. But in case of dissolution of partnership, court will not be involved. It is up to parties only, whether to continue as a partner or to exit from the firm. Next one, scope. Dissolution of firm covers dissolution of partnership also, whereas dissolution of partnership does not covers dissolution of firm. Next one, what about final closure of books? So here business is being closed, that's why books need to be closed permanently. But here it does not arise. It does not arise. No need to close any books. So these are the differences between dissolution of firm and dissolution of partnership. Next one, dissolution of firm. So one is without order of court, that is voluntarily by partners. Other one is with the order of court. So now we are focusing on dissolution of firm, not on dissolution of partnership, because dissolution of partnership, nothing but reconstitution of firm, it is already completed. So now we need to focus on dissolution of firm. So one is without order of court, other one is with order of court. So first one, without order of court. So partners can dissolve the firm by taking the consent of all the partners. So with the help of unanimous consent of all partners, you can dissolve the firm. Next one, what happens if number of partners are becoming less than 2? Then firm must be dissolved. So whenever number of partners reduced below 2, then the firm must be dissolved. There is no other option. What happens when there is no lawful business to carry? So whenever there is no lawful business to carry, the firm need to be dissolved. This is nothing but called as compulsory dissolution. Say for example, number of partners are 3. Now 2 partners are expired in road accident. Now, how many partners are there? Only one. Firm must be dissolved. So, firm is carrying 10 businesses. Out of 10 businesses, all 10 businesses become unlawful now. Now, there is nothing left to do business here. So, that's why the firm must be dissolved. What happens out of 10 businesses? Only 9 businesses become unlawful. One business is still lawful. Then, firm can continue with that one business. There is no problem. No need to dissolve the firm. But if there is no lawful business to carry, then the firm must be dissolved. Next one. In case of partnership at will, any partner at any time can dissolve the firm without taking the consent of any other partner. But he need to give his notice, his intention to dissolve the firm in the form of notice to other partners. Next one. So what happens in case of fixed period partnership firm? If that fixed period is expired, the firm may be dissolved. Optional dissolution. So what happens in case of particular partnership? If that particular task is completed, optional dissolution. What about death or insolvency of partner? Optional dissolution. That means in these cases the dissolution is optional, not compulsory. So generally it leads to dissolution, but if all parties agreed unanimously to continue the firm, they can continue. So by taking the consent of all partners, they can dissolve the firm. In case of 2 situations, compulsory dissolution will arise. In case of 4 situations, optional dissolution will arise. And in case of partnership at will, any partner at any point of time, he can dissolve the firm just by giving notice to other partners, and no need to take the consent of other partners also. So compulsory dissolution, 2 cases. What are those 2 cases? When number of partners reduced below 2, compulsory dissolution. When there is no lawful business to carry, there also compulsory dissolution. And what about optional dissolution? Fixed period is expired, particular task is completed, death of partner, insolvency of partner. So in all these cases, optional dissolution will arise. If partners agreed to continue the firm with unanimous consent, they can. Otherwise, they need to dissolve the firm. That's why this is called as optional dissolution. Next one. So now one partner want to dissolve the firm, and that situation is not covered in any of these 4 situations. But still he want to dissolve the firm. Is there any other option for that person in order to dissolve the firm? Yes. So he can go to the court. So on which reason he need to go to the court? So he can go to the court based on any of these reasons. But it is up to the court whether to grant a dissolution order or not. But basically, we need to go to court for dissolution of firm based on these reasons only. Okay, what are those reasons? Unsoundness of active partner. If active partner become unsound mind person, it will become a reason to go to the court to ask for dissolution of the firm. Next one. If active partner becomes permanently incapable, not temporarily, permanently. If active partner becomes permanently incapable, then he can't discharge his duties, then any partner can go to the court and ask for dissolution of the firm. So first 2 points are related only to active partners. Okay, remaining partners related to all partners, but first 2 points are related to active partner only. If active partner become unsound, if active partner is permanently incapable, then any partner can go to the court and can ask for dissolution of the firm based on this reason. Next one. From now, it is applicable to all partners. If there is any misconduct on part of any partner, then it will become a reason for other partners to go to the court and to ask for dissolution. If there is continuous losses, and in future also they are expecting loss only, not profit. So that's why now based on this reason, any partner can go to the court to ask for dissolution. Next one. If any partner transfers his share to any other person, outsider, without taking the consent of remaining partners, so it will become a reason for other partners to go to the court to ask for dissolution. And if any partner is continuously breaking the agreement, then this is also a reason to go to the court for asking for dissolution. Not only these reasons, if there is any just and equitable ground, that is, if there is any other valid ground, then also they can go to the court for asking for dissolution. Some of the examples for the last point is given here. Deadlock in the management. That means management is unable to take any decisions. Say for example, there are 4 partners. So 2 partners are always saying yes, other 2 partners are always saying no. So now there is a tie here. So now management can't make any decision because of this tie. So this kind of situation is called as deadlock in the management. So based on this reason also you can go to the court. Not in talking terms between the partners. So they are not talking with each other. So when they are not talking with each other, how they will run the business? So that's why this will become a reason for partners to go to the court. Loss of substratum, that is key objective, the main purpose for which the firm is established, that purpose is missing now. So based on this reason also they can go to the court. Gambling by a partner on a stock exchange. So gambling means nothing but doing some wrong activities. So wrong activities in stock market. So it will become a reason to go to the court for asking for dissolution. So these are other valid reasons. That's it. Next one. Then what are the consequences of dissolution of firm? So liability. What about the liability of partners after dissolution? So partners are not liable after dissolution. But if public notice about the dissolution is not given, because in case of dissolution also they need to issue a public notice. They need to say to public about the dissolution. If they fail to give the public notice, then all the partners are liable, just like a running firm. All partners are liable now. Okay, but few partners are not liable, that is deceased partner, insolvent partner, retired partner who is a sleeping partner. Same points. In case of death, in case of insolvency, so there is no requirement to issue public notice, that's why they are not liable. In case of sleeping partner also, there is no requirement to issue public notice, that's why he is not liable. So except these three people, remaining people are liable. So until public notice is given by them. Once public notice is given, no liability for anyone. Next one. And what about the rights of partners? So they can ask for winding up process. They can ask for winding up process. So after winding up process, that is after releasing assets and clearing liabilities, if there is any surplus, they can ask for that surplus also. Next one. Then mode of settlement. Say for example, in the year of dissolution, if there is any loss, then it should be first adjusted towards profits of previous years, nothing but accumulated profits, which will be shown as a reserves in balance sheet. Next one. If it is not sufficient, then reduce that amount from capital of each partner. If capital is not sufficient, then partners need to bring that money individually. So this is how payment of losses will be done. So first adjust the losses with profits. If it is not sufficient, capital balances. If it is also not sufficient, partners capital balance will become negative. That means partners need to contribute negative balance to the firm. Next one. Now in winding up process, you will realize the assets. Okay, now which liability will be settled first? All outside liabilities. All outside liabilities need to be settled first. And thereafter inside liabilities need to be settled. Outside liability means loans and advances taken from outsiders. Inside liability means loans and advances taken from partners. So first settle outside liabilities, next settle inside liabilities, thereafter settle partners' capitals. So after doing all these things, if there is surplus, they can share that surplus in PSR. If there is any deficiency, that is minus value, they need to contribute that deficiency in LSR, that is loss sharing ratio. Next one. Payment of firm debts and partners' private debts. Okay. In order to pay firm debt, first we need to use firm assets. If it is not sufficient, then we need to ask partners to contribute personal assets. But while taking personal assets, we need to take net personal assets. That is, personal assets minus personal liability is equal to net personal assets. So we need to take this net personal asset, not gross personal asset. Next one. And to clear private debts, partners' individual debts. So first partners' personal assets will be used. If it is not sufficient, then he can take the firm asset, not entire firm asset, only his share of firm asset. So here we need to take net asset. Net asset means nothing but assets of the firm minus liability of the firm is equal to net asset. So they can take net asset. In that net asset, they need to take their share. So for example, if their share is 20%, so net asset into 20%. Only that amount they can take. So by this we completed Indian Partnership Act part number 2. Hello everyone. So let's start Sale of Goods Act 1930. So this is a very important chapter and high weighted chapter also. So first of all, for which contracts Sale of Goods Act is applicable? So Sale of Goods Act is applicable to contract of sale. So it is applicable to contract of sale. Then how to create contract of sale? So for this purpose, minimum 2 parties are required. Minimum 2 parties are required. Next one. Goods So goods are mandatory. Next one, transfer of ownership is mandatory. Next one, so transfer of possession, nothing but delivery of goods. So it is also required, but not mandatory. It depends upon intention of parties whether to make delivery or not. Next one, payment of price. Payment of price. Next one, all other essentials of a valid contract. All other essentials of a valid contract. So all these things are required to create a contract of sale. Now let's discuss about each point separately. First one, two parties are required here. Okay, then who are those two parties? One is seller, other one is buyer. Sir, who is seller? Who sells or agrees to sell the goods. That means the person who is making present sale or the person who is making future sale. So both will be called as seller only. So seller means who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Then what about buyer? Same definition, who buys or agrees to buy the goods. So seller means who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Buyer means who buys or agrees to buy the goods. And seller and buyer must be two different parties. So they must not be same. So both the parties must be different. So that is about first point. Next one. What is second point? Goods. So what is meant by goods? All mobile property is called as goods. All mobile property is called as goods. But money, even though mobile, it is not a good. Actionable claim, even though mobile, it will not become a good. So what is meant by money here? It is Indian currency which is presently in circulation. If it is foreign currency, it is not called as money. If it is Indian currency only, but presently it is not in circulation, it is not called as money. So money means only Indian currency which is presently in circulation. So money is mobile only, but it cannot be called as goods. Simple. Then what about actionable claim? So claim means receivable. Actionable claim is it will be received with the help of the court. Say for example, promissory note. If anyone executed promissory note in favor of me, then I can go to the court and I can take the help of the court to recover the amount that was stated in promissory note. So that means here promissory note is nothing but actionable claim and it is mobile only, but it cannot be called as good. So now say what is the definition of goods? Goods means all mobile property except money and actionable claim. Next one, but includes stock and shares, nothing but shares of the company. So shares are nothing but mobile property only and they are called as goods. And grass, growing crops, things attached to the land. Yes, all these three things are called as goods, but they are called as goods only when parties agree to separate them from the land. Then only they will become goods. So grass, if it is attached to the land, it is called as immobile property. Growing crops, when attached to the land, it is called as immobile property. Things attached to the land, they are called as immobile property. But for the purpose of contract, if parties agree to separate them from the land, then they will also become goods only. So this is the definition of goods. Next one, transfer of ownership. Yes, transfer of ownership is mandatory here. Sir, when to transfer the ownership? It can be done either immediately or at some future date. So if it is transferred immediately, it will be called as sale. If ownership is transferred at later point of time, then it will be called as agreement to sell. That means till ownership is transferred, contract of sale is called as agreement to sell. Once ownership is transferred, then it will become sale. Next one, transfer of possession, nothing but delivery of goods. So what is meant by delivery of goods? A voluntary transfer. Delivery means a voluntary transfer of possession of goods from one person, that is seller, to another, that is buyer. So if seller voluntarily gives the goods to buyer, then it is called as delivery. Then when to make delivery? Either immediately or at future date or in installments also. It all depends upon parties' intention. So if they want to make immediate delivery, then immediate delivery. If they want to make a future date delivery, future date delivery. If they want to make installment delivery. So all the things will be dependent upon party's intention. What they are thinking is very important here. Next one. And how to make delivery? So delivery can be made in three modes: actual delivery, symbolic delivery, constructive delivery. So what is meant by actual delivery? Say for example, I made a promise to deliver a car. So now I'm the seller, other party is the buyer. Now, how can I deliver the car here? I can directly give that car to the buyer. Then it is called as actual delivery. So if seller gives the goods directly to the buyer, then it will be called as actual delivery. Okay, then what about symbolic delivery? So now I parked my car at seller. Okay, now I gave the keys of the car to the buyer. Now buyer can take the delivery of the car by using those keys. So this is also a delivery. But this is not direct delivery, this is indirect delivery, and this will be called as symbolic delivery. That means if goods are directly given to the buyer, actual delivery. Instead of goods, if anything is given to the buyer, so that buyer will be enabled to take the delivery of the goods by using that thing, then it will be called a symbolic delivery. Next one, constructive delivery. So what is meant by constructive delivery? Say for example, there are two parties, seller, buyer. Now seller car is in the possession of A. So now what is the status of A? A is seller's agent. So if goods are in the possession of seller agent, then you can treat it as the goods at seller's possession directly. So anything held by agent, it is nothing but held by principal only. So if car is held by agent, then it is held by principal only. So in this case, now who is having the possession of the car? A. And what is the status of A? Seller's agent. That means in whose control the car is there? In seller's control. Now seller intimated agent to hold the car not on his behalf, to hold the car on behalf of buyer. Now he made a communication to the buyer. He intimated to the buyer. So what he intimated? I am holding goods on behalf of you, like this. So A indicated to buyer. Now what is the status of A? Now A will become buyer's agent. So A will become buyer's agent. Okay. Now who under whose control the car is there? Under buyer control only. So previously under seller control, but now under buyer control. That means the delivery is completed. Sir, what about goods? They had not moved at all. Yes, in this case, goods will not be moved, but control will get moved from seller to buyer, like this. So this kind of delivery is called as constructive delivery, or delivery by atonement, or delivery by acknowledgement. Next one, price. So price means what? Price means monetary consideration. Price means monetary consideration. That means seller, buyer, there are two parties. So seller agreed to give goods to buyer and buyer agreed to give money to seller. Then this money will be price, and this is contract of sale. What happens if buyer agreed to give some other goods instead of money? Then it is not price. So goods is not price. That means this is not a contract of sale, because one of the essential, that is price, is missing here. That's why this is not a contract of sale. This will become contract of barter. Okay, what happens if buyer agreed to give both money and goods in exchange of goods? Then it is okay. It will be called as contract of sale. That means here price may be completely monetary terms or completely monetary and non-monetary terms. Anything is okay, but completely in non-monetary terms it is not okay. In simple words, price may be money or money plus goods, but price cannot be called as complete goods. Next one. Then how to decide the price? So price will be decided by parties only. At the time of making agreement, seller and buyer may agree to fix any price. Say for example, they fixed 10,000 rupees as price. Now what is the price? The amount which was fixed by them will become the price. Instead of fixing the price, they can provide a manner for fixing the price. Say for example, so they want to approach a person. So who will make valuation of the goods, and whatever the valuation done by him will become the price of the contract. Like this, both these parties agreed. Then now third party need to fix the price. Whatever the price fixed by the third party will become the price of the contract. So they can fix amount directly, or they can provide for the manner of calculating the price. Sir, what happens if nothing is discussed in between them? Then we need to take previous dealing. So same seller, same buyer, same goods. So if there is any previous transaction like this, then whatever the price that was paid in that contract will become the price of this contract also. Sir, what happens if there is no such transaction between those two people? Then buyer need to pay a reasonable price to the seller. So the contract is not void because of lack of uncertainty here. The contract is valid only, and how much amount buyer need to pay to the seller? So it is reasonable price. So now say how to decide the price. The amount may be fixed by the parties, or the manner in which the price need to be calculated can be fixed by the parties. If nothing is fixed by the parties, then we need to check their previous dealing having similar transaction, and you need to take the price from that similar transaction. And if that previous dealing is also not there, then buyer need to pay reasonable price to the seller. Next one, there is one more concept in price. So that is fixation of price by third party. So it is called as agreement to sell at valuation. Agreement to sell at valuation. So in this case, there is a contract of sale, and in that contract of sale, the price will be fixed by third party, not by seller or not by buyer. It will be fixed by the third party. Then such type of contract of sale is called as agreement to sell at valuation. Okay, what happens if third party fixes the price? Then the contract is valid and parties need to perform the contract at the rate which was fixed by the third party. What happens if he fails to fix the price? Then the contract is void. If goods are already delivered, then buyer need to pay reasonable price for the goods which are taken by him. If goods are not yet delivered, then no need to pay any reasonable price, and the contract will become completely void. So here we need to check whether goods are delivered to the buyer or not. So for delivered goods, buyer need to pay reasonable price. For undelivered goods, seller is not required to deliver those undelivered goods. Next one, what happens if third party colludes with any contracting party in order to fix the price in his favor? What happens if third party was prevented by any of the party from fixing the price? Then the contract will become voidable at the option of aggrieved party. If seller is aggrieved, at the option of seller, the contract will become voidable. If buyer is aggrieved, then at the option of buyer, the contract will become voidable. That's it. Next one, essentials of valid contract like offer, acceptance. Next one, lawful object, lawful consideration, intention to go to the court, capacity to contract, free consent, not declared as void. So all the other essentials which are required to create a valid contract must also be present in this case also to make this contract of sale as a valid contract of sale. So next one, different types of goods. So goods are classified into three categories. One is existing goods. Second one is future goods. And third one is contingent goods. So what is meant by existing good? The good which is readily available with the seller. So at the time of making of contract, the goods are readily available with the seller. then those goods are called as existing goods. Sir, at the time of making of contract, seller is not having the goods, but seller will acquire those goods or seller will produce those goods in future. Then they are called as future goods. Next one. Then what about contingent goods? So in case of contingent goods, so whether seller will deliver the goods to buyer or not depends upon uncertain event which may happen or may not happen. So that kind of goods are called as contingent goods. So for example, I went to iPhone store and I asked for iPhone 15 Pro Max and that mobile is readily available. So this is existing good. Now I went to a showroom, a car showroom, that is say for example a Mahindra car showroom, and I asked for XUV 700. That car is not readily available. So they said they will deliver the car within 2 or 3 months. Then it will be called as future goods. Now I went to a shop, so where I picked an item, and when I inquired about the item, the owner of the shop said like this, sir, already this item was booked by someone else. So if they reject it, then I will sell this good to you. That means here the delivery of goods from seller to buyer is dependent upon uncertain event, which may happen, may not happen. So that's why here the goods are called as contingent goods. Next one. Existing goods are further classified into two categories. One is unascertained goods or ascertained goods. Second one is specific good. Say for example, I went to a car showroom and there two cars are available and I made booking for both the cars. Now both the cars will be called as specific good. Now I went to the car showroom. There are two cars available. So out of two cars, I only selected one car. So here, before selection, the two cars are called as unascertained goods. After selection, the selected car will be called as ascertained goods. That means if selection involves unascertained, ascertained terms will come. If selection does not involve, then specific good will come. Simply, if there are two cars available with the car showroom, if I am going to buy both the cars, then no need of any selection. So straight away, I can call these two cars as specific good. So if I am going to buy only one car out of two cars, here selection is required. So before selection, these two cars will be called as unascertained goods. After selection, that selected car will become ascertained goods. Next one. What happens if goods are destroyed? So we need to check here. Goods means which category of goods? So specific goods. If specific goods are destroyed, then definitely there is an effect on the validity of the contract. What happens if uncertain goods are destroyed? No impact. What happens if future goods are destroyed? No impact. If other categories of goods are destroyed, there will be no impact on the validity of the contract. But if specific goods are destroyed or ascertained goods are destroyed, then there will be an effect on validity of the contract, because specific goods or ascertained goods are finalized goods which need to be delivered to the buyer. See, if anything is happened to those goods, the contract validity will be affected. Okay, how the contract validity will be affected? So for this purpose, we need to check when the destruction was happened. If the destruction was happened before contract, then it is void agreement. It is void agreement. If destruction happens after contract, before transfer of ownership, then the contract will become void contract. What is the difference between void agreement and void contract? Void agreement is void from beginning. Void contract becomes void subsequently. Initially it is valid only. Next one. What happens if car got destroyed after contract, but before after contract and after transfer of ownership? So if ownership is also transferred, then who will bear the risk? Buyer only. If ownership is transferred to buyer, then who will bear the risk? Buyer only. That means there will be no impact on the validity of the contract. The contract is still a valid contract. The contract is still a valid contract. So in this case, destruction means what? So if goods become completely useless for the intended purpose, then it will be called as destruction. Okay, what happens if other kinds of goods are destroyed? No impact on the validity of contract. What happens if specific goods or ascertained goods, nothing but finalized goods, got destroyed? Then if it has happened before contract, it will become void agreement. If it happens before after contract but before transfer of ownership, then it is void contract. If it happens after contract and that too after transfer of ownership, then there will be no impact on the validity of the contract. The contract is still valid only. Okay, now let's see definition of contract of sale. So what is the definition of contract of sale? When seller transfers or agrees to transfer the property in goods to buyer for price. So this is the definition of contract of sale. So here who is seller? Who sells or agrees to sell the goods. So what is meant by transfer of property here? So it is nothing but transfer of ownership. It is about transfer of ownership, not about transfer of possession. So it is about transfer of ownership. To whom the ownership need to be transferred? Buyer. Then who is buyer? So buyer means he is a person who buys or agrees to buy the goods. And for what consideration he is getting property in goods? So he is getting property in goods by paying price. So here price means monetary consideration or partly monetary, partly non-monetary. It is also included. Next one. Then when to transfer ownership? It can be transferred immediately or at future time. So if it is transferred immediately, it will be called as sale. If it is not transferred immediately, it is called as agreement to sell. That means till ownership is transferred, it will be called as agreement to sell. Once ownership is transferred, it will become sale. So when ownership is not yet transferred, agreement to sell. When ownership is transferred, it will become sale. Say for example, you fix a certain time limit for transferring ownership. If the time limit is expired, then agreement to sell will become sale. If you put some conditions for transfer of ownership, now those conditions are fulfilled. Now also agreement to sell will become sale. So this is the definition of contract of sale. Next one. What is the definition of goods? Goods means all mobile property. All mobile property except money and actionable claim, but includes stock and shares, growing crops, grass or things attached to the land, which can be severed, that is separated for the purpose of contract of sale. So then it will be called as good. Okay, we already discussed about the definition. So all mobile properties will be goods only. But what about money? So money, it is a mobile property, but it cannot be called as goods. And what about actionable claim? So it is also a mobile property, but it cannot be called as goods. Then what is the definition of money? Indian currency, which is presently in circulation. And what about actionable claim? The claim which can be recovered with the help of the court. So both these things are mobile only. But for the purpose of this act, both these things will be treated as not a goods. Next one. What about stock and shares? Yes, shares of a company is nothing but good only. If you consolidate those shares into a single form, then it will be called as stock. It is also good only. So both are goods only. Nothing but your ownership in the company in the form of share capital is always a good. Next one, growing crops. So these are the things which are attached to the land. Grass, it is a thing which is attached to the land. or any other thing which is attached to the land. So all this will become goods when parties agreed to separate them from the land. Otherwise, they will be treated as immovable property. If parties agreed to separate them from the land, then they will become goods. Next one. So what are the essentials of a valid contract of sale? So there must be at least two parties. One is seller, other one is buyer. Seller means who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Buyer means who buys or agrees to buy the goods. That's it. And both must be two different parties. So single party cannot act like both seller as well as buyer. There must be at least two parties. And what should be the subject matter of the contract? In every contract of sale, the subject matter must be goods. The most important thing in the contract must be goods. So subject matter means the most important thing. Next one. Sir, what happens if subject matter is not goods? If subject matter is not goods, then it is not a contract of sale. Say for example, there are two parties. One is artist, one is a normal person. Now this normal person made an offer to the artist to draw a picture of him. For this purpose, he offered 10,000 rupees also. So in this case, by paying 10,000, he will get his painting in return. So this is a mobile property, which means it is a good. But can I call this contract as contract of sale? No, this is not a contract of sale. Sir, why this is not a contract of sale? Because two parties are there, price is there, goods are there. Then why this contract is not called as a contract of sale? Because in this contract, the subject matter is the services that are being provided by this artist. So his skill, it will become the subject matter, not the goods. Yes, there is good, but the problem here is that good is not a subject matter. The subject matter is about his services. So that's why this is a contract of work and labor. This is not a contract of sale. Say for example, what happens if this person paid 10,000 rupees to the artist in order to buy the ready-made painting? So if you want to buy the ready-made painting, then his service is not so important. Then what is important? Goods are very important. Goods will become subject matter here. That's why now in this case, it will become contract of sale. So in a contract, if goods are not subject matter, then it is not a contract of sale, even though you are selling the good to other party. So in a contract, if goods are subject matter, then definitely that contract will become contract of sale. Next one, consideration. So consideration must be in terms of price. So price means completely monetary terms or partly monetary, partly non-monetary terms. But what about complete non-monetary terms? No, it is not allowed. It will become barter. It is not a contract of sale. It is a contract of barter. Next one. Property in goods must be transferred. So here property in goods means ownership. So please remember a point here. Whenever the word property in goods is used, it implies ownership. Whenever general property in goods is used, it also implies ownership. But when there is any word like special property in goods, then it is not about ownership. It is about possession of the goods. So property in goods or general property in goods represent ownership, whereas special property in goods represent possession of the goods. It is not about ownership. Next one. So here also there must be offer and that offer must be accepted. Then who can make offer? Seller can make offer and buyer will give acceptance, or buyer can make offer and seller will give acceptance. So here also there will be offer and acceptance. And what about conditions? So contract of sale contains conditions. So then it will be called as conditional contract of sale. So there is a chance for not having conditions also. That's why contract of sale may be obsolete also, that is without any condition. That means you can create a contract of sale either with conditions or without conditions. If it is with conditions, it is called as conditional contract of sale. If it is without conditions, it will be called as absolute contract of sale. All other essential elements of valid contract must also be present, like free consent, capacity to contract. So all those elements need to be present here also, because basically this is also a contract. That's why all essentials of a valid contract, which we discussed in nature of contract chapter, so all those elements must be present here also. Next one, types of goods. So remember, whatever the type it may be, the goods must be the subject matter of the contract. That is very important. Okay, next one, existing goods, future goods, contingent goods. So at the time of making contract, so when we need to check at the time of making contract. So at the time of making contract, these goods are in existence. That means these goods are readily available with the seller. Then these goods are called as existing goods. So here the goods are not in existence. Seller need to either acquire it from any other person, or he need to manufacture it. So as of now, they are not in existence. But the time of making contract of sale, they are not in existence. So that's why those goods are called as future goods. Next one, contingent goods. So here, acquisition of goods by buyer depends upon an event which may happen, may not happen. Nothing but uncertain event. So such kinds of goods are called as contingent goods. Next one. So existing goods are further classified into three categories: uncertain goods, ascertain goods, specific goods. If selection involves, then uncertain, ascertain. If selection does not involve, that means you are taking what is there with seller. So you are taking all the items which are there with seller, then it is specific good. Specific good. So for example, seller is having 5 cars and you agree to buy all the 5 cars. So no selection is required here. That's why all 5 cars will become specific good. So what happens if there is only one car and that one car is being sold by the seller here? Then also it is called a specific good. So whatever the things that are in the hands of seller is going to be sold to the buyer. So that's why those goods are called a specific good, because no selection is involved here. But if selection is involved, then before selection, all unselected goods will become uncertain goods. After selection, selected goods will become ascertain goods. So out of 5 cars, you agreed to take only one car. So initially those 5 cars before selection, they are called as unascertained goods because they are not yet identified or ascertained at the time of contract of sale. Then when it will get ascertained, that is identified after contract of sale. So once they are identified, that is ascertained, they will become ascertained goods. So finally, buyer will take which goods? In case of specific goods only. In case of goods which involve selection, ascertained goods. So ascertained goods and specific goods both are finalized goods. So which will be taken by buyer. Next one, destruction of goods. So what happens if goods are destroyed? So first of all, what is meant by destruction here? So goods are now useless to the intended purpose. So for what purpose I am buying? So for that purpose, now goods are not suitable. So when goods went to that situation, then you can call it as destruction of goods. Okay. Then destruction of which kind of goods will affect the validity of the contract? So destruction of specific goods or ascertained goods, because they are also finalized. So destruction of specific goods or ascertained goods will affect the validity of the contract. Okay, how the contract will get affected? If destruction happens before contract only, then it is void agreement. If destruction happens after contract but before transfer of ownership, then it is a void contract. So what happens when destruction is happened after contract, that to after transfer of ownership? Then there is no impact on validity of contract. The contract is still valid. That's it. What happens if other than specific goods are destroyed? Then also there is no impact on the validity of contract. The contract is still valid. Next one, delivery of goods. So how to make delivery of goods? You can directly give goods to the buyer, actual delivery. So instead of giving goods directly, you can keep those goods at some place else and you can give any other thing which will enable other party, that is buyer, to take the delivery of goods. Then it is called as symbolic delivery. Like you keep your entire stock in a godown and you locked it and you give the key to the buyer. So here, instead of giving goods directly, you are giving a thing to the buyer. And with the help of that thing, what he can do? He can take the delivery of the entire goods. So this is nothing but called a symbolic delivery. Next one. And what about constructive delivery? So previously, the goods are held by a person who will act like seller agent. That means now the goods are under seller control. Now that person will now act like buyer agent by making some acknowledgement to the buyer. Okay, I will hold goods on behalf of you. Like this, he will make an acknowledgement to the buyer. And now he will hold goods on behalf of buyer. So in this case, now that person will become buyer agent. Now the goods are said to be in buyer's control. So now the goods control is transferred from seller to buyer without change of possession. So this kind of delivery is called as constructive delivery or delivery by attornment or delivery by acknowledgement. Next one. How to ascertain the price? So parties may fix either amount directly or they may fix manner of ascertaining the price. So say for example, both parties fixed 1 lakh rupees as price. Then this will become the price. If both parties agreed to fix the price by taking the help of the third party, that is valuationer, then it is about manner. Next one. What happens when parties has not fixed anything, that is either amount or manner to be used for ascertaining the price? Then it will be determined based on course of dealings, nothing but previous dealings. So same seller, same buyer, same quantity of goods. So like this, if there is any previous transaction in between them, then whatever the price that was adopted in the transaction will become the price for the new transaction also. What happens such kind of transaction is not available? Then buyer need to pay reasonable price to the seller. Next one. So what is meant by agreement to sell at valuation? So it is a contract of sale where the price is fixed by the third party. Okay, what happens if third party fail to make such valuation? Then if goods are delivered, then seller can't ask those goods. Buyer need to pay reasonable price. That's it. If goods are not yet delivered, then seller is not obliged to deliver the goods. Even though buyer is ready to make a payment for reasonable amount. So even though he is ready, so seller is not obliged to deliver the goods. So in this case, the contract is void. But if goods are already delivered, for those delivered goods, the contract is valid and he can claim reasonable amount. But for undelivered goods, the contract is void and no need to deliver them. That's it. So if goods already been delivered, then a reasonable price need to be paid. Next one. What happens if any party prevented third party who is making valuation? Then the contract will become voidable at the option of agreed party, and that agreed party, that is party not in fault, agreed party can even claim damages also. Next one. Document of title to goods. So what is meant by document of title to goods? So in common business, documents relating to goods are classified into two categories. One is document showing title, second one is document to title. So one is document showing title, other one is document to title. What is meant by document showing title and what is meant by document to title? So if I have the document I will become the owner of the goods which are mentioned in the document. Then that document will be called as document to title. So document to title will make the holder as owner. What about document showing title? In case of document showing title, the name that was mentioned in the document is the owner, not its holder. Its holder is not a owner. Then who is owner? The name which was mentioned in the document. The person having that name will be the owner of those goods. Say for example, bearer check, order check. So who is owner of bearer check? The person who is holding bearer check. That's why it is document to title. And what about order check? In case of order check, the person name which was mentioned in the check is the owner of that check. So this is document showing title. That means document to title will make its holder as owner. But in case of document showing title, the person who was named in that document will be the owner. So that is the difference. So now we are going to discuss about document to title, not about document showing title. It is about document to title. And document showing title is very easy. So when you add any name in document to title, then it will become document showing title. Next one. So what are the examples for document to title? So you are seller and there is one more person buyer. So you agreed to deliver certain goods to buyer. Now both are in two different places. So seller went to a transportation agency, nothing but transporter, or you can call it as carrier also. So transporter. So he will make a contract with the transporter to deliver the goods to buyer. Now transporter will charge certain money and he will issue a receipt also. And thereafter transporter will deliver the goods to the buyer. In this entire situation, so here transporter is giving a receipt. This receipt will act like document of title. So document of title, how? Because so buyer need to take the delivery of goods by going to the possession of transporter. So here there will be no home delivery because they are not personal goods, they are commercial goods. When you are buying any commercial goods, so they will not be delivered to your home or your business place. So mostly it will be delivered to the place of transporter only, and other person, that is recipient, need to go to the transporter place and he need to take the delivery of the goods. So now buyer need to go to transporter place and he need to take the delivery. For taking delivery, he need to show some proof. Then what is that proof? The receipt which is given by the transporter. If buyer shows this receipt to the transporter, then transporter will give the goods to the buyer. That means the person who is having this document is entitled to take the delivery of the goods. The person who is holding this document is deemed to be owner now. That's why this document will be called as document to title. Next one. Then what are the examples for it? Say for example, if the transporter is road transportation agency, then the document of title will be called as road or lorry receipt. It is called as road or lorry receipt. So road or lorry receipt which is given by the transporter will become document to title. Next one. What happens if the transporter is railways, Indian Railways? Then they will issue a document called as railway receipt. So it is also document of title. Next one. And what about if transporter is running any airway services? Then it will be called as Airbus receipt. Then it will be called as Airbus receipt. Next one. Next, what happens if he uses different modes of transportation like water, airways, land route? So he's using different modes of transportation. Then the document will be called as the multimodal transportation document. So it is also document to title. Next one. What happens if he's using a ship? Then bill of lading. It will be called as bill of lading. So bill of lading is a document to title. So I will make certain examples. The first one, seller. So he is in Mumbai. Next buyer is in Chennai. And what is the mode of transportation available from Mumbai to Chennai? The mode of transportation is, first of all, transporter who is in Mumbai and transporter office who is in Chennai. Okay. Now, what is the mode of transportation available from Mumbai to Chennai? First one, roadways. Next one, airways. Next one, railways. Next one, waterways. Next one, multimodal transportation. That is combination of any of the above. Okay, in case if transporter is using railways, then railway receipt. It is the document of title. Airways, airbus receipt. It is the document of title. Next one, roadways, road or lorry receipt. It is a document of title. Waterways, bill of lading. It is a document of title. Next one, multimodal transportation. Then multimodal transportation document. It is also a document to title. Next one. In case of waterways, say for example, now the goods need to be transported from Mumbai port to Chennai port. Say for example, this is Mumbai port. So this portion is warehouse and this portion is dockyard. Next one. And this portion is nothing but wharf. So wharf. Now ship will park here. So if there is any loading of goods, first the goods will be kept here on wharfs. And thereafter, whenever the ship arrives, they will load the boxes onto the ship. And if ship is carrying any luggage and it want to unload that luggage, it will be unloaded from ship to these wharfs. So for loading purpose and unloading purpose, these wharfs will be used. So this is warehouse. The main purpose of warehouse is storage purpose. And this is dockyard. The main purpose is to pack all the goods into a container. Because in ships, you can't see goods directly. You can see containers. In those containers, goods will be there. That means all the goods will be packed into the containers. This will be done in dockyard. Okay, now the point is, first, if you want to send the goods through ship, then you need to keep those goods in warehouse first. So in warehouse, there will be a person called as warehouse keeper. That person will give a receipt to you called as warehouse receipt. That warehouse receipt is a document to title. That means if any person want to take the goods from this warehouse, he need to show that warehouse receipt. The person who is having that warehouse receipt is deemed to be the owner here. That's why it will be called as document to title. Next one. Now you shifted goods to dockyard for packing into containers. Now here also there will be one person called as dock owner. He will issue dock warrant or dock receipt. And that dock warrant or receipt is also known as document to title. So those who want to take the containers from this dockyard need to show that receipt. That means the person having that receipt will become deemed owner. That's why this document will be called as document to title. Next one. And from there onwards, the containers will be loaded onto wharfs for the purpose of loading them to ship. So here there will be a person called as wharfinger. So he will also issue a receipt called as wharfinger certificate or wharfinger receipt. So this is also a document of title. Next one. Now the goods, that is containers, will be loaded into the ships. Now in ships, there will be a main person called the captain of the ship and there will be some subordinates also who are called as mates. Okay, now after loading the container into the ship, these people, that is mates, will issue a document called as mate receipt. And thereafter, captain will issue a document called as bill of lading. Now, among these two documents, which is very important document? The document which is issued by higher official. So, bill of lading is important. That's why this will become document of title. But what about mate receipt? So it is given by subordinate, and moreover, there is a document which is given from higher authority. That's why this is not a document of title. So mate receipt is not a document of title. Only bill of lading is a document of title. So these are all the examples for document of title. So road or lorry receipt, railway receipt, Airbus receipt, warehouse receipt, dock warrant, war finger certificate, bill of lading. And what about mate receipt? So mate receipt is not a document of title. And there is one more point. Seller is in Mumbai and buyer is in Chennai, and goods are at Chennai only. Goods are at Chennai only, but they are at the possession of seller's agent. Seller's agent. Now, how delivery will be made? So, seller will instruct buyer. Seller will instruct buyer to take the delivery of goods which are in Chennai. For this purpose, he will issue a document called as delivery warrant. Now, the buyer who is in Chennai need to show this delivery warrant to the seller agent. Now, seller agent will deliver the goods. That means the person who will show this delivery warrant is entitled to get the goods. So that's why this delivery warrant is called as document of title or document to title. So by this we completed about document to title. If there is any name mentioned in any of these documents, then it is not document to title, it will become document showing title. Next one, conditions and warranties. So at the time of making sale, seller will make various representations to the buyer in order to induce him, that is, in order to attract him to buy the product. Okay. Can I say all this representation will have legal effect? No, definitely no. Say for example, while selling thumbs up, so they will say, okay, you can taste the thunder. It is a representation which is made to attract people in order to consume the drink. But will this have any legal effect? Say for example, one person bought the thumbs up and he consumed it, but he failed to taste the thunder. Now he went to the court and he filed a case against the thumbs up company in order to claim damages. So is it allowed? Is it possible? No, it is not possible, because every representation will not have legal effect. Only few representations will have legal effect, not every representation. Then which representations will have legal effect? The representations which you agreed with the company. That means which are in agreed terms and conditions. Only for those things there will be legal effect. Say for example, seller attract you by saying 100 things. Okay. Out of these 100 things, only 40 things are covered in agreed terms and conditions. Now what happens if any one thing is failed? Then if it is covered in those 40 things, you can go to the court. If it is not covered in those 40 things, that means it is covered in balance 60 things, then you can't go to the court. That means you can make the seller liable for his representations which form part of contract like agreed terms and conditions. And these agreed terms and conditions are called as stipulations. They are called as stipulations. So now we are going to discuss about stipulation, which is nothing but agreed terms and conditions between seller and buyer. Now, in case of some stipulations, buyer can cancel the contract. If anything happened wrong, so buyer can cancel the contract. But in case of few stipulations, so buyer can only claim damages. He can't cancel the contract. So based on the importance, stipulations are classified into two categories. One is condition, other one is warranty. So one is condition, other one is warranty. So what is meant by condition and what is meant by warranty? So if the stipulation which is agreed between the parties is important for the buyer's purpose, then it is condition. If it is not so important, then it is warranty. Say for example, there is a seller and buyer. So buyer want to buy a horse from the seller, okay, and the main purpose of the buyer is racing. So racing is the main purpose for the buyer. Now, seller made two representations. One is this horse will run with a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. And the second one is this horse can carry 200 kgs of weight at a time. So these are the two stipulations which are made by the seller. That means these are the agreed terms. These are the agreed terms. So first agreed term is about speed. Second agreed term is about weight carrying capacity. Okay. Now, what is the main purpose of the buyer here? Racing. For racing purpose, among these two terms, which one is very essential? That is kilometers. That is 100 kilometers per hour is the essential. That's why it will be called as condition. So condition means it is a stipulation which is essential to the main purpose of the contract. Here main purpose of the contract means purpose of purchase. So if it is essential to the main purpose of the contract, it will be called as condition. Then what about weight carrying capacity, that is 200 kgs at a time? So it is not so important. It is not so important. It is also important, but it is not so important for buyer's purpose. That's why this will be called as collateral to the main purpose. If a stipulation is collateral to the main purpose of the contract, it will be called as warranty. Okay. In this case, what happens if horse is running with a speed less than 100 kilometers per hour? Then it is a breach of condition. Breach of condition. In case of breach of condition, what buyer can do? Buyer can cancel the contract and he can claim damages also. He can do both the things. Okay. Now what happens if a horse is running with 100 kmph, but it is not capable of carrying 200 kgs at a time? Then it is breach of warranty. In case of breach of warranty, cancellation of contract is not possible. Buyer can only claim damages. Sir, what is meant by cancellation of contract? Very simple. If goods are delivered, buyer will return the goods. If goods are not yet delivered, buyer will not accept the delivery of goods. If buyer paid the price, he will ask for the refund. If price is not yet paid, he will not pay the price. So this is all about cancellation of contract. Okay. So cancellation is possible only in case of breach of condition. So in case of breach of warranty, cancellation is not possible. Only damages is possible. So what happens if in this case, buyer's purpose is to use the horse for cart purpose, that is to carry passengers? Then now speed condition will become warranty and weight carrying capacity condition will become condition. So now this will become warranty and weight carrying capacity will become condition. That means conditions are not fixed. Warranties are not fixed. Sometimes condition will become warranty or sometimes warranty will become condition. It all depends upon the purpose of the contract. So why buyer is buying the goods? So based on that purpose, we need to check whether it is condition or warranty. So here purpose is very important. Next one. Is it possible to convert condition into warranty? Yes. You can convert condition into warranty. Sorry. Okay. So can you convert condition into warranty? Yes, you can convert condition into warranty. Can you convert warranty into condition? No, it is not possible. So you can convert condition into warranty, but warranty to condition is not possible. Okay, now we need to discuss about how condition will be converted into warranty. So there are 4 cases where condition will be converted into warranty. Okay, let's discuss about those 4 cases. But remember a point, a warranty can never be converted into a condition. Same example, seller, buyer. Buyer purpose is racing. Buyer purpose is racing. Now, seller gave a horse to buyer with 2 stipulations. One is about speed, 100 kmph. Second one is about weight carrying capacity, 200 kgs at a time. 200 kgs at a time. Okay. Now, So here buyer bought the horse for which purpose? Racing purpose. Later, he don't want to use the horse for racing purpose. He don't want to use the horse for racing purpose. He just want to use the horse for cart purpose. Okay. Now he went to seller place and he asked the seller so not to comply with this condition. So no need of this condition. Then this condition will become warranty. So this is possible. And he said this is now mandatory. This is now mandatory. But this will not be converted into condition. This will remain as warranty only. Because you can convert condition into warranty, but warranty to condition is not possible. So that is the reason why. So if there is any change in purpose, then buyer can go to the seller and he can convert a condition into warranty, but he can't convert warranty into condition. So what happens if first point, that is 100 kmph, is converted into warranty, and later again he want to change the purpose, and from having the horse for carting purpose, he want to use the horse for racing purpose. Now this will not become condition again. That means once you convert it into warranty, it will remain as warranty only. It will not become condition. Now you are not entitled to cancel the contract. You can claim damages because this is breach of warranty now. So if horse fails to run with a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, this will become a breach of warranty now. It is not a condition because you only went to seller. You only said not to comply with this condition. So that's when now it will become warranty. You can only claim damages. You can't cancel the contract here. Next one. Same example. Seller, buyer. So seller gave a horse to buyer and the stipulation is speed 100 kilometers per hour. Next one, weight carrying capacity 200 kgs. 200 kgs at a time. Okay, in this case, now buyer never went to seller and he never said to convert the condition into warranty. But now the horse is running with a speed of 70 kmph, maximum 70 kmph. So in this case, now buyer want to continue the contract. Actually, he's having authority to cancel the contract, but he want to continue the contract. He don't want to lose the horse here, because if he cancel the contract, he need to return the horse, and he can claim the refund of the price which is already paid. But he don't want to lose this horse. He want to keep this horse with himself only. Now what will happen? Now automatically this condition will now become warranty. This condition will now become warranty. So what is the difference between previous one and this one? So in both cases, buyer voluntarily converted condition into warranty. So here also buyer voluntarily converted condition into warranty. Here also buyer voluntarily converted condition into warranty. And what is the difference? So in first case, he converted condition into warranty before breach of condition. So before breach of condition only, he went to the seller and he said not to follow this condition. That means now condition becomes warranty before breach only. But here, the condition is already breached. So after breach of condition, he converted condition into warranty. So only timing difference. But in both cases, buyer only, that too voluntarily converted condition into warranty. Next one, fourth case. Third case and fourth case. Seller, buyer. Now seller gave a good to buyer. Okay. Now buyer, so he examined the good. 80% of the good body is very perfect condition. It was in very perfect condition, and 20% is in damaged condition. Now he has two options, either to reject the entire good or to accept the entire good. It is not possible to separate 20% portion from the entire good, because it is indivisible good. Indivisible, which can't be separated. That means buyer can't take 80% good and he can't reject 20% good. If he want to reject, he need to reject the entire good. If he want to accept, he need to accept the entire good. So that is the obligation on the buyer now. Okay. In this case, 20% body is damaged. Now buyer decided to accept the good because 80% is in good condition only, and he's now in a dire need of this good. So that's why he decided to buy good. Now what will happen to this 20% damaged good? It is also accepted by the buyer. That means here buyer is entitled to cancel the contract, but instead of cancelling the contract, what he did, he continued the contract. So that's why in this case, now what will happen to the condition? It will become warranty. Because in case of condition, you are entitled to cancel the contract. Now you are not cancelling the contract, you are continuing the contract. That's why here the condition will become warranty. Okay. So here also buyer converted condition into warranty, but not voluntarily. Because of inseparable nature, he continued the contract. Otherwise, if it is separable, then definitely he will reject this 20% good which is in damaged position. Because of inseparability only, he accepts the 20% good even though it is a damaged product. So in this case, the condition will become warranty, and the reason is buyer, because of inseparability nature, need to accept the goods. Next one, fourth case. Seller buyer. So seller made some conditions with buyer. So all are conditions only, there is no warranty. Now there are 10 conditions. Out of 10 conditions, 8 conditions are possible. 8 conditions are possible to perform and 2 conditions are impossible to perform. So no one can do those activities. So out of 10 conditions, 8 are possible, 2 are impossible. Okay, now buyer is compelling seller to do all 10 acts, but seller can only do 8 acts because they are possible to perform. What about balance 2? They are impossible. They are impossible. So seller can't do those things. Now buyer went to the court. What court will say here? So court will say seller to provide 8 things which you offered to buyer. What about the balance 2 things? As they are impossible to give, impossible to perform, so court will give a relaxation to the seller here. Now seller, because of this relaxation, because of this exemption given by the court, he is not required to perform these 2 acts. He is responsible to perform these 8 acts. It will be sufficient. Now buyer can buyer cancel the contract here based on those 2 things? No, because now court is giving relaxation to the seller, so buyer can't do anything. So buyer need to accept the goods. So he can't cancel the contract based on these 2 things. He can't reject the contract. So in this case, what will happen? So condition will become warranty, and the reason is because of law. Because of law, condition is becoming warranty. So these are the 4 cases where condition will be treated as warranty. So voluntary waiver 2 cases, compulsory waiver 2 cases. Voluntary waiver before breach of condition or after breach of condition 2 cases. Compulsory waiver because of inseparability 1 case, and because of impossibility as excused by law another case. So total 4 cases. In those 4 cases, condition will be treated as warranty. So before breach, what is voluntary waiver? Buyer waives of the performance of condition. Buyer himself is saying to seller, what he is saying? No need to perform this condition. Now it is not a condition, it will become a warranty. Next one. Now after breach, voluntary waiver means now there is breach of condition, but buyer is not opting to cancel the contract. So buyer opted to continue the contract. So it will be covered here. Next one. In case of compulsory waiver. So here buyer opted to accept the goods because of inseparability. Here also buyer opted to continue the contract because of impossibility. So that's why in all those 4 cases, condition will become warranty. But remember a point, warranty can never become a condition. Warranty can never become a condition, but condition can become warranty. The next one, Types of conditions and warranties. If conditions are created by parties themselves, then they are called as express conditions and express warranties. If conditions and warranties are created either by law or by usage of trade, nothing but course of dealings, then it will be called as implied. So, express conditions and warranties are created by parties. Implied conditions and warranties are created either by law or by usage of trade. Then which one is very important? So, first we need to give priority to what is decided by the parties, that is express conditions. So, this should be given first priority. Next, what we need to follow thereafter? If express is not there, we need to follow implied as per usage of trade. If usage of trade is not there, finally we need to follow implied, which is by law. So, whenever there is express, no need to follow both the implieds. Express is final. When express is not there, then you need to follow implied. Okay, among two implieds, which implied I need to follow? I need to follow the implied which is given by usage of trade. So, if implied by usage of trade is not there, then only I need to follow implied by law. Now, let's discuss about these implied conditions and warranties, because express will be decided by parties. So, we can't deal with them because every party will have their own taste. But implied by law, so it will be there in act itself. So, that's why let's discuss about implied. So, first one, condition as to title. It is implied by law. It is implied by law. Sale by description. It is implied by law. Sale by sample, it is implied by law. Sale by sample as well as description, it is also implied by law. Condition as to quality or fitness, it is also implied by law. Condition as to merchantable quality, it is also implied by law. And condition as to wholesomeness, it is implied by law. But in case of condition as to quality or fitness, it is not only implied by law, it is also implied by usage of trade. So here there are 2 points. One is implied by law, other one is usage of trade. In case of implied warranties, so this is implied by law. This is implied by law. This is implied by usage of trade. And this is implied by law. So all these conditions and warranties are about implied only. Implied conditions and implied warranties. Let's see one by one. First one, implied by law. Condition as to title. What is meant by condition as to title? So here we need to check whether seller is having right to sell at the time of sale. If seller have right to sell at the time of sale, then this implied condition is fulfilled. If seller does not have right to sell at the time of sale, then there is a breach of implied condition as to title and buyer is entitled to cancel the contract, because this is implied condition and this is breach of implied condition. So that's why buyer is entitled to cancel the contract. So having right to sell means what? Having right to sell means either ownership or any right given by the owner. Say for example, owner will say to agent to sell the goods. So here agent is having right to sell. So how he got the right to sell? Even though he is not having ownership, because owner himself give the goods to him in order to sell it to other party. So that's how he got the right. So here right to sell is not only confined to ownership. If owner gave permission to you in order to sell the goods, then also you have right to sell. So seller must have right to sell at the time of sale. Then only buyer can continue the contract. So what happens if this condition is not fulfilled? Then this is breach of implied condition. So buyer can cancel the contract. Next one, sale by description. So whatever the description made by the buyer, the seller needs to give the goods which matches with the description. Say for example, if buyer asks for something, so A grade about quality, so 1 kg about quantity, like this. If buyer made any description with respect to goods, then seller must deliver the goods which match with the description. So this is also implied by law. What happens if buyer told seller to give 1 kg basmati rice? Then if it is not 1 kg, buyer can reject the goods. If it is not basmati, then also buyer can reject the goods. Next one, sale by sample. So whenever buyer bought the goods by checking some sample, random sample, then three conditions will be applicable here. What are those three conditions? So first of all, seller must provide another opportunity to buyer to compare bulk and sample at the time of delivery. So seller need to provide an opportunity to the buyer to compare bulk and sample at the time of delivery. Now buyer will check sample and he will compare the sample with the bulk, and while comparing bulk with the sample, both must be same in terms of quality. That is the second one. And bulk must be free of all inside defects. Inside defect means latent defect, which can't be traced easily. So that kind of defects must not be there in the bulk. Then what about outside defects? They are patent defects, which can be traced easily. So if there is any patent defect, then this condition is not applicable. If there is latent defect, then only this condition is applicable. That means, so I, as a seller, deliver certain goods to the buyer which contains patent defects, and buyer bought the goods based on sample here. Now it contains patent defect, so he want to reject the goods after taking the delivery of the goods. No, it is not possible now. It is not possible. If it is latent defect, then he can reject the goods after taking the delivery of the goods. But here it is not possible because they are patent defects. They are easily identifiable. So buyer need to check at the time of taking delivery only. There itself he need to reject the goods. But he already took the delivery of the goods. Now it is not possible to the buyer to cancel the goods. So what conditions are required here? So an opportunity should be provided to buyer to compare bulk and sample. So while comparing them, bulk shall correspond with the sample in terms of quality. In terms of quality, it must correspond with the sample, and goods must be free of latent defect. So if it is patent defect, this condition is not applicable. So latent defect means inside defect which can't be traced easily. Patent defect means outside defect which can be traced easily. Next one, sale by sample as well as description. Here we need to apply both sample as well as description. Both conditions need to be satisfied. Next one, condition as to quality or fitness. So for example, if any person is buying any product for their purpose, then he is the proper person to check whether it meets required quality or not, whether it fits for his purpose or not. The buyer need to check it. It is the buyer's responsibility. Buyer need to be aware here. It is not seller responsibility to make proper selection of goods which is required for the buyer. It is buyer responsibility. Buyer need to take care of it. What happens if buyer selected some wrong goods which does not have required quality and which does not fit for his intended purpose? Then seller is not liable for it. There is no implied condition on seller to make proper selection of goods for the buyer. It is buyer responsibility to make proper selection of goods. But if it is implied by usage of trade, then without any further conditions, seller need to make proper selection of goods. So for example, in a area, all sellers are doing certain activity from the past several years. What is that activity? They are inquiring the buyer what is the purpose of their purchase, and they are giving a proper goods. They are making proper selection of goods. So every seller is taking responsibility in that area from past several years. Now a person came to your area and asked for certain goods. Now as a usage of trade, you need to make proper inquiry about the purpose, and you need to deliver the goods according to the purpose. You need to make proper selection of goods. Otherwise you will be liable because of usage of trade. Because everyone is following in your area, you must also follow it. If you don't want to follow it, then make an express stipulation. So for selection, I'm not responsible. Like that, you need to make an express stipulation, because express conditions and warranties are more important than implied conditions and warranties. Okay. Will it be implied by law? Yes, it will be implied by law, but subject to three conditions. Here, three conditions need to be satisfied. Here, no conditions are required. In case of usage of trade, no conditions are required. But in case of law, three conditions need to be satisfied. What are those three conditions? Buyer has to communicate his purpose to the seller, and buyer must rely on seller's skill and judgment regarding selection of goods, and seller must be an expert seller. If all these conditions are satisfied, then according to law, there will be implied condition on seller to make proper selection of goods. Next one. And in this case, a warranty may also get created. And the difference is, in case of condition, buyer is entitled to cancel the contract, but in case of warranty, he can't cancel the contract, but he can claim damages. Then, who will create warranty here? Usage of trade will create warranty here. So, usage of trade will create warranty here. So, this point is also covered now. Next one. Condition as to merchantable quality. So, here, when buyer bought the goods for usage purpose, the goods must be fit for his usage. Next, if goods are bought for resale purpose, the goods must be saleable condition, must be in saleable condition. Sir, why like that? Because seller himself said this is usable for this purpose. Now that product must be usable for that purpose. Now seller said this product can be resold. Yes, now it must be in saleable condition. So whatever the description that was made by the seller, it need to be complied. Otherwise, there will be breach of condition as to merchantable quality. If seller's description is being satisfied, then the goods are said to be in merchantable quality. Otherwise, they are not in merchantable quality and buyer can avoid the contract. Condition as to wholesomeness. It is applicable in case of eatables. In case of eatables, they must be fit for human consumption. That's it. Next one, implied warranties. So warranty as to undisturbed possession of goods. So what is meant by warranty as to undisturbed possession of goods? So whenever buyer buy the goods, who need to enjoy the possession? Buyer only. But because of some acts made by the seller, so buyer is not able to enjoy the possession of the goods. So this is nothing but breach of implied warranty as to undisturbed possession. Because even after paying for goods, he is not enjoying the possession of the goods because of seller. So that's why he can claim damages now. He can't reject the goods. He can claim damages for the disturbance. Next one. Warranty as to non-existence of encumbrance. Encumbrance means charge. That means seller already keep those goods as a security in a loan contract. Now the goods are subject to charge, that is encumbrance. If there is any encumbrance like that, seller need to communicate to the buyer before selling the goods. What happens if he fails to communicate them to the buyer? Now buyer bought the goods which are under charge, which are under encumbrance. Now what will happen? If money is not paid to money lender, he will definitely take the goods. So in this case, what he can do now? What buyer can do now? So buyer can claim damages. How? He need to pay the entire amount which is due to money lender, and whatever the amount paid to money lender, including interest and some damages, he can recover it from seller as a damage. Next one. Warranty as to disclosing dangerous nature of goods. So whenever seller is dealing with some goods which are having dangerous nature, then he need to disclose, he need to warn the seller about the dangerous activity that is being involved therein. If buyer already knows about it, then seller is not required to communicate anything to him. But if he is innocent, if buyer is innocent, or he is not aware about the dangerous activity which is involved therein, then seller must warn the buyer about the probable danger. Otherwise, buyer is entitled to claim damages. Next one, doctrine of cave tempter. So what is meant by doctrine of cave tempter? Let the buyer beware. So who need to be beware? Buyer only. It is not seller. So buyer need to take care while buying the goods. So seller is not liable for the purchase which was made by the buyer. But in some cases, seller is liable. Seller is liable. Generally, according to general rule, buyer is liable for his purchases. Seller is not liable. But in exceptions, seller is liable. What are those exceptions? The implied conditions and warranties which we discussed till now are the exceptions. So fitness as to quality or use. We have seen condition as well as warranty. Goods purchased and patent under patent or brand name. We need to discuss about this point now. Goods sold by description. This is covered under condition. This is condition, merchantable quality. Sample condition, sample as well as description condition. Usage of trade, condition as well as warranty. Next one, seller actively conceals or guilty of fraud. So this we need to cover here. So in all these cases, doctrine of cave attempt is not applicable. Seller is directly liable. Okay, let's discuss about these two areas. Goods purchased under patent or brand name. So for example, I went to a mobile store and I asked for an iPhone because I rely on brand value. So that's why I asked for an iPhone. And this person said, okay, take the iPhone. Now there is a defect in iPhone. Can I sue this mobile seller? No, I can't sue this mobile seller. I need to sue directly brand owner, that is Apple. So iPhone brand owner, that is Apple. I need to sue Apple in order to claim damages. I can't sue seller who sold the goods to me because I have never relied on the seller. I relied on the brand name, patent name, not on the seller. Then how seller will become liable here? So seller is not liable. So this is general rule. Cave attempter general rule. Now I went to mobile store. That mobile store owner himself suggested iPhone to me. Now there is a defect in iPhone. Now who is responsible for me? Both Apple company, that is patent or brand name owner, as well as seller also. Why seller here? Because I relied on seller. I relied on seller. Seller gave suggestion to buy iPhone here. That's why here seller is liable. So this is exception to doctrine of cave attempter. Next one and last one. So here seller made buyer to enter into the contract by making a false statement. Now this will amount to fraud. As per free consent chapter, this will amount to fraud. So as this is fraud, now who is responsible? Seller is responsible. Buyer will become aggrieved party. He can file a case against seller. He can avoid the contract and he can claim damages also because seller is defrauding buyer. So these are the two extra cases which are covered here other than implied conditions and warranties. Next one. So differences between certain contracts. First one, sale versus hire purchase. What are the difference? In case of sale, ownership will be transferred immediately. In case of hire purchase, after payment of last installment. So first of all, let me explain what is hire purchase and what is bailment and what is sale. So in case of sale, the goods will be sold to other party so that ownership will get transferred. And what about possession? So possession may also get transferred, but not mandatory. It all depends upon intention of parties. But in most of the cases, possession will also get transferred. Okay, in case of bailment. So what is meant by bailment? Giving goods to somebody else for some purpose. After accomplishment of that purpose, you will take back the goods. This kind of contract is called as bailment contract. Okay, let's take renting of goods. So renting of goods is nothing but a bailment contract. So here also there will be goods. Ownership, no, it will not be transferred, but possession will be transferred here. Possession will be transferred here. And after accomplishment of purpose, the possession will be taken back by the main person. Okay, here the parties are called as seller and buyer. And here the parties are called as bailor and bailee. Bailor and bailee. So seller means who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Buyer means who buys or agrees to buy the goods. Bailor means who gives the goods to other person for some purpose. And bailee means the person who is receiving the goods for temporary purpose. Next one. Then what about hire purchase? So hire purchase is the combination of bailment plus sale. That means in case of hire purchase, there will be a sum term, like say for example 2 years. So during 2 years, you need to pay charges called as hire charges, nothing but rent, hire charges. So for this 2 years, it is nothing but bailment contract. Now after the expiry of 2 years, the person who is provided with the goods will be given with an option to buy the goods. Now if he opted to buy the goods, then it will become sale. So that's why hire purchase is the combination of both bailment and sale. So mainly it is bailment only. Hire purchase is mainly bailment only. It is just like a renting the goods. But at the time of period, that is agreed period, so buyer will have an option to buy the goods. If that option is also added, now bailment contract will become hire purchase contract. If that option is not there, only bailment. If that option is added, then it will become hire purchase. Okay, hire purchase is basically a bailment contract, but if the option which is given to the buyer is exercised by the buyer, So buyer opted to buy the product at the end of that agreed term, then it will become sale. So for that purpose, he need to pay a last installment, which is nothing but price of the goods. So when ownership is transferred in case of sale, immediately. In case of hire purchase, so when he paid the price of the goods by opting to buy the product, that is nothing but after paying last installment only, he will get the ownership. Then what is the position of the party who received the goods? So here buyer received the goods, so he will be owner of the goods. He will be owner of the goods. But in case of hire purchase, so basically it is a bailment contract. So the person who is receiving the goods on temporary basis will be called as bailee. Next one, termination of contract. So once goods are delivered, once ownership is transferred, then buyer cannot terminate the contract. Next one, but in case of hire purchase, as it is just a rental agreement, it can be cancelled at any time. So for this purpose, goods need to be returned back. So hirer may, by returning the goods, so he can terminate the contract. Who is hirer here? Hirer is nothing but who take the goods on hire purchase basis, nothing but bailee only. So bailee is otherwise known as hirer here. Next one, burden of risk of insolvency of buyer. So what happens if buyer become insolvent? If buyer become insolvent, then seller has to bear the risk. Who need to bear the risk? Seller need to bear the risk. Okay, what about hire purchase? In case of hire purchase, one has no risk because he will take back the goods at any point of time. So if buyer become insolvent, he will take the goods because for those goods he is the owner, not the other party. That is, hirer is not the owner. So that's why he can take back the goods. Next one, transfer of title. So here, the person, that is buyer, can transfer the goods to somebody else and that somebody else will get ownership. But what about here? No, here that rule is not applicable. Here Nemo.code non-habit rule is not applicable. Sale by non-owner rule is not applicable here. Here the sale by non-owner rule is applicable because this is contract of sale. So for contract of sale, sale by non-owner rule is applicable. For other than contract of sale, like hire purchase contract, sale by non-owner rule is not applicable. Next one, resale of goods. That means, so here sale by non-owner rule is applicable. If buyer sold the goods, even though he does not have ownership, he can transfer the ownership to the innocent buyer who bought the goods from him. Now that means buyer can resell the goods. Simple. Here, hirer cannot resell the goods because he does not have right to pass the ownership. So that is the reason. Next one, sale versus bailment. So sale, here property must be transferred. That is ownership. So here only possession of goods will be transferred, not ownership. Return of goods. In case of sale, it is not possible. In case of bailment, after accomplishment of that purpose, the goods need to be returned back. Consideration. It will be in the terms of money only. It may be any term, but gratuitous, non-gratuitous. That is with consideration, without consideration. So in case of sale, consideration is mandatory. In case of bailment, consideration is not mandatory. Even without consideration also bailment is valid. But without consideration, sale is not valid because for sale, price must be there. Price must be in terms of money only. Next one, contract for work and labor. So if the main subject matter is work of labor, then it will be called as work and labor contract. If the main matter, that is subject matter, is goods, then only it will be called as contract of sale. If subject matter is not goods, if subject matter is work of labor, then the contract will be called as contract for work and labor. So by this we completed part 1 of Sale of Goods Act.